Good morning, Teesside, and welcome to the Alpha live stream of the penultimate round of the Teesside Drivers Sprint Series. Cloudy day today, very breezy as well, not quite as bad as yesterday, but certainly a breezy day. We are just concluding the qualifying sessions, so we just have Senior Pro Kart to finish off with our qualifying sessions, and then we will be straight into Heat 1 of the day. We do have a kart that needs to be collected out on circuit as well. But we also have some championships that need concluding as well today. We do have a penultimate round. As I say, this is the penultimate round, so we do still have one more round to go, but we are expecting potentially the Cadet class to be concluded today. Catherine Potter needs to only finish within 9 points of Lizzie Mentier to take the championship today. We also have our schedule on screen now. So Heat 1 for Bambinos will be at 10:30, followed by Junior Pro Kart, Cadets, Junior and Mini Rotax out together, and then Senior Rotax. That will then be followed by Senior Pro Kart, and that will be our running order for the day. So Heat 2 will repeat the same order, then we have a lunch break at 12:30. Heat 3 will be the same order again, and the finals at roughly 2:30. So yesterday we also did some pre-recorded interviews. We have David Wilson, who is Mr. NRG Cycles, or one of the two for NRG Cycles. So I managed to grab him yesterday and sit down for a conversation. With David Wilson of NRG Cycles, thanks very much for sponsoring our event, David.
Oh, you're welcome. We're enjoying being here. We enjoy the coverage on the weekend, and it's been great for us.
So what is your actual involvement over the course of a weekend?
Mainly mechanicking for my daughter, who's in the Cadets, number 88. And that's basically what I do all weekend.
Okay, and how's practice been today?
Very, very good. She's been going well today, so fingers crossed for tomorrow for a good result.
So high hopes. Podium, possibly?
It would be nice, yeah.
Okay, great stuff. So, with regards to NRG sponsoring the series, I'm interested to know what, as much as what you have brought to the series itself, what has the series brought into NRG, and what's it brought to your business?
Well, I think the key to us was, one, being a local company, we wanted to try and support local sport. Myself and a colleague, Mark Mitchell, had an interest in karting ourselves. Our daughters then got involved. We enjoyed the live coverage when it was on. So we then spoke to, obviously, the track, and we're keen to try and promote the track as much as we can. And I think the live coverage is a great way of doing that. Anyone who comes from out the area, who races, they all say they've enjoyed watching the feedback and watching the racing afterwards.
Fantastic. And so has it been a benefit to the business itself? Has it brought some people through the door? And
yeah, it's brought people through the door. The main thing that we're looking at is to try and get our name out there to, I guess, to a general public outside of cycling. And somewhere like this is great. You see the number of kids running around on bikes and scooters. So it is a good environment for us.
Great stuff. Well, thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us, David. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
Fantastic to sit down with David yesterday, a lovely man, and we thank him very much for sponsoring the series and the event. So what we're looking at now is the Senior Pro Kart qualifying session. So this is our last qualifying of the day before we head into Heat 1. We've got live timing on the left-hand side, so you can see at the moment that it's going to be Connor Lucas on pole position with Josh Falkus in second. Of course, those two having the ding-dong battle in the final and the last round. times are tumbling, and the column on the left-hand side looking like a fruit machine at the moment, going up and down and round and round as times are set. And yeah, and it looks like an exciting session. We've also got, as you can see, 3 different classes on the left-hand side in 3 different colours. We have the Pro class in blue, the Clubman class in red, and the over 40s class in green. And it gives me great pleasure to, after he has conducted his pole position interviews, bring you Mr. David Sullivan onto the microphone. Welcome, David.
Good morning. It's warmer in here than it is out there, but an exciting day in store for us. Some championships on the line, and most of those have managed to put it on pole position. Just spoke to Tom Reeve after 3rd in senior Rotax qualifying, and he's possibly the happiest man in the local area after that result. Had to interview him. He was ecstatic coming over the weighbridge when he found out he was in top 3. Hopefully we'll be able to bring you that later with a number of other interviews that we've conducted after our qualifying sessions. We are around about halfway through the final one of those of the morning before we start the race day with Bambinos. And Tom, Bambinos looks to be very competitive this time, with the omission of Edward Haynes, who misses this round at Teesside to compete in the British Championships down at Mansell Raceway in Dunkers. We wish Edward all the very best. Bambinos will be with us in around about 10 minutes time. From what we've seen, the pack behind there, Tom, in the last couple of rounds has been rather intense.
Yes, it certainly has, and like you say, with the omission of Edward Haynes this round, the front 3, I believe, was split by 0.050 of a second, so half a tenth of a second between the front 3. So Bambino's looking like a fantastic race today, and I'm really looking forward to that, as much as you can see the senior pro karts as well. So Connor Lucas and Josh Falkus are separated by 0.042, so even closer than the Bambinos were. So this is looking exciting as well. But yes, Bambino class is, unfortunately, with the omission of Edward Haynes, as you say, competing in the British Championship at Mansell Raceway. So it's a long way from Teesside. But the Bambino class looking extremely good today.
Yeah, and fantastic from Bo Mulvaney to put that car on pole position. He's had a fairly difficult time of things. Brand new helmet he's sporting this weekend after some trials and tribulations earlier on in the month, resulting in a new lid. And, managing to put that kart on pole position. They'll be out in around about 5 or 6 minutes time as Daniel Tate makes a jump to the top of the timesheet of 46.568, the provisional pole time. Moves Josh Falkus down to 2nd with Connor Lucas in 3rd. The 2 championship protagonists there in 2nd and 3rd. Daniel Tate looking at the moment in provisional pole position.
With Tomo only a 10th off as well. Steve Thompson in 4th.
Yeah, Steve making his first appearance here since the opening round of last season on the national circuit, although did compete in the British 24-hour on the full international circuit, as the status quo at the head is resumed. A 46.5 dead for Connor Lucas. That's the time to beat, and there's hardly anything really, Tom, between the top 4, less than a tenth of a second. Even
the top 7 are super close. There's only 3/10 separating the top 7 overall. So, yeah, very, very close. You can see Josh Falkus in front there of Connor Lucas, and they're pulling along Steve Thompson as well. So Tomo getting a good tow from 2 of the quickest drivers out there.
Yeah, we were watching free practice, weren't we, Tom? And we mentioned how Tomo was managing to keep pace with Connor Lucas in the 43 all around the free practice session until Connor pulled in.
Yeah, it's looking like this could be a good little set of heats, and then potentially a final as well.
Yeah, Daniel Tate once again in the mix. A 46.4 returns him to the head of the pack. So it's Daniel taking up the Tate charge. Very little between him and Scott, although on this occasion Scott is 4/10 down on brother Daniel, down in 8th place. 4 Tates, so 3 Tates racing in senior pro kart, 2 in the pro class, and then you've got Mark Tate in the 81, currently 2nd on the grid for the 40s. Although when we say on the grid, you do qualify, you start where you qualify, rather than it being the pros at the front, followed by clubmen and 40s. So Mark Tate currently in 11th place. 2 minutes remaining though. Front runners cross the line one more time. Fantastic really that Daniel Tate's managed to mix it up at the front. He's not running in a tow with either of the other three. The other three in the top 4 running together out on circuit. Falkus, Lucas and Thompson all running nose to tail. They're going round hairpin 3 and onto the back straight, using every bit of tarmac and a little bit more on the way out of hairpin number 2.
Now, I have noticed something which we can go into a little bit more detail in during the first heat, but I have noticed that Connor Lucas on the 43, have you noticed the height of the nose? It's slightly higher than last month. There's a big gap between the trap and the nose cone. David, let's try and explain this one, shall we?
Let's have the drop-down bumper discussion, Tom.
Well, we might as well. We'll start it now, we'll finish it during the race, I'm sure.
We'll get the boring technicalities out of the way, but the pro drivers being instructed to run drop-down bumpers on the front end of the kart for round number 6.
It certainly seems to have made a difference to the height of the front of the 43.
Yeah, that nose well up and off the floor.
Josh Falkus in the O plate that you can see here with the pink and blue and white helmet. His nose looks at a very similar angle to normal. Tomo is pretty much scraping the ground, but Connor Lucas definitely has a noticeable gap at the front. Okay.
I'll let you run the clarification.
Okay, right, okay. So we have had clarification now from Kat, but apparently, Kat, our race director, apparently we're not running drop-down noses. We had...
we were going to?
Yeah, we had noticed earlier in the week that they were going to be running drop-down noses, and apparently that has now been ditched, and we're not running drop-down noses. So, the question is, why has Connor Lucas got about a foot gap between the front of the car and the racetrack?
Oh, must be purely cosmetic. They've obviously had that in the MS workshop and looked at it from different angles and just thought that looks the best. As Daniel Tate's already come into the pits, the checkered flag is out. Can either Josh Falkus, Steve Thompson or Connor Lucas improve their time over the line? No improvements for any of those. Brandon Truman Reddish is up into 4th with Thompson down in 5th. So it's going to take an impressive time from either Scott Tate or Simon Doughty. They're going to need to find half a second at the very least. And as most of the front runners come over the line to bring the qualifying session to an end, it's going to be a maiden pole position here at Teesside for the 29 of Daniel Tate. He'll start alongside Connor Lucas on the front row with Josh Falkus and Brandon Truman Reddish with a fantastic qualifying for him on the outside of row 2.
Exciting finish to that, just over a tenth of a second between the front 4. And we are about to head in. We're about to head into an interview that I did yesterday. I managed to sit down in a cafe with Nigel Horner of HRS Rotax engines, racing engines, and yeah, had a sit down and a nice chat with him. So I'm with Nigel Horner. Thank you very much for joining us today. So tell us a little bit about what brings you to Teesside this weekend, why this track in particular, and what is your involvement this weekend?
Well, Teesside's my local track, so I'm basically here looking after the customers from this area and outside the area.
Okay, so how many karts have you got out this weekend, and how's practice gone today?
Well, the majority of the Rotax grid will be on my engines, so I'll be here supporting all of them. And practice has been fairly good today, yeah. Everyone seems quite happy.
Excellent stuff. So they look like they're going to be at the sharp end tomorrow. Things are looking good?
Yeah, I should think so. I think we'll be on for the wins in most of the classes, yeah.
Great stuff. So we've got the new Micromax class coming in next year. Tell us a little bit about that, a little bit about your involvement in the class, and what the plans are for 2021.
Yeah, the new Micromax, it's basically in competition with the Cadet class for the Honda and the Miami. It's a heavily restricted Junior Max engine, long life, so to keep the cost of the running down, and the engines are very equal performance. it's looking like it's going to be a good, strong class for next year. There's going to be a couple of winter series. Hopefully a round of the winter series will be here. Yeah, it's looking good.
Great stuff. So rough numbers of how many are signed up already?
I think that by all accounts, I think there's over 20 for the current series, for the winter series.
Well, that's brilliant already for a series that's just starting out with a brand new engine and everything as well. So good luck to you for your plans for next year, and good luck with the winter series as well. And thanks for taking the time to talk to us. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much to Nigel once again for taking the time to talk to us. We really appreciated that, and a good bit of information about the Micromax class that's coming in next year. So without further ado, we are straight into Heat 1 of Bambinos here at round 7 at Teesside Autodrome. So on pole position we have Bo Mulvaney, followed in second by Ollie Carter, third is Edward Rye, in fourth place is Colby Patterson, fifth place Cole Teal, and sixth is Ellis Child. Seventh will be Austin Oman, eighth Riley Buxton Young, 9th Joey Allen, 10th will be Maximus Lewis, and 11th Archie Brown. So are you ready for this one, David? It looks like it's going to be a good one.
Very much so. Looks like we're just going to try and sort ourselves out on the grid. As you can see with the Bambinos, parents make their way down the start straight just to give their Bambinos that final piece of encouragement, lift the rear bumper up, get some revs into that Comma C50 engine, increase the temperature, and looks like we're just going to get one or two people in place. And, looks like there's some discussions going on the start line, and that generally means in potential here at Teesside, if one of the drivers has had an excursion on the way to the grid, they are made to line up at the back of the pack. And I think both you and I, Tom, we were busy watching the interview with Nigel Horner at Horner Race Engines, and we haven't as such watched the Bambinos outlap, but it looks like we are just having one or two discussions as to where
see a number?
That is the 13, and that is the 13 of our pole sitter, Bo Mulvaney. He's currently down there at the back of the pack.
Okay.
And there is every chance that on the way round to the grid, something has happened to the number 13 of Bo Mulvaney. And as it stands at the moment, the pole position berth
is empty.
Is very, very empty. There's the 88 of Ollie Carter, a great qualifying for him, puts him on the outside of the front row, and which is now de facto pole position on second place, although from the outside do expect the 66 of Edward Rye from the inside to make a good attempt at getting into the head of the field. The green flag is up, and for the first time today here at Teesside we are away and racing. Ollie Carter from the outside of the front row manages to get across in front of the 66 of Edward Rye, and from the back of the grid already Bo Mulvaney in the 13 has made up 3 places and runs in 8th place round the national loop for the first time and through the chicanes. At the head of the field though, it's Ollie Carter from Edward Rye, and Cole Teal has come up from what was a de facto 4th in the end, and now is battling second place. Going to try and go right round the outside of the 66 of Rye. Can't get it done, comes back to the inside. Spinner though on the opening lap. That I believe is the 64 of Archie Brown. Spins on the outside of hairpin 1. Cole Teal though does get the move done in the end. Came to the inside at the start of the back straight and manages to get past the 66 of Edward Rye, and he's going to try and dive to the inside as well of Ollie Carter. Doesn't want to try and get too many moves done too quickly. There's a long way to go in Bambino heat number 1. 8 laps of action for you here at Teesside Autodrome in Bambino heat 1. Your leaders are over the line.
It's Carter from Teal, from Rye, Patterson, Child, Buxton, Young, Oman, Bo Mulvaney up to 8th, as you said, David. Setting the quickest lap by de facto of starting further back and finishing closer up the order. Then we have Joey Allen in 9th, Maximus Lewis in 10th, and Archie Brown in 11th. We still have Cole Teal hounding Ollie Carter through the first 2 hairpins.
Carter goes defensive already, Tom, on lap 2, manages to cut to the inside. We see that a lot in Bambino, with them coming out of hairpin 2 and cutting across the track to the inside to defend the line. 24 of Colby Patterson, a final winner here at Teesside at round number 2, is there in the mix, although he has gone wide. Opened the door and allowed Ellis Child in the 80 to come through, and Ellis Child's made up 2 places in 2 corners by the look of it.
Fantastic,
he's got in front of Edward Rye as well. Fantastic couple of corners for the number 80.
He's carried so much more speed through hairpin 3. It allowed him a great run into hairpin 4 and carried that speed again out of hairpin 4. 2 places in 2 corners. Fantastic from Child.
Yeah, superb. And just to show how close the Bambino grid is, Bo Mulvaney, having qualified on pole position and then had to start at the back, hasn't managed to make up any further places in the opening 2 laps here at Teesside. Eighth position for him at the moment. There he is on the back of the pack, but it currently is an 8-kart battle for the lead, headed by Ollie Carter, with Cole Teal still in second. The rest of the pack following them round the banked right-hander of South Bank and into hairpin 3.
And Child has got another good run through South Bank. It holds it tight again through hairpin 3. Unfortunately, he isn't able to carry this quite the same speed as he did the last lap, but then gets a good run out of hairpin 4, but unfortunately gets bolted a little bit by Cole Teal, taking a slightly different line.
Yeah, Cole Teal seems to have, and we spoke about this a lot at Teesside, Tom. There's effectively 2 halves to this circuit. The national loop at the top of the circuit, the chicanes in the first 2 hairpins. And it's very often you find one driver is stronger in one half of the circuit with another driver stronger in the other half. And Ollie Carter has managed to pull away the last couple of laps down the back straight, carrying more speed out of this corner. And that's given him a bit of a cushion going into hairpin 3 and 4. Although on this occasion it looks like the pack a lot closer to Carter. He's got the top end speed there. You see him pulling away at the bottom end of the back straight into the South Bank loop.
Not sure if there was contact there between Teal and Child, but Child was certainly alongside him coming down the back straight, and they both suddenly veered in one direction. Look at the speed that Child can carry through hairpin 3.
Yeah, he looked to scrub it off there, didn't he? Just coming out of hairpin 3 is Cole Teal.
There we go, Cole Teal. Side by side with Ollie Carter, so yeah, it seems that you're able to get that run out of hairpin 3 or 4, and it really helps you down the straight. And yeah, Teal managed to get alongside him. I'm not sure, I don't think Carter thought knew he was there, and took his normal racing line, and all of a sudden there is Cole Teal alongside him.
Got off there into the wheel tracks, which in a full-size kart is, you just drop the wheel in a Bambino, almost half your kart's off the track there. So thankfully Cole Teal managed to keep the number 10 facing in the right direction, although now he's going to come under pressure down that back straight from Ellis Childs in the orange helmet. He's going to go to the inside, and Ellis Childs moves up into second. We're 3 wide round the South Bank loop for a short time there. Riley Buckton-Young, he's going to try and get into the mix and dive to the inside of the 66 of Rye. Rye closes the door as Cole Teal looks to battle back into second place, and Ellis Child comes to the inside. Ollie Carter's going to run him tight as well to the inside, and the speed that Ellis Child's got, Tom, with 4 laps remaining, we are at half race distance. I think we're just going through now, just beyond half race distance, 3 laps. And Ellis Child is without doubt the fastest driver on track at the moment, sitting in P2.
Yeah, he's able to carry the speed through the corners a lot better, certainly through the hairpins. And hairpin 3 and 4, he's absolutely nailed over everybody else at the moment. And we've actually got a little bit of contact coming through hairpin 1. That looked like Colby Patterson, Austin O'Man coming together, but they do all make it out in one piece. And Edward Rye's dropped a couple of places as well, so he's now in 7th. Yeah. So it looked like O'Man, Patterson, and Rye went side by side into hairpin 1, and here comes Patterson up the inside again of O'Man, but backs out of it last second. Tries to get a better run through hairpin 4.
Child's closing the door, and it looks like I thought we were going to go side by side there, but Ollie Carter's got the run out of hairpin number 4.
2 laps to go. But Ellis Child, can he make an impact on Ollie Carter? We still have Bo Mulvaney. He's still 1.9 seconds behind Ollie Carter now, still in 8th place. So a fantastic start, managed to get away really well, got those 3 places off the line, and then hasn't been able to make any impact on the 7 in front.
An 8-kart battle for the lead is not something you see too much in motorsport. It's fantastic to see. The top 8 split by less than 2 seconds as Ollie Carter and Ellis Child battle it out down the back straight. Child trying left and right to get alongside the number 88 of Ollie Carter. We've got a lap and a half remaining here in the first race of the day. Last lap board will await our drivers as they come through. And you see there, once again, Ellis Child carrying so much speed round hairpin number 3 that he looks like he's got to hit the brakes 3/4 of the way round to stop himself running into Carter.
That's right, it seems like he has to scrub the speed, and because of that, Cole Teal got a good run. He had to lift off, and that's given Riley Buckton Young a run, and unfortunately he couldn't get the move done either.
No, the timing screen shows Buckton Young in 3rd. He came over with a nose just in front of Cole Teal, but Cole Teal managed to take the D-shaped chicane just in front of Riley Buckton Young.
The hairpin 3 and 4 is just having this concertina effect where Ollie Carter is able to maybe not quite carry the speed through that the others do, and then it just concertinas back over the course of half a lap.
I'd love to see Ellis Child, and I'm no coach in any way, just to try and run it right the way round the outside of that corner, just so he doesn't get balked by Ollie Carter on this final lap round, because it does look like on the last couple of laps he's had to slam the brakes on halfway, and it almost threw away 2nd place the last time. You'll see as he's going to carry so much more speed there now and try and cut to the inside. Will he try and get a cut back as Carter goes wide? Doesn't manage to get it done, and they're going to come up to the line. The opening race of the day is going to go the way of the 88, and Ollie Carter picks up the win in Bambino Heat 1 here at Teesside from Ellis Child. Cole Teal and Riley Buckton Young at the line, and Ellis Child on the final lap trying to catch up to the back of Ollie Carter, sets the fastest lap of the race.
1.9 seconds separating the top 8 in Bambino. I don't think I've ever seen that with the Bambino class. They're normally pretty spread out, but yeah, fantastic race to start the day, David.
Yeah, superb, and the top 2, very little between them. Ellis Child coming through the pack from the 3rd row to come up and through into 2nd place behind Ollie Carter, taking the fight to them, and they will start in positions 1 and 2 for heat number 2. Junior Pro Kart, though, will be up in a few moments, and I'm sure the excitement levels will remain the same.
Just coming up on to the grid now will be your Junior Pro Kart Heat 1, and we spoke to pole sitter Jack Morris.
Jack, another race day at Teesside, another pole position. You must be getting bored of this by now.
Yeah, still enjoying it. I was quite tempted to move up to the seniors for this round, but I just thought might as well finish the juniors off for the rest of this year, then move up to seniors next year.
So well, the top 4 are split by less than 1.5 tenths, so it looks like it's going to be an intense battle up there with both Gracie Bella and Thomas Braid getting in the mix. Might be a lot closer this time.
Yeah, hopefully. I enjoy really close battles. It keeps you on edge for the whole race, and it should be a good day's racing, hopefully.
So pole sitter there, Jack Morris, talking us through his qualifying session. There he is, lining up on the inside of the front row alongside Bella Franklin. Row 2, Gracie Mitchell and Thomas Braid, with Joe Burrell and Owen Spears on row 3. Max Shields and Caitlin Frame share row 4, with Lennon French and Sebastian Pereira rounding out the top 10. Ben Hogarth in 11th alongside Kieran Savage and Matthew Allen in 13th, round out a 13 kart junior pro kart grid. Final drivers making their way into position.
And don't forget to give us a dab, guys, when you go over the weighbridge at the end. I know you can hear us on the PA, so give us a dab, give us a wave, give us a finger guns. We like a bit of that, and so do the viewers as well who get in touch with us. They like your celebrations over the weighbridge almost as much as I do.
You like it, I don't. Get out, Tom. Green flag in hand for...
It's just my usual dance moves, David. That's what it is, the finger guns.
Start line,
Here we go, and we're away. Good start from Bella Franklin. Oh, great start from Thomas Braid, who jumped from 4, possibly all the way up to the lead. He's round the outside of Jack Morris as we go into the Northern Loop. He's going to get freight trained back into 5th place by the time they make the S's.
Yeah, no junior pro kart not taking the chicane this time off the grid. That's a different approach to racing here at Teesside. Normally they go through the D-shaped chicane, and that, but they went straight down and round the national loop on this occasion. Jack Morris made the most of that pole position berth. Flying start from Thomas Braid. He's famed for those in the number 12, but carried a little bit too much speed into the national loop and ended up white lining it right round the outside and drops down into 5th place. Could be 6th though with the 17 of Owen Spears, and they're going to go side by side over start finish. Spears does come through aboard the black livery number 17. He is up into 5th place. It looks like Joe Burrell's going to get down in there, so a difficult opening couple of laps for the number 12 of Thomas Braid. 14 from Rochdale, joining us as he does for every round, and a fantastic start. Although it did last only until the outside of the first corner.
Yeah, I think he took the lead by maybe an inch or so going into the Northern Loop, and then as I said, Mitchell, Franklin and Shields were straight up the inside, but he's actually got a place back, and that's Caitlin Frame around. Contact, it looked like, with Owen Spears, but nothing. I don't think either of them were at fault in that sense. I think Frame just snatched the brake and round she went.
Yeah, Frame went for a very late move down the inside of Spears, realised fairly quickly that the door was closing, snatched the brake and then wrapped the back end round, so Caitlin Frame drops to the back of the field, currently down now in 11th place in front of Lennon French. He's right behind in the number 2.
So despite there being a very, very close, what was it, a 10th and a half between them in qualifying, Jack Morris has put the pedal to the metal now and has gapped both Mitchell and Franklin by 1.6 seconds. We'll see what the gap is over the line, but he is flying away. Normal service resumed, I think.
Yeah, he was out testing the 43 senior pro kart yesterday with full senior spec engines on and running at full senior weight, and he was bang on the pace in the practice sessions here yesterday.
I managed to spy a bit of that, yeah, and indeed he was looking good. And that's Braid back up the inside of Spears as well through hairpin 1. We've got Franklin on the back of Mitchell out of hairpin 2. And there we go again. Oh, that was...
Joe Burrell with an industrious move to the inside of Owen Spears, forces Spears all the way out and onto the grass.
That was a little bit rude, shall we say. Elbows well and truly out.
Got to the inside there, Burrell. Not the cleanest of overtakes, and I think he'd have probably had it done anyway if he'd have just stuck to the inside. So Owen Spears, though, managed to keep his foot in. He's now right on the back once again off the 23 of Joe Burrell.
Caitlin Frame has now made her way up to 10th place.
Now on the back of Kieran Savage, he looked like he was having some issues there negotiating the chicane section. Throwing that 79 kart through the D-shaped chicane and into the right-hander of the national loop as Caitlin Frame then looks to battle back from the...
and in fact, Joe Burrell has received a contact warning for that incident coming onto the back straight out of hairpin 2 with Owen Spears.
Are you surprised, Tom?
No, not at all. Not even slightly. Well deserved, but a warning is exactly what it is. It's just a warning, and that's all it deserved. It didn't deserve a black flag, nothing like that. I don't think there's anything too malicious in it. It just, as we said, a bit of elbows out and slightly rude.
Yeah, it looks like now Bella Franklin right up on the back of Gracie Mitchell. There was a couple of kart lengths between them a few laps ago, and as Jack Morris has escaped into the distance, the battle for second heats up at half race distance. Gracie Mitchell in the green, Bella Franklin in the blue, battling it out second. Maximus Shields up into fourth place, although now it was quite a lonely one a few minutes ago. Now he's got Thomas Braid back in the mix and right behind him, so we've got two kart battles for second and then also for fourth place.
Yeah, Braid has managed to keep his speed up, it seems, from qualifying. So he had that terrible opening couple of laps, fantastic start, terrible couple of laps, and then all of a sudden he switched it on, and away he goes. And he's made his way through Spears and Burrell, and now is on the back of Maximus Shields, and probably going to be cutting through there and making his way up to the back of Mitchell and Franklin as well. So good speed from Braid at the moment.
Yeah, on the subject of these two drivers, Thomas Braid, as he does go to the inside of Max Shields into hairpin 3, gets the job done, and Thomas Braid back up into the fourth place that he started for 80% of qualifying. He was on for a second place start until right at the end when he got nudged down.
Well, that's in fact what I was just about to come on to, David, is all of the quickest laps in qualifying were set on, well, certainly for the front runners, were all set on the final lap of the race. And I'm wondering whether some tyre pressures or something like that are coming into play here, because as I said, Thomas Braid didn't have the best of starts, certainly didn't have the best of opening laps, but is now coming on form. Yeah, wondering whether the tyre pressures are slightly different, and it's taking 6 or 7 laps for them to get up to temperature.
It's a lot colder than it has been here at Teesside for this season. A lot colder, I'd probably say about 7 or 8 degrees compared to the last round. It's now the 4-kart battle for second place rather than two kart battles. Thomas Braid coming through and bringing Maximus Shields with him.
And setting the fastest lap of the race on that previous lap as well. So, yeah, up onto the back of Franklin as we thought, and bringing Shields with him. So this is going to be a good final couple of laps. I'm wondering whether Franklin is just keeping her powder dry at the moment, because she seems to be just sitting on the back of Mitchell and not really making much of a move. Whether she's able to or not, whether Mitchell is just flat out and Franklin flat out with her, I'm not too sure. We will find out as we head into the final lap.
Yeah, it might get to a point on the final lap where if Bella Franklin doesn't make a move on Gracie Mitchell, then she might find herself under an incredible amount of pressure from Thomas Braid in the 12, looking very racy, wrestling the wheel of the 12 through the D-shaped chicane and through the chicane section at the start of the circuit into hairpin 1. Thomas Braid all over the back of Bella Franklin and Gracie Mitchell. Looked like Franklin made a half attempt to go down the inside of Mitchell, although Mitchell parking the number 11 in the middle of the circuit to close the door on Bella Franklin. All of our drivers have seen the last lap board out at the front though. Jack Morris has got a 3-second gap, and so far this season, with the exception of one race, Bella Franklin though comes to the inside on the final corner. Mitchell's going to come alongside as we watch this. Morris is going to take the checkered flag, but it's going to be side by side over the line. It goes the way of Franklin with Mitchell in third, Braid in fourth, and Maximus Shields in fifth. Owen Spears managed to get back up into sixth in front of Joe Burrell with their battle. Ben Hogarth, Kieran Savage and Caitlin Frame rounding out the top 10.
I thought that was pretty classy from Franklin. I've got to say, credit where it's due. That was certainly very, very classy. Sat behind Mitchell for the entire race, saw where she was strong, where she was weak, and made that move on the final corner of the final lap and didn't give Mitchell the chance to respond.
No. Earlier in the season, she'd have made that move 3 or 4 laps earlier and then opened herself up to another attack later on. And at no point anywhere in that race did it look like Bella Franklin wanted to find her way past Gracie Mitchell until the final 100 yards before the checkered flag, and possibly when it was least expected, dive to the inside of hairpin 4 grab second place and a front row berth for heat number 2.
So here we have over the weighbridge, Jack Morris, your race winner, followed by Franklin and Mitchell. Thomas Braid came over the line in 4th place in the end. Max Shields in 5th. That is the 17 of Owen Spears. 23 of Joe Burrell, and we are about to move on to our cadets grid.
Well, Tom, cadets have arguably been the standout class here at Teesside this season, to the point where we might as well start calling them the main event, because it's where all the entertainment has been, really, in terms of at the front action, and for drivers aged between the age of 8 and 13 years old. And its current championship leader, Catherine Potter, on pole position, alongside her, Jared Fox-Whiteley. Lizzie Mentier and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson will share row 2, with Leon Barlow and Josh Cook on row 3. Ethan Girling, Tom Holden on row 4. Holden, last time out's final winner, starts in 8th, with Thomas Potter and David Mack rounding out the top 10. Addison Smith and Sophie Pawsey in 11 and 12. Jakub Trzeziak is 13th alongside Ethan Charles, Summer Wood and Alex Lynn on row number 8, with Sam Robson and Harris Ali sharing row 9. And we have Oliver Watson alongside Holly Allen, Sam Hayes and Harry Brown, 2 drivers joining us for the first time. Regulars at Hooton Park and make the trip up to Teesside will start alongside each other in 21st and 22nd, with Cody Lamb and William Howard in 23rd and 24th. 25th goes the way of Joshua Sullivan. He lines up alongside Zach Turner, with Mason Webster and James Tate rounding out 28 karts on a bumper cadet grid here at Teesside.
The grid's so big, in fact, that we've actually opened up the back half of the circuit. As you can see them lining up on the straight. Normally we would curve round the bend as you look at it on camera. But today, because the grid is so big, they're actually just going to line them up through what we call the cut through from hairpin 3.
Yeah, so many karts gridding up that the back few are going to be really through that back cut through. I think the final few are going to be
they're going to be outside the entrance gates,
yeah,
I think, at this rate.
A fairly dirty start, actually. That part of the track not used very often.
Dirty as in conditions, not as in competitiveness.
Pre-watershed, Tom. Let's not get down there.
No, I meant you know, the driving standards will be clean. I'm very, very sure. The track on that section is dirty. Yes.
Don't take this down a rabbit hole that you can't dig yourself out of.
Very much. I'm fine. I'm fine. Oh, I see you brought cake.
I have brought cake.
Oh, does that mean I don't have to buy cake at lunchtime?
Well, yes, you can have some cake. We'll share some cake.
Oh, I'm going to buy cake anyway, just to rub it in my face. Our usual cake chat, lunchtime cake chat.
Yeah, if you're interested in
riveting,
if you're interested in cake chat, you can join us as well via the live comments on both YouTube and on Facebook. Throughout the day, we'll be checking those periodically. Looks like we do have a driver with some issues, Tom. Static down at the far end of the circuit, just out of camera shot to the right-hand side. There it is. It's the 201. That's James Tate, and James is having some issues. Did have a difficult qualifying session as well, and it looks like we're just going to see if we can get James onto the back of the grid. He's currently sat on the outside of South Bank, so he is on the racing line, so we don't want to start while he's there.
So should we go through some comments while we're just awaiting? It looks like they're starting the engine, having a bit of trouble starting it. So Asher Blythe has been on, although it was a fair while ago, but Asher Blythe has been on and says, come on, Brandon. Rachel Hunt says, well done, boys. Ella McSherry, go on, with a W. Go on. Must be from just slightly north of here. We've got Ali Gaming that says, well done, Ollie. Gerard Singleton says, come on, Thomas. and Jesus says something about this place looks fantastic.
Oh, it is.
I think that's what he's meant to say.
Movement on the screen now, and it's
Here we
movement
go,
for
right.
the 201 of James Tate. The final driver looks to be in the position at the back end of the grid. Final confirmation, the green flag is down though. We are away and racing in Cadet, and it's a fantastic start from Lizzie Mentier from the third row in the 50. And the first two round the first corner of the top two in the championship. Catherine Potter and Lizzie Mentier, the lead two, are away in the 20 and the 50 respectively. And a fantastic start as well from Isabella Stansmore-Wilson in the 88. She's dropped now back down into fourth behind Jared Fox-Whiteley. The top two are away and down the back straight. Looks like all of our drivers, all 28 of them, have made their way through the first few corners, although there is a yellow out on the outside of hairpin number 1. That's the number 5, Zach Turner, spins on the outside of hairpin 2. So the pack make their way through, and that's Josh Cook and Thomas Potter battling out. Josh Cook, 6th place in qualifying, career best for him. Fantastic for Josh.
Mentier is right on the back of Potter now for the lead. Coming through the D chicane for the first time, she was right there, and it was Fox-Whiteley who actually didn't have a very good start, got hung out to dry around the northern loop for the first time as well, then managed to tuck back in and is now back in 3rd place. So has got bogged a little bit, but then made it back up again. So back to where they should really be. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson in 4th. We have Holden in 5th. Leon Barlow 6th. Thomas Potter 7th. Josh Cook 8th. David Mack is in 9th, and Ethan Gerling in 10th.
So our leaders out of hairpin number 4 and up to the start line. Lizzie Mentier right on the bumper of Catherine Potter, as that's David Mack coming through in the 16. Battling it out with Ethan Gerling over 9th place. Tom, the top two in Potter and Mentier, their championship battle sees today Lizzie Mentier needs to outscore Catherine Potter by 9 points or more to take it down to a final round decider. Catherine Potter
doing everything right at the moment.
Yes, at the moment, 1 point the difference between 1st and 2nd place in the heats. It's 50 for a win, 49 for 2nd. It's when we get down to the final where there is a big difference between the two. It's 65 for a win, 58 for 2nd, 53 for 3rd place, and then 48 for 4th. So big differences between the points when it comes down to the final. But, with our drivers starting the heat in the finishing positions of the race prior, Lizzie Mentier will want to try and get as close to Catherine Potter as she can do. They're going to come up onto the back straight, and they're going to catch up with the number 2 of Mason Webster, making his debut here at Teesside. So our lead pack with 5 remaining. Webster does superbly, moves out of the way of the leaders, allows the pack, and it's a pack of 5 now with Tom Holden coming through from the 5th row up into 5th place. And Tom, last time, Tom was right there at the end, wasn't he, to take the victory from Lizzie Mentier, snatched it right on the line in an incredible wet final here at Teesside for the Cadets.
Yeah, super exciting. It looks like the battle has certainly resumed again, with the front 5 now bringing Constantina in together, bringing Holden with them. And we've got Mentier up the inside. Mentier taking the lead at hairpin 1, and that bolts Potter so much that the 22 of Jared Fox-Whiteley is now up the inside of hairpin 2 and side by side down the straight and the inside to
and she's getting hung out to dry,
she
Tom.
Is. And is Holden going to take a look as well? He is.
Catherine Potter, race leader at hairpin 3, is now in 4th place by the time we get to... Sorry, hairpin 2 is now in 4th place by the time we get to hairpin 3.
Mentier trying to check out at the front, but Fox-Whiteley is right there as we go through the northern loop.
So that's not only thrown the cat amongst the pigeons, it's invited a fox into the party as well. It's really mixed things up. Lizzie Mentier up into 1st place, Jared Fox-Whiteley in 2nd, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson is in third, Catherine Potter fourth, Tom Holden fifth, and Stansmore Wilson, one of the youngest drivers on the grid at 8 years old, right there in the mix at the front. And the improvements there as Potter's going to come back to the inside. Tags Fox Whiteley and spins. Our championship leader as well. There's contact there with Ethan Girling. Ethan Girling's off in the 8.
Josh Cook is off the track as well, but rejoins. Carnage in the cadet class. Catherine Potter snatching the breakthrough hairpin 4. Round she goes. That takes out Josh Cook and Ethan Girling. Ethan Girling still off track as well.
Yeah, it looks like Ethan
looks
Girling.
Like a painful one as well, I think.
Yeah, he came round that corner at speed and effectively hit a stationary kart in Catherine Potter. The marshal's over there just attending to him as it is. The last lap board will greet our leader this time round. I don't think we're going to require a stoppage, Tom, with so close to the end. Looks like Ethan's still in the kart, but looks to be okay.
So Mentier still leading, with Stansmore Wilson closing in now for second place. Tom Holden has got past Jared Fox Whiteley on that lap, and Fox Whiteley has now dropped down into fourth place with all the goings on. Oh, and there's a lap traffic coming into play through hairpin 1 as well.
Catching up on the back, and as it stands, Tom, Mentier's going to pick up the win. She's got a couple of tenths out the front. And from my records, this will be a best ever result in a race here for Isabella Stansmore Wilson. If she can maintain second place, they're going to lap Zach Turner, who spun early on. And Stansmore Wilson is right on the back of Lizzie Mentier. Maybe she's not happy with second. Maybe she wants the win. They're going to come to the line, though. It's going to go the way of the 50 of Lizzie Mentier. Takes the victory by 0.07 of a second from Isabella Stansmore Wilson in second. Tom Holden in third, Thomas Potter fourth, Fox Whiteley in fifth, Leon Barlow up into a fantastic sixth, Catherine Potter in seventh, David Mack, Sophie Pawsey and Josh Cook recovering to 10th place after the incident on the way out of hairpin number 3. Fantastic race there in Cadets, and that one has really mixed things up on the points front. 6 the difference between first and 7th place in the championship battle here in Cadets. And that one, first blood, goes the way of Lizzie Mentier, closes the gap here in Cadets. Another fantastic race, Tom. And, Catherine Potter getting herself in the mix down the inside of Jared Fox Whiteley into hairpin number 4. Fox Whiteley closed the door, and the front end of Catherine Potter went to the inside. Fairly lucky, actually, that Fox Whiteley didn't go round as well on the way out there. And then with Potter facing in the wrong direction, Ethan Girling came round and effectively just came into a static kart. And pleased to see that he has been... The kart's moved from the outside of hairpin 4.
Yep, it's gone, so I'm assuming he's driven it back into the pits now. We will just check that. So we have, just while we're waiting for our next heat, which will be the Junior and Minimax grid, so just going through some comments. So once you start reading them out, you see they all start coming in. So Dan Bugard of the Boogie Bunch has been on asking what kind of cake are we talking about. Well, he says cherry bakewells or angel slices. That's what he says. Well, it smells like, or it looks like a lemon muffin that David's got here.
The smell test goes the way of lemon muffin.
But in the cafe, they have giant cake today. I saw it yesterday. It's enormous. It's vanilla and strawberry cake, and it's probably a good 1.5 feet tall. This cake, it's enormous. I'm quite looking to have a little dip into that at lunchtime and make you very jealous.
Whilst Mr. Bugard is on, congratulations are in order, of course, to Dan and his wife Ruth on the recent birth, just after the last round we had here, of their daughter Lola. So congratulations to Dan and Ruth on the birth of their daughter.
Seconded here as well. Well done, and yes.
Top work, Dan.
Yes,
Top work.
Yeah, I'm sure he did very well. But yeah, look forward to the sleepless nights and probably not seeing you at a kart track anymore because you won't have any money.
So, rolling start, the first rolling start of the day for our junior Rotax drivers. They will come round hairpin number 4 and over the start-finish line. Green flag awaits, front row of Jude Cole and Ben Ficini. Less than a tenth between them two in qualifying. Championship leader Cole on the inside. And Ben Ficini's going to try and go right down the outside, but from the second row, Sandro Ballesteros has come through in the number 19 up into second place on the debuting X-Kart, and he's gone down the inside. I thought he was going to get so much of a run that he was going to do both of them all the way. And Ben Ficini, in second place in the championship, is in the tyres on the inside of hairpin number 1, and that is going to really play into the hands of Jude Cole. The arms up as well, so he's clearly not happy with that.
No, not at all. I think he just, as we said before, just snatched the brakes ever so slightly at on the entry into hairpin 1, and round he went. Very much the same as we saw Catherine Potter do in the Cadets. So over the line for the end of lap 1, we have Jude Cole, followed by Ballesteros, followed by Buckton, Bacchini, Young, Warbank, Thompson, and then Ben Bacchini is just about to come over the line. So we have the debuting Kai Bacchini is in 4th. They're debuting at Teesside in the Rotax class anyway, Kai Bacchini, and he's running this new X-Kart, which we will go into in a few moments' time. Actually, after the senior Rotax race, we have an interview with Matty Street of X-Kart. He will tell us all about it.
3 of them running today: Sandro Ballesteros, Kai Bacchini, William Young in the 19, the 65 and the 22 respectively. Racing X-Kart debuted at Wilton Mill on Wednesday. Races for the first time here in the UK today here at Teesside Autodrome for round number 6 of the NRG Cycles Owner Series. And out at the front, Jude Cole currently has a 4/10 gap. Sandro Ballesteros in second, and Oliver Buckton in 3rd place. You might not be able to make it out, Tom, on the camera, but the white lines on the Jackie X style helmet for Oliver Buckton, those subtle white lines around the visor trim of the helmet, there you can see as he comes and turns his head slightly to the side as Sandro Ballesteros gets great drive in that 19 out of hair. 3 laps in the book. Jude Cole pulling out the gap at the front, and just really needs to keep it facing in the right direction. Jude Cole needs 184 points from a possible 215 to wrap up the Junior Rotax Championship here at Teesside this weekend. And down the back straight, had a quick look over his shoulder as looks like, Tom, we've had a change for 4th place. That's William Young in the orange helmet in front of Kai Bacchini in the Tony Kart style overalls in the orange with yellow trim, and it looks like as well Alfie Wallbank in the 64. Bacchini's gone off and very wide, and it's very bumpy out there. You certainly know about it. That's a rib rattler, and that car's gone very slowly.
I think he's got a problem. It's very slowly. Yeah, he's coming into the pits.
So something's happened there to Kai Bacchini. And to be fair, the speed he came in, the chain's still on, which is always a worry when one of these Rotax karts goes over a curve with that sort of velocity.
Something either came loose or broke on that, didn't it? Because all of a sudden he was trying to turn right and the back end was turning left.
Yeah, it didn't work out too well for him there. He sort of just went wide under his own sort of power, didn't he, coming into hairpin 3. So Kai Bacchini retires from 6th place. That'll move Bailey Thompson and Ben Bacchini up into 6th and 7th respectively of our 8 runners here in the Bambino class.
Just noticed, I think that was Cole Teal in the background of the shop there doing keepy uppies with a bottle. just in the background of the shot.
He's got half an hour until the Bambinos are back out, hasn't he? He might as well keep himself entertained.
Keeping us entertained as well. So yeah, it's Cole with a half-second lead now over Ballesteros from Buckton, and Young is now 3.9 seconds behind, so drop back a little bit, but it does look like Ballesteros and Buckton are both closing on the pole, having had that gap go out a little bit in the early part of the race. They're carrying the speed now, and as I said, Ballesteros is bringing Buckton along for the ride.
Behind them, Young and Alfie Warbank in only his second race here at Teesside, running a superb fifth, trying to close in on the back of the 22 of Young. But Sandro Ballesteros, you'll usually note that he races primarily in the junior Pro Kart class, has had the occasional outing in the junior Rotax scene here at Teesside, and having tested that kart on Wednesday, moves into a race situation here on that kart for the first time, and as we speak about it, fastest lap of the race as he goes over the line of 42.786 for Ballesteros as he tries to close the gap, and as Cole Tom had pulled out a gap of around about half a second and beyond at mid-race. Looks like something's coming to Ballesteros because he's closing the gap on the back of Jude Cole, and with 3 or 2.5 laps remaining, he must have a lot of confidence that he can get right into the mix for the win here. Yeah, absolutely. That X-Kart seems to be coming on strong towards the end of the race here, whether that's tyre pressures as we talked about with the junior Pro Karts, or whether it is something else, perhaps engine temperatures or something like that. But it's certainly got a bit of an advantage over Jude Cole. And these last few laps he's closed up now to just over 3/10 of a second behind. So he's going around a 10th of a second a lap quicker. He's going to have to find a little bit more though, because there's only 2 laps to go. He's going to have to hope on that slipstream, bringing him in even closer as he platters the curve through hairpin 2. You know, always a worry when you see these Rotax karts with the chain slightly looser than you'd normally see on either the Honda Cadets, Juniors or Senior Pro Karts, and we've seen them on a number of occasions where they've gone wide and over the curve and it just simply bounces the chain off the rear sprocket. That is an instant retirement, no drive whatsoever to the rear wheels as the last lap board greets Jude Cole, and I'm sure he'll be pleased to see that. Ben Ficini, championship protagonist, is now in 6th place, but he's still going to carry 5 points over. Looks a little bit like Ballesteros was sort of overdriving that last lap, I think. As we said, clattered the curb through hairpin 2 and then took a lot of the runoff out of hairpin 4 and down across the start-finish line. So, yeah, maybe overdriving a little bit. It cost him a 10th and a half that lap, that last lap, but he is closing in again as we come across the line. It is Jude Cole to take the win, followed by Ballesteros setting the fastest lap of the race on that last lap. So he did close in quite a bit, and it seemed once he'd settled down, he definitely did have the pace. Closed in a 10th and a half just on the final lap, with Oliver Buckton in 3rd, William Young in 4th, Alfie Warbank in 5th, and then a distant Ben Ficini after his spin earlier on in the race. Lots of thumbs up and well dones from the junior Rotax field to each other, which is good to see. Good sportsmanship amongst the young drivers. Yeah, Jude Cole once again making the most of his pole position to take the victory here at Teesside, puts himself in a fantastic position. Not only pole position for Heat 2, but claims 50 points towards his target of 184. Spoke to him earlier on and asked the very simple question of whether it was just a case of bringing it over the line to get the points he needed for the title, or whether he was just going to go all out for the win. Jude's answer: I'm going to go all out for the win. And he brings Heat 1 to himself. 2 more heats and a final for our junior Rotax drivers and for all of the classes here at Teesside. Two heats in the morning session, then we'll have a short break for lunch, all being well, and then we'll break off in the afternoon for our second heat and our finals.
Heading out for senior Rotax heat number 1, we have Andrew Collinson put it on pole position, followed by Daniel Kell. Tom Reeve in 3rd, Sam Elliott in 4th, Max Martin will be 5th, Martin Fisher will be 6th. 7th will be Max Prentice, 8th Paul Swan, 9th Lee Bell, 10th Paul Watson, 11th will be Tony Citro, 12th will be Stephen Kell, 13th Josh Redhead, 14th Rob Statham, 15th Josh Hodson, 16th will be Wayne Citro, and 17th will be Ashley Savage. I read through it very quickly because we go straight into a rolling start and they are already coming through hairpin 3.
Yeah, the back of the packs taking their time to get onto the into the mix. A couple of drivers need to catch up fairly quickly.
We've got one going very slowly through hairpin 4.
Looks like that's stationary on the inside of 4. The green flag's going to fly anyway, so the marshals have got about 40 seconds to get that cart moved before the leaders make their way round. Collinson to the inside of Daniel Kell. Tom Reeve holds on to 3rd place with, looks like, Max Martin in the 126 coming through and up into 4th. Behind him, the 59, Martin Fisher. That cart, Tom, has been moved out of the way. That looks like Stephen Kell getting helped round at hairpin number 2, and he'll drop all the way now to the back of the pack. The 33 there, that's Max Prentice. Difficult qualifying for him. Qualified right in the middle of the pack, and he's normally up the front there with Collinson and Kell. They're normally the perennial top 3. Cart on the inside with the problems is the 32 of Sam Elliott. So he should have started, Tom, in 4th place. Didn't even get to start, unfortunately, for Sam, joining us for the first time from Sheffield. And a disappointing opening race for him. Toward that number 32. So 10 laps of senior Rotax action for you, and it's already Andrew Collinson, championship leader, breaking away from the pack, pulling Daniel Kell along with him. Tom Reeve in 3rd place, in front of Max Martin and Martin Fisher. Prentice already up to 6th place, Swan following him through in 7th. Looks like Max Prentice has found a bit more speed now, Tom, from what he carried in qualifying. He's now starting to try and make his way through the pack.
Yeah, unusual for him to qualify. Well, I was going to say so far down the order, but it's actually he was mid-pack as he tried to launch it up the inside into hairpin 1, rear wheel pawing in the air as he got that much jack into the chassis. But yeah, unusual to see Max Prentice down the order as he was, but yeah, up into 6th place at the moment and hustling Martin Fisher and probably Max Martin very soon as well. Across the line we go, so it is Collinson from Kell, from Reeve, Martin Fisher, Prentice, Swan, Lee Bell. In fact, Lee Bell has taken 7th from Savage, Watson, Tony Citro, now in 10th, and Paul Swan is tumbling down the order. Haven't seen him off the circuit anywhere, but he's not showing in the pits, no, so we'll keep an eye out for the 95.
He's just pulled in, Tom, just pulled off and into the pit lane, so he did come over the start-finish line, but then peeled off into the pit lane, so Paul Swan drops down the order. So not only Swan, Hodgson as well. Ashley Savage, Tom, has come through the field from the back and down in 8th place in 79. Fantastic opening couple of laps for him.
7th for Savage.
Really coming through. He has got a lot of work to do now, though, to get up onto the back of Prentice. The gap's 3 or 4 seconds. Daniel Kell, though, is closing the gap at the front to Andrew Collinson. It's down to under 2/10 as we approach half race. Kell all over the back of Collinson. Max Prentice, his charge appears to have stopped currently at 6th place. Can't find his way through past the 59 of Martin Fisher.
Collinson banging in the fastest lap of the race on that lap, extends the gap to Kell to almost 3/10.
I'll say that Kell's had a great run round the national loop and is right on the back end going through hairpin 1 as we follow Max Prentice's efforts trying to get past both Max Martin and Martin Fisher.
So that is Prentice in the 33, the blue, white and red kart. So it's Fisher and Martin have a blue number on the timing screen that you can see. And I believe that's because they're X30, is that correct?
Max Martin definitely wins an X30. Other drivers, I'm not 100% sure. And as you know, with Max Martin, the engine's on the same side as Max Prentice, and it's on the Max Martin's car, the blue and yellow one on the inside. It's on the it's noticeably a different engine.
And the radiator
doesn't have the big
side.
Radiator, does it, on the side? No.
Right.
So Max Martin certainly running different to everybody else. Martin Fisher looks to be that looks like a HRS engine. So I would not surprised at all to see that he's running Prentice. Looks like they've managed to bring Tom Reeve into the mix as well. Reeve backed into that pack. It's now a 4-kart battle for 3rd place, rather than a 3-kart battle for 4th. So the 2 leaders still out in the front, split by less than 2 tenths. But Tom Reeve is now, for the first time in this race, coming under some pressure, and it's going to open the door for Max Prentice.
Thinks better off it and backed out, but it looks like Fisher and Martin have now swapped places, coming down the back straight.
Looked like Prentice was going to dive to the inside. Max Martin catches a little bit too much, Martin Fisher catches a little bit too much curb there, and has now dropped behind confirmation of the line. Martin Fisher in 4th, Max Martin in 5th. Max Prentice remains in 6th place.
Daniel Kelly's now right on the tail of Andrew Collinson as well, less than a tenth as they came over the line. And we've got a little concertina effect going up here, an accordion effect as Fisher backed up Martin, and that backed in turn Prentice up as well, who gets a good run out of hairpin 2. He's up the inside of South Bank, and he's going to take Max Martin here, and there he goes through at hairpin 3.
Yeah, good move by Prentice. Managed to stick it to the inside. Looked like Martin was going to try and close the door, but Prentice stuck the nose in, so he couldn't. Last lap board is out for our leaders. Still 2 tenths between the 2 of them, with Collinson just in front of Daniel Kell in the 89. Reeve holding on to 3rd place, although he has opened up a bit of a gap as those behind him battled it out in the latter half of the last lap. Half a lap though now remaining for our leaders. And it is Collinson still holding firm from Daniel Kell. Kell that seems to have a little bit more corner speed. Collinson seems to have the edge on the straights, and it will be once again the way of Andrew Collinson. Takes the checkered flag, and with it Heat 1 in senior Rotax. Tom Reeve comes through for a career best 3rd place here at Teesside, holding off Martin Fisher for 4th place. Max Prentice in 5th, with Max Martin in 6th. Ashley Savage from the back of the grid comes through to a fantastic 7th, and Paul Watson in 8th, making a return to the senior Rotax ranks after a 1-round sabbatical where he went playing in senior Pro Kart. Comes into the senior Rotax field and finishes heat number 1 in 8th place from Lee Bell and Josh Redhead, the top 10.
So I sat down earlier on with Nigel Horner of HRS Racing Engines, which was engines have actually just been pounding around the circuit. So I sat down with him earlier yesterday for a chat. So I'm with Nigel Horner. Thank you very much for joining us today. So tell us a little bit about what brings you to Teesside this weekend, why this track in particular, and what is your involvement this weekend?
Well, Teesside's my local track, so I'm basically here looking after the customers from this area and outside the area.
Okay, so how many karts have you got out this weekend, and how's practice gone today?
Well, the majority of the Rotax grid will be on my engines, so I'll be here supporting all of them. And practice has been fairly good today, yeah. Everyone seems quite happy.
Excellent stuff. So they look like they're going to be at the sharp end tomorrow. Things are looking good.
Yeah, I should think so. I think we'll be on for the wins in most of the classes, yeah.
Great stuff. So we've got the new Micromax class coming in next year. Tell us a little bit about that, a little bit about your involvement in the class, and what the plans are for 2021.
Yeah, the new Micromax, it's basically in competition with the Cadet class for the Honda and the Miami. It's a heavily restricted Junior Max engine, long life, so to keep the cost of the running down, and the engines are very equal performance. It's looking like it's going to be a good, strong class for next year. There's going to be a couple of winter series. Hopefully a round of the winter series will be here. Yeah, it's looking good.
Great stuff. So rough numbers of how many are signed up already?
I think that by all accounts, I think there's over 20 for the current series, for the winter series.
Well, that's brilliant already for a series that's just starting out with a brand new engine and everything as well. So good luck to you for your plans for next year, and good luck with the winter series as well. And thanks for taking the time to talk to us. Thanks a lot.
Well, Tom, I'm stood here with my hands on my head, and I'm going to let you explain why.
Drama on the rolling up lap for Senior Pro Kart. We're going to wait to see how this shakes out, but Dan Tate came out of the dummy grid halfway around the northern loop and, for want of a better phrase, stacked it.
Spun the back end round, didn't he? And under usual protocol, that will see him go all the way to the back of the grid, and that's why you can see on the screen our Senior Pro Kart drivers being held in position. We'll run through the grid as it is on the screen, but do expect that to change ever so slightly. So as it stands, it's Dan Tate on pole position alongside Connor Lucas, Josh Folkus and Brandon Truman Reddish on row 2, Steve Thompson and Connor White on row 3. Row 4 is shared by Rob Lowe and Scott Tate, with James Dennis and Simon Doughty rounding out the top 10, Joe Grinsell and Mark Tate on row 6. Row 7 sees Nigel Richardson line up alongside Harry Burrell. David Brown and David Brewis will share row 8, Ross Jackman and David Morton on row 9. Row 10, Brandon Jennings and Thomas Lowther, with Emma Brown, Andrew Worley and Alban Dow rounding out 23 Senior Pro Kart drivers here on the grid, and we still await the movement of the grid into position. I think we're just waiting for final confirmation as to what happened, but the front two are being turned round.
Oh.
And that too, I did see...
Was there contact?
There wasn't. I don't think there was, but I think Connor Lucas took evasive action
and ended up on the grass.
Because Dan Tate was in the wrong direction, and those two are going to discuss it as the remaining of the field. So Josh Folkus, who qualified in P3, starts in P3, but it's effectively pole position alongside Brandon Truman Reddish, with Steve Thompson and Connor White now the top 4. And that is your front row that you're looking at, and they are going to line up in 22nd and 23rd place respectively. So a maiden pole position for Daniel Tate lasted around about 50 or 60 metres of the warming up lap.
But both of them have got such terrific speed. It's now going to be a question of how far up the grid they can get by the end of Heat 1. We've seen this before. We saw Connor actually have an incident, was it 2 rounds ago in the first heat, and we're still, I believe, on pole or second place for the start of the final. So yeah, both of them have got terrific speed, so it will just be a case of how far through they can get, and it's a long day rather than this is going to shoot them massively in the foot. In fact, we've got Connor coming back through now.
So it looks like that's been redressed, and I know certainly, I saw he took evasive action. I don't think he spun round. I think he had to go across the grass.
So it was just because he took the evasive action rather than...
Yep, so Connor Tate moves back Connor Lucas moves back to the head of the field, starts though on the outside, and it is now a straight run down international. No chicane now for our senior Pro Kart drivers. A slow start from Josh Volkus off the inside. Brandon Truman Reddish from the second row comes down the inside, and Brandon Truman Reddish in the 151 leads here at Teesside. In heat number 1, goes down the inside of Connor Lucas into the national loop for the first time. Josh Volkus manages to pick the speed up though, comes back up into 3rd place. Connor White in 4th, Steve Thompson 5th. Daniel Tate in, it looks like Scott Tate, sorry, in 6th. Daniel Tate from the back of the pack has moved up.
Places already.
He's up into 17th as they go round South Bank for the first time. Connor Lucas goes right the way round the outside of Brandon Truman Reddish. Fantastic move by our championship leader in the 43, Connor Lucas, and he moves back to the head of the field. What a move by him.
Yeah, managed to go round the outside and then still chop the nose off Truman Reddish. Joe Grinsell setting our early quickest lap of the race as well in 8th place. So he's obviously had a good run through the start. We've got the 19 coming into the pit lane. That's Nigel Richardson in stereo. So Volkus now is up to 2nd place, but Connor Lucas has checked out at the front of the race with. It was only 3/10 over the line, but it's a hell of a lot more than that now. And Volkus is through into 2nd, Truman Reddish in 3rd, and that is Connor White in 4th. Steve Thompson in 5th, having that poor start behind Volkus. So Volkus just didn't get off the line, and that actually held Steve Thompson behind him. And although Volkus has managed to get through, Thompson hasn't as yet, and he's actually off the back of Connor White as it stands at the moment.
Yeah, difficult start from Josh Volkus. Wouldn't normally be so much of a problem if the chicane was in place, but decision made now to run straight down into the national loop. So he has quite a long run now for that first corner, rather than going through the chicane section, and dropped all the way down into 4th place, moved his way back up now into 2nd. Has some work to do, almost a second to try and close the gap. Connor White to the inside of Brandon Truman Reddish, gets the job done mid-corner with a partial block pass down the inside, but gets the job done cleanly. Moves up into 3rd place. Truman Reddish then down to 4th in front of Steve Thompson.
I'm keeping my eye on Daniel Tate moving back through the order as we expected him to do, and he's already up to 12th. So he's cut his way through half of the field already, and is moving swiftly onto the back of David Brown, Mark Tate and James Dennis.
Yeah, Brown makes the move to the inside actually of Mark Tate, so now Mark Tate just in front of Daniel Tate in 11th and 12th respectively. Brandon Truman Reddish staying on the back as behind them. Steve Thompson now coming under increased pressure, not only from Scott Tate but also Rob Lowe in the 64. There's a gap back to Joe Grinsell.
So as they come across the line, it's Lucas with a 0.7 of a second gap over Connor White. Sorry, over Josh Volkus, followed by Connor White, Brandon Truman Reddish, Steve Thompson, Scott Tate, Rob Lowe, Joe Grinsell, James Dennis. Dan Tate is now into the top 10, 5.3 seconds behind Connor Lucas. So he's only dropped to 2nd a lap and managed to cut his way through 13 drivers.
Yeah, fantastic from Daniel Tate. The gap at the head of the field is closing ever so slightly lap on lap, but probably not enough if they maintain as it is.
And there he goes up the inside again.
Oh, James Dennis not so thrilled with the move.
I don't know. I think that was fairly clean from Dan Tate. Actually, he just put it on the inside, and he just wasn't expecting him to be there. From Dennis, just wasn't expecting Tate to be there.
I don't think there was much wrong there, but Daniel Tate moves up into 9th. Dennis did look like he dropped behind David Brown, but looks like James Dennis managed to return the favour on the way out of that corner.
And that's Mark Tate looking pretty racy behind as well. The 3rd of this group that we're looking at, and here he goes having a look round the outside of hairpin 2. That'll be ambitious if he pulls that off.
So James Dennis currently leads the 40s class. Daniel Tate does pick up the contact warning. I can only imagine it's that move down the inside of James Dennis. Simon Doughty in the 757, your current leader.
Oh, that was Tate.
Tate round.
Again.
We just saw on the screen just a flash of helmets, and it was the brightly coloured helmet of Daniel Tate as our drivers went both left and right of the stationary number 29. And he's going to drop outside of the top 10, down from 9th will come over the line in 16th place, sandwiched between Tom Lauder and Emma Brown.
Something broke off, either the Tate car or whoever it was that hit it. Who was it that hit Tate?
Don't know, I just saw him facing round. The only thing that was breaking away probably from Dan Tate is his will to live after this first heat.
Something definitely
he's had
flew off.
absolutely everything, hasn't he? Having dropped all the way from pole position down to 23rd, moving up into the top 10 as they go 3 wide. That's Brandon Jennings in the 71, making his debut in senior pro kart, having moved up from the junior class.
That's Emma Brown and Harry Burrell as well, going side by side. So all 3 of them are side by side down the straight.
So clean driving there from, oh, we've got somebody else in the background. That's Alban Dowell doing donuts on the outside of hairpin number 3.
So Dan Tate, we're looking at him on screen. He has had what can only be described as a nightmare first heat. So dropped down to 15th now, 11.2 seconds behind Connor Lucas, who is your current leader. Half a second now is the gap to Josh Falkus with 3 laps to go. So that's coming down by a 10th per lap. Connor White and Brandon Truman Reddish still going at it for 3rd place overall. And we have the 757 of Simon Doughty up the inside of the 55 of David Brown. That's Mark Tate still 3rd in that group, hounding these 2, and we get the last lap board coming round this time, or it will be the last lap this time round. So Falkus again is closing up onto the back of Lucas, another 10th taken out of him on that last lap. We focus on this battle here for 10th place overall. That's the 55 of David Brown up the inside, well, went up the inside of Simon Doughty, but that's given Mark Tate the run now down the back straight.
Right behind them as well, that unmistakable flash of orange, blue and yellow helmet. Dan Tate is coming, and he's coming to try and get back into the top 10. He's right there now, back on the mix of the pack. He's going to come through behind David Brewis, in front of Ross Jackman.
On to the final lap of the race, and we have Falkus is right there with Connor Lucas now. Is he going to make a move into hairpin 2? No, not quite close enough. Is he going to be able to get a run down the back straight into South Bank and have a look into hairpin 3? It's possible for Falkus as battle resumes between these 2.
Yeah, I'm going to refer to this. This is the Proston Centre of Senior Pro Kart, isn't it? There's no quarter given between these 2 drivers. On this occasion, it's going to go the way of Connor Lucas after Josh Falkus made an incredibly slow start. Heat number 1 goes to Connor Lucas. Falkus in 2nd, Connor White in 3rd, Brandon Truman Reddish in 4th. Thompson, Scott Tate, Lowe, Grinsell and James Dennis are going to round out the top 9. Simon Doughty gets the clubman win in the 757. And on Tate watch, Daniel managed to get back up into 13th place. And at some point, he's probably been in. He's going to be in every place. Yeah, in every place, isn't he, throughout the day?
Yeah.
From 1st down all the way to 23rd. So he will start mid-pack for heat number 2. That's the first cycle of heats through. So 6 races down. Another 18 remaining. That one goes the way of Connor Lucas. And breaking news, Tom, from the cafe. It's chicken and beef on the Sunday dinners today with the addition of cauliflower cheese. That's Alpha Live for you, coming with all the important messages here, straight from Teesside Karting.
Yesterday I managed to sit down with David Wilson, our series sponsor from NRG Cycles, so we will go to the interview with David.
With David Wilson of NRG Cycles, thanks very much for sponsoring our event, David.
Oh, you're welcome. We're enjoying being here. We enjoy the coverage on the weekend, and it's been great for us.
So what is your actual involvement over the course of a weekend?
Mainly mechanicking for my daughter, who's in the Cadets, number 88, and that's basically what I do all weekend.
Okay, and how's practice been today?
Very, very good. She's been going well today, so fingers crossed for tomorrow for a good result.
So high hopes. Podium, possibly?
It would be nice, yeah.
Okay, great stuff. So with regards to NRG sponsoring the series, I'm interested to know what as much as what you have brought to the series itself, what has the series brought into NRG, and what's it brought to your business?
Well, I think the key to us was, one, being a local company, we wanted to try and support local sport. Myself and a colleague, Mark Mitchell, had an interest in karting ourselves. Our daughters then got involved. We enjoyed the live coverage when it was on. So we then spoke to, obviously, the track, and we're keen to try and promote the track as much as we can. And I think the live coverage is a great way of doing that. Anyone who comes from out the area, who races, they all say they've enjoyed watching the feedback and watching the racing afterwards.
Fantastic. And so has it been a benefit to the business itself? Has it brought some people through the door? And
yeah, it's brought people through the door. The main thing that we're looking at is to try and get our name out there to, I guess, to a general public outside of cycling. And somewhere like this is great. You see the number of kids running around on bikes and scooters. So it is a good environment for us.
Great stuff. Well, thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us, David. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
So David Wilson there from our series sponsors NRG Cycles, and you can check out their website at nrgcycles.co.uk for not only all your cycling needs, but also the electric scooters, which seem to be all the rage at the moment, and half the paddock seem to be going around the circuit on them before race day. Back onto the on-circuit action though. Ollie Carter, Heat 1 winner, lines up on the inside of the front row on pole position with Ellis Child alongside Cole Teal and Riley Buckton-Young share row number 2, Colby Patterson and Austin O'Man on row 3. Edward Wright and Bo Mulvaney row 4, Joey Allen and Archie Brown on row 5, and Maximus Lewis in 11th on row number 6. And, if heat number 1 was anything to go by, heat number 2 is going to be action-packed. It was an 8-kart battle for the lead in heat number 1. It went the way of Ollie Carter, but arguably the fastest driver out on circuit was Ellis Child, coming through the pack to take the battle to Carter at the front. He starts on the front row. On the outside, Bambinos will take the chicane though for the first corner, so do expect Carter to, unless he has a very, very difficult start, to maintain position and go through.
We've got Riley Buckton-Young's significant other dancing on the grid in front of us.
That was dancing, was it?
Oh, well, I believe so. It's dad dancing.
I wouldn't go that far.
It's dad dancing.
It just looked like he was just, you know, moving about a bit to keep warm. So, the grid has been cleared. The green flag is up. The green is down. We are away and racing, and it's a good start from the second row from Riley Buckton-Young. He's going to cut through at least into third place. Ellis Child with a difficult start from the front row, drops from second down into fourth place. Our leader's gone wide as well, and Cole Teal in the number 10 is going to come to the inside. There's some wheel banging. They're 3 wide into the chicane, and from fourth place in the second row, Riley Buckton-Young in the number 9 leads heat 2 Bambino.
It was the dancing. It was the dancing that did it. It sent him on his way.
Inspirational stuff from his dad Mark on the grid.
Carter's round. Child is round. Who else is round there? Who's that with the...
That's Cole Teal, is it, with the white and blue helmet. The lead 2 now are away, and it looks like Ollie Cut. That's the 24. Colby Patterson stopped on the grass on the inside. So what was a 8-kart battle in heat 1 is a 2-kart battle for the lead. And now we've got a couple of contact warnings. Bo Mulvaney, though, has taken full advantage of this from 8th place, now up to 3rd.
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't quite see what happened with the actual coming together. But yeah, 2 contact warnings, one for Carter and one for Teal, wasn't it? But it was Ellis Child who's actually had the worst of the luck there, coming through in 10th place. Bo Mulvaney, as you said, taking full advantage of it, and he's managed to get up to 3rd. So disastrous first heat for Mulvaney, but has now made his way back up to 3rd overall.
Yeah, Colby Patterson, a victim of that first lap incident, retires on the inside of hairpin number 2, and we'll start heat 3 from the back of the pack. Austin O'Man comes to the inside of Edward Rye. Rye forced to go wide round South Bank, and right in the mix on the back of them, the 46 of Maximus Lewis, who started in 11th place, is in the mix on the back of this, looks to go to the inside of Rye, seems to have found some pace from heat 1, and is right in there in heat number 2. Mulvaney has opened up a little bit of a gap as Rye comes to the inside of the 18 of Austin O'Man. Two laps in the bag, 6 remaining here for our Bambino drivers.
Mulvaney seems to be checking out a little bit from these 3 behind. There's a slight gap opening up. Whether O'Man, Rye and Lewis can keep in that slipstream and pull themselves back up to the back of Mulvaney. But Buckton Young taking full advantage of the start, 4th place, managed to get a great start and a good run through the D, put himself in the right place and then on the inside of the Northern Loop, and that was it. Away.
Yeah, absolute flyer from Buckton Young. Got into 3rd place, didn't he? Then hung it right around the outside. I think he went 3 wide through the chicane, which is almost unheard of with the how high those curbs are on the inside. Ollie Carter, though, on this last lap has taken 6/10 out of Buckton Young, closed right up on the back. But we've seen before in these Bambinos, getting up onto the back of a kart is one thing, getting past is another, with how evenly matched these karts are. We saw that in that first heat with pole sitter Mulvaney not managing to move up any further than 8th place, having dropped all the way to the back of the grid with qualifying. After qualifying on pole, had some issues on the outlap, started from the back and then couldn't get any higher than 8th.
Yeah, taking full advantage now though. 3.7 seconds off Riley Buckton Young though in the lead. So a big gap opening up now. Ollie Carter still there, hounding Buckton Young. Of course, Ollie Carter taking the Heat 1 victory as well, and with good pace.
Oh, very good pace as well, wasn't he? He was out the front and
punching a hole in the air for everybody else.
Yeah, Ellis Childs did try and close in, didn't he? And was arguably the fastest driver out on circuit, although problems in Heat 2 sees him down in 8th place.
It was 15 seconds, the gap between Buckton Young. It's now 16.1 as well. So wondering whether Child has got a problem with the kart. So 1.1 seconds off the pace of Buckton Young out front in that previous lap. So
currently running on his own out on circuit with not much round him, unfortunately, after that first incident. And
it was Archie Brown as well who I think went round on that hairpin 2 crash. Oh, and we've got 2 round at hairpin 3.
Oh, Bo Mulvaney is one of them.
And I believe Edward Rye is the other one. So there was a coming together there as we look at Buckton Young and Ollie Carter coming over the line. So that has now given 3rd place to Austin O'Man with Max Lewis in 4th. 5th is now Edward Rye. 6th is Bo Mulvaney. So they've changed order, but they both went round at hairpin 3.
Yeah, so the battle for 3rd is now the battle for 5th with those 2 drivers the opposite way round.
Cole Teal in 7th is 16.6 seconds behind, with Ellis Child now in 8th place, again at 16.7 seconds back.
They've swapped round, Tom. Cole Teal going a lot slower than he did in the first heat. I think he's got some serious problems because Ellis Childs took 4 seconds out of him in that last lap and got through.
And is driving away.
Yeah, and Ellis Childs not closing up on the lead in terms of time on screen at 16.7 seconds on the 2 leaders who are battling it out now with 2 remaining. So looks like Cole Teal might have had 1 or 2 problems. And part of the problem sometimes, Tom, we've spoken about before with these Commer engines as well, is that if the temperature rises, you sort of have to change the jets sometimes to suit as well. And a setting that worked for one race doesn't necessarily work for the next one, even if you don't touch anything, as Edward Rye sets the fastest lap of the race in 5th place. The 2 leaders, though, battling it out with a lap and a half remaining. Heat 1 winner Ollie Carter, all over the back of Riley Buckton-Young. Buckton-Young goes to the inside. Carter's going to try and go right the way round the outside of South Bank. That's a long way round there on the outside, but he's going to try and do it and try and stick in. And
oh, he did.
Ollie Carter right the way round the outside of South Bank. Fantastic move with a lap and a half remaining.
What happened to Buckton-Young? Do you think he lifted? Because all of a sudden Carter was through and now there's a gap between them as we get the last lap board. And we're looking at Edward Rye, who's really firing up towards the back of Max Lewis and Austin Oman.
Yeah,
he's closing in on them very, very quickly.
Yeah, this could become a three-kart battle, couldn't it, for third place quite quickly. Oh,
there we go. It's going to be a two-kart battle now.
Max Lewis tags the back end of Austin Oman and goes round at the national loop, and the engine's cut out as well. He's going to retire from this one. There's no marshal up that end to get him started.
Bangs
and Max
the steering
Lewis
wheel in frustration.
Is going to think he might get the engine started by somebody up there and come over the line to take the checkered flag. But Max Lewis, from what was a fantastic fourth place and battling for third, tags the back end of Austin Oman and spins out of heat number 2.
So here we have, coming round hairpin 4, Ollie Carter holding a slightly tighter line than I expected him to do. But yes, coming over the line for his second win of the day. Ollie Carter, your heat 2 winner. Riley Buckton-Young, 3/10 behind, followed by Edward Rye, who does get through into third place in the end with a good run in the last few laps, gets through and past Austin Oman, who takes fourth. Bo Mulvaney with a bit of a recovery drive up into 5th place, both a recovery drive after the Heat 1 incident and then a spin in this one as well. So he's up to 5th. Ellis Child, after the hairpin 2 spin on lap 1, takes 6th place. Maximus Lewis currently showing in 7th, but is still beached on the northern loop. So Joey Allen takes 7th. Archie Brown takes 8th. And we are just waiting for Cole Teal to come across the line. Here we go, in 9th place. So 9 finishes of 11.
Max Lewis will be credited with 10th place and will pick up the points, having completed in excess of half race distance. So he will still pick up the points for 10th place despite not coming round, although the engine is started and he's made his way via the international circuit back off and into the paddock. The recovery quad though required to pick up the 24 of Colby Patterson, who retired after the second corner of the opening lap.
Just waiting for our junior pro karts to make their way out onto circuit.
So as Colby Patterson is retrieved from the circuit, junior pro kart up in a few moments time, and they'll be once again headed by Jack Morris at the front of the field. So hopefully Colby can get that kart sorted for heat number 3 and him back out for the remainder of the day. Currently getting a complimentary ride on the vehicle recovery service, kindly provided by Teesside Karting. And that number 24 Bambino will be returned to the paddock. Junior Pro Kart on their way out in a few moments' time. As always, please do get in touch with us via the live comments section on the YouTube link. Thank you very much for joining us here at Teesside Karting for round 6 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. one more round at the end of October on the 27th, and at least one of our championships will go down to a final round decider, certainly in Senior Pro Kart. Cadets looks like it could be going that way as well as things stand, but 2 more heats and a final to go in that one. Junior Pro up next, the championship in that one already settled at round number 5 with a dominant performance once again by Jack Morris, who's won all but one race in Junior Pro Kart here at Teesside this season and starts heat number 2 on pole position. Alongside him, the number 8 of Bella Franklin. Row number 2, Gracie Mitchell and Thomas Braid in 3 and 4, with Maximus Shields and Owen Spears on row 3. Joe Burrell and Ben Hogarth share row 4 with Kieran Savage and Caitlin Frame in 9 and 10. Sebastian Pereira in 11th, he starts alongside Lennon French. And in 13th, Matthew Allen, your Junior Pro Kart grid. And, heat 1 was fantastic right the way to the end. Jack Morris went off into the distance and Bella Franklin waited until the final corner to make the move down the inside of Gracie Mitchell.
Cool as a cucumber.
Fantastic move, wasn't it? And she'll start heat number 2 from the outside of the front row. Junior Pro normally don't take too long to get themselves into position, do they, Tom? So it shouldn't be too long before we get going. Billy M has been on now, support saying let's go Lennon French. And also adds, do Wheelchair Nathan proud. We'll speak a little bit later on, Tom, about Wheelchair Nathan. We'll reserve 5 minutes before the next, I think maybe after Senior Pro Kart heat number 2, and we'll, as they grid up, we'll have a few moments. In fact, we'll probably have enough time at the start of Cadets with how many of them. So at the end of Junior Pro Kart, we'll have a short discussion about Wheelchair Nathan.
Have a moment of silence for the fallen ankle of Wheelchair Nathan.
I think, and his fallen cart as well.
Yes, definitely for the fallen cart.
So, start line marshal makes his way to the head of the field. The green flag is in hand. The green is up. The green is down. We're away and racing for heat number 2. It's another fantastic start by Thomas Braid. Is he going to go all the way around the outside? No, he decides this time to find the brakes and duck into position 2. But once again, what a start from Thomas Braid.
Whoa, Franklin taking a lot of curb over the S's as well. And that's going to concertina up. Mitchell braking early. That's Shields in 4th place on the road, and that held Franklin back again. So not the best of start from second
Owen
place.
Spears from out of nowhere down the inside of Max Shields, down that back straight. And Owen Spears in the number 17 dives to the inside, and Bella Franklin.
Whoa, round she goes!
Under her own steam as well. No contact from anybody, just gets on the brakes down the inside of Max Shields. And from second place in a front row berth, she'll come over the line in 13th.
So from being cool as a cucumber, as I called her on the grid in heat 1, has let the frustration of a poor start get the better of her and hit the S's on lap 1 and spun herself around in hairpin 4 and is now at the back of the field.
Tom Butterworth with the commentator's curse here in heat number 2, Junior Pro Kart. Out at the head of the field though, Jack Morris leads by 3/10 from the fast starting Thomas Braid, and Braid's going with him in this one. He's broken away from Gracie Mitchell, Max Shields and Owen Spears. Spears goes to the inside of Max Shields, a move that Franklin tried on the last lap. Max Shields though, the youngest driver on the Junior Pro Kart grid, didn't look like he was going to back out of that one, kept his foot in, but Owen Spears carried so much speed out of hairpin number 4. And from 6th place, he's already up into 4th.
So it's Morris from Braid, Mitchell, Spears, Shields, Burrell, Hogarth, French, Frame and Savage, your top 10. Franklin, 8.1 seconds now behind Jack Morris after those exploits in the first couple of laps, or first lap at least. And yeah, 6/10 off the back of Matthew Allen in 12th. As we look at Shields now having a good look on the inside of Owen Spears, who was a little bit too far back. But Thomas Braid showing good speed now from what was essentially a poor couple of laps in Heat 1, and then finally found some speed towards the end of Heat 1, clawed his way back through the field again, and he's now showing legitimate pace in second place, only 6/10 off the back of the flying Jack Morris, who has led every lap so far today, and has only been in second place for about 2 meters or so, while Thomas Braid got a flyer in Heat 1.
Thomas Braid, from round number 2, when we restarted racing post-lockdown, has become famed for his flying starts. Just gets the power down, the clutches engage, and just as the action calms down for a few corners, which was Lennon French and Ben Hogarth argue it out. Caitlin Frame down the inside of Hogarth, up and over the curb. There's contact between the two of them. Hogarth goes off and into the tyres. Frame gets it going in the right direction. Looks like Hogarth's going to go as well. They're all back on circuit and facing in the right direction, but Caitlin Frame went for a gap down the inside, bounced over the curbs, and just as I said, things were quietening down out on circuit. Once again, the commentator's curse gets involved, and 2 drivers find their way off. It's 1-1 on commentator's curse between me and you, Tom.
We're going to have to start a tally chart, aren't we, at this rate? And Max Shields having another good look at the inside of Owen Spears going into hairpin 3. Again backs out of it at the last moment, and both of them make it through unscathed.
I was going to start explaining the intricacies of a Honda clutch to go into the details of Tom Braid's start, but everything kicked off, so I didn't get round to it.
As I say, I think I'm going to nickname him Barnstorming Braid at the start of these races. He's flying, and that's Max Shields again putting his nose up the inside of Owen Spears and backing out of it. I think this is going to be a when rather than if he's going to come through here. Or let's keep our eye on it. Spears has managed to get a bit of a gap out of the hairpin 2.
I did think when Spears went through, I thought he was going to go off into the distance and attack Mitchell, but Max Shields, to his credit, and we did pick up this in the last round, didn't we, Tom, as he got awarded the most improved driver of the day. Since moving up from Cadet, Max Shields has been right on the pace there towards the sharp end of Junior Pro Kart. For the youngest driver on this Junior Pro Kart grid, doing phenomenal, keeping pace with Owen Spears, who raced here in the 24-hour race in the higher kart class and was one of the fastest drivers out there in that as well. And Max Shields now right on the back of Owen Spears, down the back straight, with 3.5 laps remaining round the South Bank loop. Yeah. As I was going to discuss before, Tom, the Honda clutch is basically, it's a drum with a cog on the outside of it. Inside, around the central spindle, are 2 shoes with grooves on it and springs, and as the clutch spins, the springs expand, they attach onto the clutch drum, and Tom Braid is obviously making the most of that, the engagement. As soon as the power goes down, those springs expand, don't they, and grip, and Tom Braid is having some fantastic starts with that. Still less than half a second off the back of Jack Morris, keeping the 2020 champion honest at the head of the field.
That's the biggest improvement from it, certainly in this round, has been Thomas Braid's overall pace, and Max Shields is through now on Owen Spears, and that is bringing Joe Burrell with them as well. Morris pumps in the fastest lap of the race. Clearly he's got the message that Thomas Braid is there. He might have had a look behind him and seen the under half a second. So he's banged in the fastest lap of the race, and yeah, Thomas Braid, what I was saying was his pace improvement from the last round to this round has been quite staggering, really. He's right there, as I said, only half a second off the lead of Jack Morris. Gracie Mitchell, perennial front runner, is 3.5 seconds off the back here.
Yeah, we're going to come round and take the last lap board. The gap on the screen says half a second. I think it's probably a lot closer than that. If that's half a second, I'll take my shoe off and eat it. They're going to come over the line.
Fastest lap of the race for Braid.
I nervously wait to see whether it's under half a second. 56.5 for Braid, though, fastest lap of the race. They came over the line. It's 3.5 tenths, and the shoe gets to stay on.
Your shoes are safe, but here we are. Braid is looking very racy as well. He's eyeing up the win here.
back straight, then half a lap for Thomas Braid to try and make a move on Jack Morris. Goes to the, try and go to the inside. No, he's going to try and make the most of the line on the way out, see if he can get the run. No move to the inside of 4. Looks like it's going to go the way of Morris. Braid, though, will start the heat number 2 from the front row, and I'm sure, Tom, that he's going to be incredibly happy with second place. Jack Morris takes the win. Braid goes second, but having starting on the front row and how fast he can start, expect to see him move straight to the head of the field if he gets anything like the starts he's got in heats 1 and 2. Gracie Mitchell picks up P3, Max Shields in 4, Owen Spears in 5th, with Joe Burrell, Lennon French, Bella Franklin, Kieran Savage and Sebastian Pereira at the top 10. Then we've got Caitlin Frame, Matthew Allen and Ben Hogarth, your 13 runners. So as our junior Pro Kart drivers go round, I'm going to return to what we were speaking about at the start of this race, just before the cadets come out, and give some context to what we were talking about with Wheelchair Nathan. There's a young driver from north of the border in Scotland, Ethan Mitchell, who had a fairly terrible accident, and I think that probably underplays the extent of the accident earlier in the month that he had in a Pro Kart race. Not only did it write off the front end of the kart, it also wrote off his ankle as well. And, that's in a couple of pieces, but Ethan is watching us here at Teesside this weekend. We wish him all the very best and a speedy recovery, not only to him but to his kart as well. And also thank you very much to the medical team that took time to sort Ethan out. That's where Wheelchair Nathan comes from, because apparently in the pain the paramedic thought that he was called Nathan, and now everybody's calling him Nathan as well. So all the very best to Wheelchair Nathan or Ethan Mitchell, whichever you prefer today. Back to the on-track action now. Junior Pro Kart going over the weighbridge. Out in the background, though, you can see the bumper grid of 28 cadet drivers, and we'll be back in a few moments to run through the grid.
So your pole position for Cadet Heat 2 will be Lizzie Mentier taking a win in Heat 1, followed by Isabella Stansmore-Wilson in second. Third is Tom Holding. Fourth will be Thomas Potter. Fifth, Jared Fox-Whiteley. And sixth, Leon Barlow. Seventh will be Catherine Potter. Eighth, David Mack. Ninth, Sophie Pawsey. 10th, Josh Cook. 11th, Jakob Treziak. 12th will be Addison Smith. 13th, Ethan Charles. 14th, Alex Lynn. 15th, Sam Robson. 16th, Harris Ali. 17th, Holly Allen. And 18th, Harry Brown. 19th, William Howard. 20th, Sam Hayes. 21st, Summer Wood. 22nd, Oliver Watson. 23rd, Cody Lamb. 24th, Josh Sullivan. 25th, James Tate. 26th, Zach Turner. 27th, Ethan Gerling. And 28th is Mason Webster. Already lining up at the front of the grid. We have our top 10 or 12 karts are already in position. So not quite the delay that we had with heat number 1. Although we do have somebody round at the back. That's the 95 of Holly Allen, facing the wrong way, so not sure whether she will be allowed to take up her grid position or not. We will wait to see.
Both Holly and Cody Lamb came out of the dummy grid very, very late in comparison to the rest of the grid, although as we take a while to get everybody into position at the back with the 28 kart grid, it doesn't make too much of a difference, although I think both of those went round on the way out as well, so that might promote the 8 of Ethan Gerling a little bit further forward, although Lamb is going to move into his position. And they're going to go forward into their position. Ethan Gerling there in the number 8, retired from the opening heat of the day, having come into contact with the very stationary Catherine Potter on the halfway round hairpin number 4.
But looked to be in a bit of pain, so good to see Ethan back on the grid for heat number 2.
Final few drivers seem to be making their way into position, and the makeshift gate being made in the barriers will be closed. Start line marshals having to put a jog in this time, Tom, to get all the way to the front of the grid. He's pretty much ran from South Bank to get this one started, so I think
he's getting his step count in, David.
Oh, he'll be thankful when the green goes. He'll get a rest, won't he? There he is, making his way into position, green flag in hand. The green is up, the engine notes are going to rise. The green is down, we're away in racing. It's a good start from pole position by Lizzie Mentier. It's also a good start from Tom Holden from the second row, but Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, is she going to hold on to second place? No, Holden gets the nose in to the inside, so Holden up to second. Thomas Potter's up to third from the fourth row, with Jared Fox-Whiteley in there as well in fourth place.
Yeah, it seemed that that Holden just stuck the nose in there on Stansmore-Wilson, and a little bit of contact, but yeah, and through he went.
Yeah, so Lizzie Mentier out at the head of the field. Following her is Tom Holden, the two drivers that fought it out for the win last time. It went the way of Holden by 0.114 of a second as Jared Fox-Whiteley tries to make a late move down the inside of front row starter Stansmore-Wilson. Can't get it done, and Tom Holden comes through in second place after a fantastic start from the second row for him. So it's Mentier, Holden, Stansmore-Wilson, Fox-Whiteley and Potter the top 5. David Mack, Leon Barlow, Catherine Potter, and then Sophie Pawsey and Josh Cook, the top 10. Then we've got Jakob Trzeziak in 11, Addison Smith 12, Alex Lynn, Ethan Charles and Ethan Girling already up into 15th place from the back of the grid where he started down in 28. So great start for Ethan. That's Leon Barlow. Tom, normally he's got a bright red livery on, which we've waxed lyrical about before, having the bright red and yellow. That one's been traded in for a yellow and dark blue livery this time.
He's gone all corporate on us.
New sponsor, new colours.
Same wheels, same helmet though, which helps us a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, stands out, doesn't he? David Mack just in front of him in that bright orange helmet aboard the number 16. Mack leaves the door open, invites Leon Barlow down the inside. And Catherine Potter as well on the back there. She's down in 8th place, having started in 7th. She's going to get... Oh! Mack and Barlow come together. The door is opened once again then. And it's Catherine Potter through from 8th place into 6th. That looked like it could have been nasty if that one had gone all the way around in the middle of a fast part of the circuit.
Well held by Barlow in the end.
David Mack's gone wide once again, Tom. That number 16's handling like a pig on roller skates, isn't it? Just can't seem to get it stopped and turned in.
Good speed down the straight, though.
Yeah, fantastic. He's just
managed to get
struggling
back in
at
front.
the corners, isn't he? Barlow goes wide this time and opens the door for the number 3 of Josh Cook. Barlow, though, is going to come straight back to the inside.
That's the old Troy Bayliss move, isn't it?
Barlow, he can get that stop, can't he? That number 42 just gets on the brakes and it just stops on a sixpence, doesn't it? Just allows him to turn it in.
That's caused a bit of a gap back to Josh Cook now in the 3. With Sophie Pawsey in the 77th now right on the back. That's Leon Barlow again, looking at David Mack, and again trying to do the cutback. And the gap at the front is closing up, so Holden is closed up to the back of Mentier, and it's brought with him Stansmore-Wilson and Jared Fox-Whiteley as well. So this is now becoming a 4-way battle at the front of the field. It looks like Stansmore-Wilson is going to have a look. There's a back marker in the way as well. I'm not sure who that was, but a slow-moving car out on circuit, and yeah, that sort of has now created a gap again for Mentier, who took full advantage of that.
Yeah, Mentier managed to negotiate the back marker and opens up a gap of around about 4 or 5 kart lengths from Holden, Stansmore-Wilson and Fox-Whiteley. Behind them, it's the two Potters, Thomas and Catherine in 5th and 6th. As Holden has a look over the shoulder at Stansmore Wilson. Between the two of them, if they keep pushing, they're just going to catch back onto the back of Mentier again, punching a hole through the air. The three of them working together to close the gap on the leader.
Exactly what they need to do at this point in the race as well. There's no point in fighting, especially with the pace that Mentier's got when she is out on her own.
3 or 2.5 laps remaining now as they go out onto the back straight. Mentier leads from Holden. Fox Whiteley's come through, hasn't he, in front of Lizzie Mentier in the mix there. Sorry, not in front of Stansmore Wilson, so Fox Whiteley up to third, Stansmore Wilson down into fourth place. That's broken the gap though, and now it's just a two-kart battle for the lead unless the two behind can close up with 2 remaining. And once again, as it was in the final of the last round, it's Lizzie Mentier and Tom Holden. And Tom Holden, fantastic in the wet last time, proving it was no fluke. Doing it again here in the dry conditions at round number 6 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series here at Teesside Karting.
We've got Catherine Potter is now overtaking Thomas Potter as well for 5th place, with Leon Barlow 7th, Josh Cook 8th, Sophie Pawsey 9th, and David Mack is now at 10th place. So he's dropped back a little bit in that pack.
Yeah, battling early for the first part of the race between Leon Barlow and David Mack. The last lap board will await Lizzie Mentier as she comes round this time. Tom Holden in 2nd place. Hasn't really made a move yet to overtake the leader. So it's Mentier out in front. She's got 45, 46 seconds to try and hold on at the head of the field. Behind them, Fox Whiteley, Stansmore Wilson, then Catherine Potter now in front of Thomas, who sets a personal best with Barlow in 7th place. He's broken away from the pack that was behind him.
Fox Whiteley's right there now as well. It's up the inside, goes Holden, takes the lead. Mentier immediately cuts back and she's on the inside coming into South Bank. Has she got the momentum?
Holden's got he's got the momentum, hasn't he? But Fox Whiteley pushes Lizzie Mentier through on the inside. They work together and Tom Holden is going to drop all the way down to 3rd place. Jared Fox, he's going to come back to the inside, is he, of Jared Fox Whiteley. Lizzie Mentier, though, is going to come over the line. Fox Whiteley behind with Tom Holden. Slots in and it's a straight line. Fox Whiteley's very happy with that 2nd place. Lizzie Mentier, though, picks up another victory from Jared Fox Whiteley and Tom Holden. Stansmore Wilson, Catherine Potter, then Thomas Potter, the top 6. Leon Barlow, Josh Cook, David Mack and Sophie Pawsey. A fantastic 10th for her. And if I was Lizzie Mentier, Tom, I'd be seeking Jared Fox Whiteley out in the paddock and having a quiet thank you there, because it looked like Tom Holden had the speed down the back straight until Jared Fox Whiteley moved to the inside, and the 2 karts punching the hole instead of one made all the difference for Lizzie Mentier to come through and take the victory for the 2nd time today.
Absolutely, and we waited a long time for Lizzie to get her first heat win. And like buses, they're all coming at once now, aren't they? She's certainly found a rhythm here.
Jared Fox Whiteley, he's still punching the air, and he's done a slow down lap. Incredibly happy with that one as they come up and over the weighbridge. Let's see if any of them do that famed dab that you talk about, Tom, and then I can go and admonish their parents shortly afterwards. You're all for it. I don't stand for that sort of behaviour.
I like a thumbs up, I like a dab, I like a finger guns, whatever they want to do. There we go. Thank you, Leon. As I flip my page over. Sorry about the the noise of that. It came the loudest piece of paper in the entire world, I think. But we await our junior Rotax and mini Rotax to head out onto their rolling up lap. And it looks like we've got a few spots of rain in the air as well. Certainly spitting. So your junior mini Rotax heat 2. Pole position Jude Cole. Second place will be Alessandro Ballesteros. Third, Oliver Buckton. Fourth, William Young. Fifth, Alfie Warbank. Sixth, Ben Faccini. Seventh will be Bailey Thompson, and eighth will be Kai Bacchini. But this is certainly going to be interesting because it is raining and those drivers will not have had any time at all to even contemplate putting wets on. But you can see raindrops on the camera lens, and all of these karts will be on a full dry setup and slick tyres.
I've been outside. My bald head also confirms precipitation.
We're always the first to feel it, aren't we?
Yes, minimal coverage up top. We'll call ourselves the B team. That can be the best or bald, Tom, whichever you want to go with.
Baldilocks and the three hairs.
So,
In
rolling
the commentary box.
rolling start for our juniors. There is some moisture in the air. The green flag flies though when they go down to the first corner. Let's see who's going to be brave when it comes to slick tyres on a wet track at the first corner. That's the 64. That's Warbank getting a little bit of curb on the inside, and it's bumper cars as Ben Faccini comes through from the back of the pack. Really started in sixth, up to third already.
Made the most of everybody going sort of straight on through the northern loop. So there they found out what the grip levels were really like. And Faccini managing to come out on top of that one.
Yeah, great move for him. Sandro Ballesteros from the front row is down in fourth place. So out at the head of the field, Jude Cole, champion-elect.
We have seen this from Cole before, though, haven't we? Where he's kind of checked out in mixed conditions, and we've seen him at the back of the senior grid and just fire his way straight through the field. And he ended up, I think, was it third or fourth in one of the heats at a previous round?
He's won an outright mixed grid race here at Teesside.
In mixed conditions.
In mixed conditions, albeit on wet tyres. Just managed to get himself out at the front. A great result for him. He's out at the front, and on this occasion, it's Oliver Buckton, the O-Plate winner from the December round, taking the challenge to Jude Cole. Ben Faccini behind them, and right in the mix there now. That's Alfie Warbank, who was right in there in the first corner, bouncing around between a number of other karts, currently in fifth place, behind Sandro Ballesteros and William Young, with Kai Bacchini and Bailey Thompson. Bailey Thompson right on the back there as well, shown great improvement in the last couple of rounds that he's been here at Teesside.
Lap times coming down as well, so either the rain has stayed away for the time being and the track has dried back out, or we're about to get a sudden deluge, but lap times are coming down again now, so it looks like the slick tyres are starting to switch on in these conditions.
Yeah, tyre temperatures up and a little bit increased in grip. We saw earlier in the lap William Young there on the back of this pack in sixth place, going over the curbs quite a lot in the chicane section, currently battling out with the 65 of Kai Bacchini. Bacchini making his debut here at Teesside. Certainly not his debut in karting, very experienced, currently running in sixth place, coming under pressure from Young as the drivers bounce around this very twisty and technical circuit here at Teesside Autodrome. Round 6 of 7 here at Teesside in the NRG Cycles Owners Sprint Series. Out at the head of the field, Jude Cole looking to cement his place as the champion of this class. Needs 184 points, but he's coming under a lot of pressure at the front from Oliver Buckton. Buckton's closing the gap up, and it's be interesting to see now how defensive Cole goes, knowing that he needs the points. He doesn't need the win, he just wants the points.
Buckton got it all crossed up coming through the D chicane, and lost a little bit of time to Jude Cole, but was side by side coming out of hairpin 3.
I think it's raining again, a lot harder than it was, because Cole's just understeered massively into hairpin 1. And this is the difficulty for these drivers on slicks, is every corner is going to be different on every lap they come to.
It's all about feel now, all about being gentle with the controls and trying not to be overly aggressive and cause a spin. But yeah, Jude Cole, well, you can see doing almost the opposite, but it doesn't seem to be doing any harm as he wrestles the kart around. But Buckton is back on his tail again. So Buckton seems to be making the better of these conditions at the moment.
Yeah, just really needs the points, doesn't he? Jude Cole doesn't want to need to defend this too much. Point difference between first and second place in a heat is only 1 point, so doesn't really need to get himself into trouble, just really needs to finish this race, whether it be in first or second place. Goes wide into the south bank. We are just beyond half race distance here in heat number 2 for Junior Rotax, and he sees Oliver Buckton closing in down the southern part of the circuit.
Well, you say there's only 1 point between first and second place for the heat. But do you think Jude Cole's going to think like that?
Not one bit.
Exactly. You know how racing drivers think.
It's not in his makeup at all.
Everybody wants to win at all times. You don't even think about backing off, not for a second.
There is a race driver mentality, and it's either let's just do it sensibly or win it or bin it. And Jude Cole pretty much lives by win it or bin it. And speaking of that, somebody has actually binned it, Tom. It looks like Bailey Thompson is off at hairpin 1 on the outside and into the tyres. That kart's not going anywhere, is it? Looks like we've got a thumbs up though, and he's going to be moved. And he's rolling back out onto the circuit.
Ben Ficini banging in the fastest lap of the race on that last lap with a 43.1. So he was a 10th quicker than Oliver Buckton on that last lap, but the gap is still 1.9 seconds, or as near as, from Cole back to Ficini.
So Ben Ficini did manage to break through from 6th place and now runs up in 3rd, and it's a fairly comfortable 3rd as well. The action is with the battle for 4th place, with Sandro Ballesteros, Alfie Wallbank and Kai Bacchini behind them as well. William Young, so it's a 4-kart battle for 4th place. Our leaders have just come through an over start line, 2 laps remaining, 3.5 seconds between the top 2. Sandro Ballesteros holds firm in 4th place, although does run wide round the loop at the top of the circuit. Manages to get back into position though before the chicane section. Does seem greasy out there on the circuit. Probably not enough for wets though, Tom, with the seniors coming up in a few moments. I don't know if any of them are going to take a chance and put the wets on, but looks certainly dry enough at the moment for dries, as Ballesteros takes a defensive line, opens the door up for Wallbank, which also opens the door up for Kai Bacchini, but he's been balked on the way out, and Alfie Wallbank and William Young has taken full advantage. Come through into 6th place. Bacchini down now into 7th through very little fault of his own, actually. Got balked by Alfie Wallbank on the way out of the corner as Wallbank tried to get past Ballesteros, so victim of circumstance really there, Bacchini, but drops down into 7th place. Leaders though making their way round South Bank for the final time. The gap's increased as Bacchini gets back down the inside of William Young with a great move into South Bank, and will defend that comfortably into hairpin 3. Out of the final corner though, and for the second time today, the checkered flag flies for Jude Cole to win Junior Rotax heat number 2 from Oliver Buckton, with Ben Ficini, Sandro Ballesteros and Alfie Wallbank the top 5. Another notch for Jude Cole towards his championship charge, finishing in 1st place.
So what do you think for Senior Rotax then, David? Do you think there's some thumbs in the air, some licked thumbs in the air, trying to guess what's going to be happening with this weather? Have they? I doubt they've even got time to change them now, have they?
No, I think they're going to have to go. It's going to be a race what you've brought sort of thing. Can't see anybody having enough time. Even if they had time to put the wets on, the setup's still going to be for dry, isn't it? So it's not going to be the usual wet setup of throw everything as far out as possible. It's I certainly don't think it's wet enough. There's certainly no standing water. It's just a little bit of moisture in the air, isn't it? Just,
yeah, the spots of rain on the window have dried up as well.
There's just that little bit of uncertainty, though, isn't there, from the drivers, the mentality of going into the corner and not quite knowing what's happening.
Yesterday we managed to have a quick chat with Matty Street as well regarding the new X-Kart, and he's going to take us through it now.
I'm here with Matty Street. Matty, welcome to Teesside. You brought along with you today a brand new kart chassis, the X-Kart. Tell us a little bit about it, what's happened, and I understand that this is also the first ever race meeting for this chassis, so tell us all about it.
Yeah, that's right. So the X-Kart is based on an Italian chassis, TB kart. They arrived in the UK from Italy on Sunday. They had the first shakedown test at Wilton Mill on Wednesday, and now they're here racing this weekend.
And how do you think the guys are going to get on with it? Are they? We're out in practice today, but are the guys enjoying it?
Yeah, definitely. We're having some great feedback from the chassis. It's well balanced. We're learning on setup every single session. Some of the lads have raced here previously on different chassis are setting PBs today on the lap times, which is really good considering how cold it is. We've got a couple of new drivers here as well who are doing great.
Great stuff. So strong hopes for the weekend. Is that how we think the guys are going to go? You're going to be right up at the front with this one?
Well, I don't want to jinx it, but I hope so.
Great stuff. Thanks very much, Matty. Great to talk to you.
So Andrew Collinson got the memo. We're having a roll around for the senior Rotax, which allows us enough time to get the interview in and to run through the grid. So it's Andrew Collinson and Daniel Kell sharing the front row. Tom Reed, Martin Fisher on row number 2 with Max Prentice and Max Martin on row 3. Row 4 sees Ashley Savage line up alongside Paul Watson with Lee Bell and Josh Redhead in 9 and 10. Tony Citro and Stephen Kell will share row 6. Rob Stathan and Paul Swan on row 8. Josh Hodgson, Sam Elliott and Wayne Citro, the final 3 drivers on the grid. All three of those not completing heat number 1, but all of them back out and racing. The green flag is up. We await this time. The green is down, we're away and racing, and it's a great start from the outside of the front row from Daniel Kell in the 89, and he goes right round the outside of championship leader Collinson and into the lead of heat number 2.
Whoa, we've got 2 of them over the S's as well. Airborne, is that one of the Kells?
Stephen Kell is round. Paul Swan was one of the karts that was up in the air as well. He's had a difficult start to the heat. Had some issues coming out of pits as well. Looks like Josh Redhead goes through round South Bank down the inside and then runs out of grip. Manages to catch that slide though before the back end overtakes the front. Out at the front now, it's the other Kell, it's Daniel leading the way with a fastest lap from Andrew Collinson. Max Prentice up from 5th place, already up into 3rd. Great start for him, with Max Martin and Martin Fish at the top 5. Sam Elliott coming through from the back row of the grid. There he is in the Alonso colours on his kart, red suit, yellow helmet, up into 6th place already.
It was Sam Elliott who had the issue in heat number 1, wasn't it? It didn't even make it out of hairpin 3 on the rolling up lap.
No, difficult start to the day to him as well, but now flying in heat number 2, up into 6th place already. Trying to close the gap to Martin Fisher in front of him, but out at the front, Daniel Kell has pulled a gap from Andrew Collinson. And Andrew Collinson is another one of those drivers, Tom, that doesn't need the win, he just needs the points to secure the championship here today at Teesside. Overall needs 192 from a possible 215, and he opened the day with a maximum 50 points from heat number 1. Certainly up there, battling out with Kell, driver that is still in the mix for the championship, as is Max Prentice in 3rd place, but Andrew Collinson's just about had the edge on both of those drivers this season. And there will be a new name on the trophy for senior Rotax after last year's champion Andy Ambrose hasn't competed here this season. So it'll be a new name on the senior Rotax mantle. It looks like it's going to go the way of Collinson, but until the fat lady sings, it's certainly not a foregone conclusion. That's Martin and Fisher battling it out down the back straight, 1x30 versus a Rotax.
Yeah, so we've got at the front of the grid, front of the field, we've got Kell and Collinson in the reverse of what was heat 1. So Collinson pressuring Kell, but Kell actually seems to have the speed at the moment. Just pulled another 10th on Collinson, so found a way through and is starting to pull away at the front and do what he couldn't do in Heat 1.
Yeah, the gap is edging out, isn't it, from Callum? That just looks like Collinson's going to ride shotgun for a few laps. As we mentioned, doesn't need necessarily to pick up the win, just needs to pick up the points.
No more rain on the window, but it does look slippy out there, doesn't it? It looks very greasy.
Yeah, we saw earlier, didn't we, Josh Redhead going round South Bank and just running out of grip halfway round. And did manage to catch the slide. Certainly seems greasy. The additional power, obviously, with these Rotax karts, naturally they want to slip and slide around a lot more than the somewhat grippier because of the additional weight in the senior pro karts, which are up in a few moments' time. Certainly a lot more sliding around from the Rotaxes as Martin Fisher gets a great drive out of hairpin 2.
Different tyres as well between the Pro Karts and the Rotax as well. These have, believe it or not, actually got a lot more grip on them as well as the lightweight. It's a much softer tyre than the Bridgestone that they run in the senior Pro Karts.
That segues me into the fact that I saw in the week that Bridgestone are pulling out of the kart tyre market.
Yes, well, I think we should have a little bit of a discussion about this later on. But yeah, it's going to be a case of what they...
From as far back as I can remember, Pro Karts have run on a Bridgestone YDS tyre.
And is it 2022?
Looks like, yeah, from the end of 2022, it looks like the Pro Karts, well, Bridgestone are pulling out of the kart tyre market. And looks like we're now to do a bit of research and find out what the optimum tyre for the Pro Kart is.
Well, that's going to be the next question, isn't it? Is what do they run instead? Oh, as we had a change of the lead as well, because Collinson has got through on Kell.
How dare he interrupt our interesting tyre chat.
But yes, well done to Andrew Collinson there, going past Kell and is now gapping already Dan Kell. So maybe, speaking of tyres, perhaps it was just the pressures were waiting to come up. Perhaps Kell has got the higher pressures, got that heat into the tyres early doors with Collinson going for a pressure drop and going the other way, and those pressures have now equalised, and Collinson's got the pace.
Looks like Collinson could have played the long game with that one, couldn't he? And he's now at the head of the field with Daniel Kell in second place.
Of course, for our newer viewers, we should say as well that these are completely open setups, so it's entirely up to you what you do with your, in terms of your width, your tyre pressures and gear. Well, not gearing. The gearing's fixed, isn't it? But
not entirely sure in senior Rotax. I don't think that's open as well. It's certainly fixed in. It's fixed in all the in the Pro Kart classes. I believe, with the exception of seniors, they can run open as well. Juniors and cadets, they're certainly fixed. Bambino are fixed throughout everything. Through a national format, so they're all the same with an 82 sprocket on the rear. But
yes,
senior Rotax look to be open. They're going to come up now to a back marker. Looks like they're going to catch Josh Hodgson down the back straight. Hodgson maintains his line to the outside as the two leaders come through and down the inside.
Good awareness from Hodgson there to not turn in on Dan Kell.
So final corner, looked like Kell might have been thinking about a move down the inside, but no can do. And Andrew Collinson, for the second time today, takes the checkered flag, wins in the senior class here for our two-stroke drivers from Daniel Kell and Max Prentice. Martin Fisher and Max Martin, the top five. Sam Elliott's early rise through the pack stops at 6th place, and that's where he finishes to take the checkered flag. Tom Reeve drops from 3rd down into 7th at the end, with Paul Swan, Lee Bell and Tony Citro looking to round out the top 10, although we do await Bell and Citro over the line. There they come through. One more race, Tom, for the morning session before we break for around about half an hour for our lunch break.
Shall we continue tyre chat then while we're awaiting Senior Pro Kart?
Why not? There's enough of them, it takes a while to grid up, so let's talk rubber.
So what are the options then, David? What do you think we could run instead, potentially? I know it's a long way away, and there's 2 years for a new tyre developer to to come in and try and match what Bridgestone already produced. But what are the options there at the moment?
Well, the thing to look at really, it's not a case where you look at the Rotax and they're running the Mojo tyres where it's all about grip. And then you look at Cadets as well, where it's all about just giving them that enough for them to learn. Senior Pro Kart especially, it's about longevity, and you can run in most classes where you can run a used set of tyres and not be a million miles off the pace. And at some circuits, using used rubber is a little bit better than using brand new ones, just because of how weathered in the circuit is.
I've seen a set of Bridgestone YDS tyres do an entire 24-hour race on one set of tyres. That's the longevity of them.
Yeah, and you could, if you were to give that some sort of context, if you were to put the Rotax tyre, for example, over the top onto a Senior Pro Kart chassis, it probably would only last 3 or 4 hours before the tyre was down to its canvas.
So we will run you through the grid quickly before returning to try and chat while they grid up. So Connor Lucas, Josh Falkus, Connor White, Brandon Truman Reddish, Steve Thompson and Scott Tate are your top 6, followed by Rob Lowe, Joe Grinsell, James Dennis, Simon Doughty, Mark Tate, David Brown in 12th. The recovering Daniel Tate in 13th, David Brewis in 14th, Ross Jackman 15th, Thomas Lowther in 16th, Harry Burrell and Brandon Jennings. Emma Brown, David Morton, Andrew Worley, Alban Dowell and Nigel Richardson are your full grid.
Yeah, Nigel Richardson we saw pull off and retire from the first heat of the day, so he'll come through from the back of the pack. And,
perhaps we'll save, they look to be gridding up fairly quickly here, so we'll save tyre chat for later in the day, I think. But yeah, it's certainly something that's on the menu, and it's going to be at the forefront of a lot of people's minds.
That will bring all of the viewers back in the afternoon, knowing we're going to have another interesting chat about tyres. No, most of them won't even go away for their lunch. They'll sit through the half-an-hour break just waiting for us to return.
In a state of cat-like
readiness. Of course. They'll be on Google, Googling kart tyres.
Lovely plant pots.
They do make fantastic plant pots.
They make ones they use.
I've got 2 out the front of my house that Catherine Potter made through her page, Retired by Catherine. So check that out on Facebook. But yeah, I've got a pink one and a purple one. Retired.
Yes.
By Catherine. Google that one. Type that one into your Facebook search bar. I've got 2 lovely planters outside the front of my house, courtesy of one of our cadet drivers. Back to the Senior Pro Kart action though. All of them are now into position. Start line marshal makes his way to the head of the field. Connor Lucas on the inside. Josh Falkus on the outside. The green drops. Josh Falkus makes a much better start this time, but it's not enough to stop Connor White coming through from the second row and into second place. Steve Thompson as well has come through, but he's then gone wide. Round the national loop, he's dropped all the way back down to 5th behind Falkus and Brandon Truman Reddish. And now Josh Falkus has got a little bit of work to do. As the yellow flag is out, there's a number of karts round. James Dennis is one of them. Ross Jackman another. And Tom Lowther also looks like he's rolling into retirement. So 3 karts having problems. There's Tom Lowther coming through. That front end looks very bent. The nose cone looks like it's almost under the front right tyre. Looks like he's going to come through and into retirement, unfortunately, for Tom Lowther.
Falkus has just taken second place through hairpin 4. Steve Thompson is side by side with Brandon Truman Reddish, it looks like, and it looks like Truman Reddish got the better of that one. So your front 10 after lap 1 is Connor Lucas from Josh Falkus, Connor White, Brandon Truman Reddish, Steve Thompson, Scott Tate, Rob Lowe, Joe Grinsell, Simon Doughty and Mark Tate in 10th place. Dan Tate has recovered and made up 2 places. He's up to 11th place after the excitement of Heat 1.
Tom Lowther does indeed roll into retirement, into the pit lane. And, fortunate for him.
Connor White was hounding the back of Josh Falkus into hairpin 3, but then carried so much speed into it that it balked him on the way out, and Falkus has managed to pull away a little bit and pull 4/10 in fact on Connor White.
Brandon Truman Reddish then now trying to get into the back of Connor White aboard the 7 kart in the number 151 there with the bright orange helmet with the white on it. Behind him another orange helmet of Steve Thompson in 5th place. And Brandon Truman Reddish, Tom, I would describe him in the best way as a massive anomaly, because if he qualifies well and puts it in the top 5, he'll run in the top 5 quite comfortably and look like he belongs there. The problem is that some days he'll qualify 12th and he'll run 12th and look like he belongs there.
Right, I'm with you.
And yeah, if he can get the qualifying right and just honestly just get it in there, and he did today, he got it into 4th place, he's right in the mix there now, and there's no reason why he can't press on in this, and there's a chance of a podium there for Brandon Truman Reddish in the 151.
Yeah, it's. Do you think it's to do with setup? Do you think it's just one day he's got the right setup for the right conditions, and then another day it goes by the wayside, but he keeps that same setup, or is it just that he goes the wrong way? Or
I've no idea, but it is all solely down to qualifying, and we've seen before here at Teesside how difficult it is to get a clean lap in when you're running with 24, 25 karts or so in the Cadet and in the Senior Pro Kart class. Just getting a clear lap in, and then getting with people that are going to help to tow you round as well. And Brandon Truman Reddish certainly maximising his qualifying, hasn't been outside of the top 4 or 5 all day thus far, and is right on the back of Connor White in 3rd place. Josh Folkers has broken away from this battle by around about 7/10, but still is 1.5 seconds from the race leader and early pace setter Connor Lucas.
And in Tate news, Dan Tate is just going up the inside in South Bank for 8th place, it looks like, on Joe Grinsell, and in fact has taken that position. So Dan Tate is now making his way back through the grid for the 2nd time today and is up to 8th place.
Yeah, I don't think there's been a driver that's worked harder so far today than Dan Tate.
After putting it on pole in qualifying as well.
If you weren't here for heat number 1, Daniel Tate qualified on pole position, spun coming out of the dummy grid at the chicane section, started the race from right at the back in 23rd, moved up into the top 10 before having a 2nd spin at hairpin number 3, and then managed to finish the race in around about 12th or 13th. Currently now running inside the top 8 and chasing down Rob Lowe. Does have 1.5 seconds though to close that gap up. Only 4.5 laps remaining before as they come over the line. It's Connor Lucas though clear by 1.6 seconds. The gap closes very slightly by Josh Folkers, but probably by not enough that Connor's worried just yet. And this championship battle, Tom, between Connor Lucas and Josh Folkers has swung every which way this season. Last year, Connor had the clear measure of everybody in this field, winning the opening 20 races. This year, though, Josh Folkers has more than kept him honest, with the exception of round 1, where Connor won all 4 races. 4 races since, Josh has outscored Connor in 3 of those 4 rounds. Leads the championship currently by 11 points from Connor Lucas, although we do have a drop round provision here at Teesside. It's 5 from 7, so drivers drop their 2 lowest scores. The gap does close again ever so slightly. It's only by another 10th though, and with 2.5 laps remaining, unless something goes catastrophically wrong for Connor Lucas, it's going to be 2 from 2 for the driver of the number 43.
Yeah, it was just a shame that Folkers couldn't seem to get off the line in both the heats so far. It's cost him. I think that's been the difference as well.
Yeah, really struggling. Probably might want to go and borrow Tom Braid's clutches.
Yes, that's not a bad shout, is it? He's been flying off the grid in Junior Pro Kart. But the gap is coming down, so Folkers has definitely got the pace. He just needs to be able to get off the line a bit better.
Yeah, 1.4 seconds now, just under, for between the top 2. Battle for 3rd place, though, is where the action is at on circuit, as Brandon Truman Reddish slides the 151 around, trying to get past Connor White in the number 52. Last lap board will await the leaders this time round.
So Dan Tate is now 1.2 seconds off the back of Rob Lowe as well. I think he's going to have to wait until the next heat to try and make his way a bit further back up the field. But as we said, he was our pole sitter, the fastest driver on circuit in qualifying. So we'll hope that Heat 3 goes the same way that Heat 2 has gone, and he can move his way back up the order and take a good position for the final.
Yeah, the 3 karts in front of them, headed by Scott Tate with Steve Thompson and Rob Lowe in front, aren't really trying too much to overtake each other, which isn't allowing Daniel Tate to close right up. He'll probably be there or thereabouts at the end of the race, but won't have enough time to make a move. Our race leader, though, is already entering hairpin number 4 as we concentrate now on the battle for 3rd place. Out of the final corner, though, the checkered flag waits, and it awaits for the 43. Once again, it's Connor Lucas taking the checkers from Josh Volkers. Connor White holds on with a personal best over the line from Brandon Truman Reddish. Scott Tate in 5th, Steve Thompson in 6th with Rob Lowe, Daniel Tate, David Brown and Simon Dougherty. Our clubman winner rounding out the top 10. Mark Tate takes the spoils in the 40s class in 11th.
And I am going to do my best Brundle impression and disappear right before the end of this and get ourselves sorted for lunchtime, and we will be back with cake news very shortly.
Yeah, cake update in around about half an hour's time, so go and grab some dinner, and then please do join us back here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Thank you very much for joining us for the morning session. If the afternoon is anything like the morning, it's going to be action-packed once again. So thank you very much for joining us here for round number 6 of the NRG Cycles Owners Sprint Series. We'll be back in just under half an hour's time. Hello and welcome back to round 6 of the NRG Cycles Owners Sprint Series. I am David Sullivan, alongside me Tom Butterworth. We
Hello.
are rate round heat number 3 here for our Bambinos, and it will be double race winner Ollie Carter on pole position alongside Riley Buckton-Young, Edward Wright, Austin O'Man, Bo Mulvaney and Ellis Child in the top 6. In 7th we have Joey Allen alongside Archie Brown, Cole Teal and Maximus Lewis, and then Colby Patterson, who retired from Heat 2 in 11th. Tom, how was the cake at lunchtime?
Beautiful. I've just finished it off about 2 minutes ago.
Did you go for the big stacked?
I did. I went for the giant strawberry and vanilla, and it had like a jelly strawberry on the top of it as well, like a gummy kind of strawberry. It was beautiful. So I don't know whether they're bought in or whether they actually make them in the calf, but either way, praise be, because it was delicious. I even sent a picture onto significant others. It was that good. But it looks like we're ready to go.
Yep.
Family members, not others in that respect. Family members. Oh, we're away.
Yeah. Cake out, racing in as Riley Buckton-Young makes a cracking start from 2nd place, cuts right across the track behind Ollie Carter, and then through into the inside of the national loop and into the lead aboard the number 9. So Riley Buckton-Young once again into the lead. Can he hold it on? He held it for 80% of the race last time before Ollie Carter made a move. Bo Mulvaney up from the 3rd row into 3rd place, goes slightly wide, opens the door for Edward Rye in the 66. So Rye comes to the inside. Mulvaney's going to close the door. Austin O'Man in the 18 is going to try and hold it and stick it right the way round the outside of South Bank. It's a long way round up there though. Edward Rye is going to come back to the inside. Austin O'Man's going to try and go round the outside of 3 as well. Great move by the 18 of Austin O'Man up into 4th place.
A little bit more ambition, and he could have taken Mulvaney there for 3rd, I think. Carried that much more speed. And Ellis Child is moving back up through the field again.
Cole Teal as well behind Tom. That's in the 10, just behind in the white, blue and yellow.
Had the issue in Heat 2, didn't he? And yeah, Ellis Child coming back through after a poor Heat 2, but carried great speed in Heat 1 and was probably the fastest driver out there for Heat 1. Edward Rye, who was so quick at the end of Heat 2. Whoa, there we go. That was very, very ambitious.
Cole Teal goes down the inside, takes a huge chunk of curb, and also takes Ellis Child with him.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to see some form of contact one there for Cole Teal. Not the finest overtaking move that he'll ever do in his career, but these young drivers here in the learning and proving ground of Bambino racing, the youngest drivers on show here at Teesside today, aged 5 to 8 years old, learning their racecraft. And that one will be an addition to the learning curve, I'd imagine, for Cole Teal.
Yeah, that was a shame actually for Ellis Child as well, because he was looking pretty good again to work his way back through, so he'll have to do it all again in the final. Currently 9.3 seconds off the lead now.
Yeah, Riley Buckton-Young though is opening a gap out, Tom, at the front of 1.6 seconds at the moment.
And looking good for it as well.
And,
nice lines.
yeah, going well down the back straight. Ollie Carter in a few moments might end up in a battle with Austin O'Man and Bo Mulvaney if O'Man and Mulvaney can stop battling with each other and just try and close up on the back of Carter. But Mulvaney and O'Man don't seem to want to do that. There's no quarter given at the moment between those two, as Mulvaney runs the wide line right on the outside, keeps up the pace, and they are now both on the back of Ollie Carter. We are half race distance as they go. We're not actually, because Buckton-Young had already gone through, so next time round we will be at half race distance.
So flying through the 3rd heat of the Bambino class, as we look at Ollie Carter and Austin O'Man in the battle for 2nd. So O'Man now cuts it tighter and out of hairpin 1, and then tries to do the same out of hairpin 2, but slides the rear end, almost spins out, manages to hold it, and that's given Bo Mulvaney a run. So instead of overtaking Ollie Carter for second, almost got overtaken for third place by Mulvaney. Edward Rye still in 6th place, just off the back of these three. Oh, and in fact, that's Cole Teal, I think, has made his way back through. Yes, in fact, he has, coming across the line. I can see them. So that's Cole Teal, and then Edward Rye, followed by Colby Patterson, who had the unfortunate mechanical in the last heat.
Looks like Maximus Lewis in the 46. He's pulled off into the pit lane, and he's having a very difficult day of things so far. You know, he had a fairly successful practice day yesterday, knocking seconds off his personal best lap time, but having a more difficult day here on the Sunday race day here at Teesside for round 6 of the NRG Cycle Owner Sprint Series. One more round remaining in October on the 27th. All of our championships will come to a culmination. Bambino will go down to a final round decider, as will Senior Pro Kart at the very least. The junior and senior two-stroke look like they are going the way of Jude Cole and Andrew Collinson respectively, as Austin Oman comes to the inside of Ollie Carter. Carter's going to run him all the way to the inside of the track there. Ollie Carter doesn't want to give up that second place, does he? But 2.5 seconds down the road with 3 laps remaining is Riley Buckton Young.
Different league in this heat.
Yeah, and to the best of my knowledge, Tom, I don't think he's picked up a heat win here at Teesside. And this will be, could be a maiden victory here at Teesside for Riley Buckton Young, and I'm sure it will be a popular one as well for a driver who has always been there or thereabouts in the mix. In the July round, he was at the front of the pack going into the last couple of laps and got reeled in the end in one of the heats, or potentially a final there that day. I can't quite remember, but out at the front at the minute, he is currently in a class of 1 with Carter, Oman, Mulvaney, and now Rye, Teal and Patterson coming off the back of the grid.
I was just going to point that out, actually, because Rye had a good run towards the end of Heat 2, and he's found some real pace again at the end of Heat 3, and has closed up on these 3 very quickly. And he's brought with him Cole Teal and Colby Patterson as well. So this is now a 6-kart battle for second place.
2 laps remaining then in the final Bambino heat, just the final to come after this one. Ollie Carter currently in second place. If he stays in second, will more than likely start the final from pole position, having taken 2 wins in the second. That will give him sufficient points for pole position in the final, but he's still got to finish second first, and there are 5 karts behind him trying to take that second place away from him. One of them is Austin Oman, who's going to try and go right round the outside of South Bank. The whole of the pack, though, Tom, are closing in
and Rye's having
Riley
a look up the
Buckton
inside.
Young in front. Move to the inside. Cole Teal's gone down the inside of
taken
Mulvaney.
2 in 1 corner.
Mulvaney then has gone wide. He's dropped 2 places behind Edward Rye as well.
Good move from
The
Cole
whole
Teal
of the pack, though, Tom, just check out that time at the top. It was 2.3 seconds. It's down now. That's the fastest lap by Ollie Carter.
Bo Mulvaney's got a problem, actually. It looks like he's coming into the pits. That's a shame for Mulvaney. Yep, just dropping out now. That's a real shame.
Tom, 1 second Ollie Carter and the chasing pack took out of Riley Buckton Young in that last lap. And now we have got half a lap for Riley Buckton Young in the number 9 to hold on, and the chasing pack have closed in, and they've closed in no end. It was 2.3 seconds 2 laps ago. It's 1.3 seconds now. They go down the back straight, and both Ollie Carter and Austin Oman are closing in on the back of the number 9 of Riley Buckton Young. Buckton Young's going to go to the inside to defend. Carter's going to try and run all the way round the outside, which has been a successful move for him before. He's got to make sure he doesn't leave the door open for Austin Oman. Out of the final corner, though, Riley Buckton Young's going to come through. Can Carter do anything about it? The checkered flag waves, and for the first time it goes the way of Riley Buckton Young, on the line by 0.034 of a second. What a race from the Bambinos. Carter and Oman reeling in Buckton Young with 2 laps to go. couldn't get the job quite done. They came over the line side by side, but what a fantastic result for Riley Buckton-Young. Picks up the win in Bambino Heat 3 from Ollie Carter, who will start the final from pole position. Austin Oman, a fantastic third, and the top three, nothing between them. And Riley Buckton-Young in the number 9, absolutely ecstatic with that one.
So what do you think the cause of the ebb and flow is then, David? Because we saw Riley Buckton-Young so fast in the early part, and then pace just dropped right off. Edward Rye at the end of the last heat was slower, and then found a lot of pace at the end of the race. Is it just these Comer engines?
I'm not quite sure. I was speaking to Mark, Riley's dad, at the end of Heat 2, and there was a lot of speed difference between Heat 1 and 2 in that number 9 kart, and he said he'd done absolutely nothing to it between the two heats. No, it's just the Comer anomaly, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just so odd, isn't it? There can be such a difference between the two heats in terms of complete and total speed, not just even between the two heats, but also during the heat. So heat 2, we had essentially a slow start followed by a fast finish for Edward Rye. So we're just looking at our junior pro karts heading out onto the grid. And apologies if you heard David dying in the corner during this thing.
It's just a cold, Tom. You can't tell people I'm dying in the corner in the current climate. It's just a cold.
So we have Jack Morris on pole for your Junior Pro Kart Heat 3 with the extremely fast starting Thomas Braid in second. Gracie Mitchell in third, Max Shields in fourth, Owen Spears in fifth, and Joe Burrell in sixth. On the fourth row is Lennon French and Bella Franklin. Kieran Savage and Sebastian Pereira round out the top 10, with Caitlin Frame and Matthew Allen 11th and 12th. 13th is Ben Hogarth, and we are just starting to grid them up as well. So it's going to be fantastic to see what Thomas Braid can do off the line. He's been extremely quick all day, and excuse me moving my chair in if you can hear that, but yeah, he's been extremely quick off the line all day. So we'll see what he can do today. He briefly led for about 3 or 4 meters in Heat 1. So we'll see what Jack Morris has got in response.
So Tom stood up for prime Junior Pro Kart viewing out the window of the start down into the national loop. Final few drivers rolling into position. Caitlin Frame and Ben Hogarth on the inside line. Those two drivers came together in heat number 2 in quite spectacular fashion over the curb on the inside that you can see there just to the right of the 68 of Hogarth, and resulted Hogarth going off into the tyres on the outside. Frame 2 spun round, but both of them got going to take the checkered flag. The grid is in position. The marshal makes his way to the head of the field. Morris on the inside of the front row, Thomas Braid alongside with Mitchell and Shields behind. The green's down, and as expected, Thomas Braid has had an absolute flyer from the outside of the front row. He goes right round the outside, and Thomas Braid leads Junior Pro Kart Heat 3 from Jack Morris. Max Shields as well from the outside with a great start from 4th, is up into 3rd place from Gracie Mitchell, with Owen Spears and Bella Franklin already up into 6th place.
Thomas Braid, ignition, launch, off he goes. Absolute rocket ship. Yeah, we've seen it all day. We saw it all the previous round as well last month, and yeah, off he goes. So as we said, what has Jack Morris got in response at the moment? Not much. He's tucking in behind Thomas Braid.
Yeah, he's got to figure out now. He's got to try and remember how to overtake someone, Tom. He's been out the front for so long in Junior Pro Kart. Now he's got some work to do, and he's right on the rear bumper of Thomas Braid as they go through. Braid goes slightly wide. Jack Morris comes to the inside. The yellow flags are out, and they're out for Caitlin Frame, who's gone off at the chicane section. She's back on the track, though. The yellow's in, and we are under full green again and racing. Thomas Braid remains out at the head of the field from Jack Morris and Max Shields. And it looks like Owen Spears has moved up in front of Gracie Mitchell in 4th place. So the top 3 have broken away. The top 2 are nose to tail, and Max Shields is right there as well in 3rd place. And Braid is holding firm, driving superbly, keeping Jack Morris behind. And Max Shields as well is going to be right up on the back of these two in around about half a lap's time, unless Morris can find a way through. He tried a move here on the last lap, trying to dive down the inside. Braid's kept it a lot tighter this time, a lot cleaner aboard the number 12, and Jack Morris still can't find a way through. He remains in 2nd place, and Max Shields, you see there, catching him in the background, right on the back of the lead duo.
Yeah, Braid did well through the northern loop. They learned from the previous lap where he got a little tap from Jack Morris, just reminding him that he's there. And Morris now sweeping to the inside into South Bank. Clean as you like through there from Morris, and just got the overspeed coming out of hairpin 2, and just worked his way through nicely. Very clean.
Yeah, fantastic move by Jack Morris. Got a lot of speed down the back straight and had the move done really before the entry into South Bank. So it took 3 laps, but Jack Morris back to the head of the field with Thomas Braid and Max Shields now the top 3, and they've got a clear gap of around a second before there's a train of 5 carts headed by Owen Spears.
We saw the pressures for Braid come up as well in the previous heat, and he had a good pace towards the end of the race as well. So it'll be interesting to see whether Braid starts closing back in on Jack Morris and is able to make a move. So we have Bella Franklin there up the inside of hairpin 2 on Joe Burrell, but couldn't quite get that completed fully over the curves.
And Lennon French behind there in the number 2, who joins us from Dundee in Scotland, has been ever present in the championship since we resumed racing post-lockdown.
Having to drive back to Glasgow myself, I can tell you that Dundee is a long way from Teesside. A long way.
See, anywhere beyond Hadrian's Wall, my geography just goes up there.
And that's Mitchell through on Spears. She's taken, where is it, 4th place now, sorry about that. She's taken 4th place on Spears. Up the inside of hairpin 2, and Joe Burrell is now dropping back ever so slightly from these two under increasing pressure from Franklin and the aforementioned French.
Looks like Spears is going to try and get a bit of a cutback there on Gracie Mitchell. Mitchell, though, manages to stave that one off. So as Owen Spears now pushes Gracie Mitchell up and over the line. We are half race distance. Joe Burrell goes slightly wide through the loop at the top of the circuit. Doesn't manage to allow Bella Franklin to get through, as Franklin, though, will dive to the inside of hairpin number 2, gets down the inside. They're going to run side by side. Burrell right on the line at the bottom end of the circuit, and Lennon French takes full advantage of that door being opened, goes through as well, and Joe Burrell will drop from 6th down into 8th place at the expense of both Franklin and French.
Lennon French with a contact warning there as well. Was that for the, do you think that was for the South Bank?
Yeah, I think
with Joe Burrell?
It looks like Franklin had gone through fairly cleanly, and then Burrell had obviously turned in, unaware that French was on the inside. And, that's why Burrell went very, very wide, didn't he, round South Bank corner. Now,
yeah, sort of washed away from him a little bit. So Jack Morris is still being kept very, very honest by Thomas Braid and Maximus Shields. Tom Braid, we're thinking he, if it's anything like the previous heat, that his pressures will come up and his pace will only get faster and faster throughout this race. So with coming up on 3 laps to go as they cross the line this time, he's keeping Jack Morris in very, very close order, and he's bringing Max Shields with him. So I'm hoping for the excitement stakes that we can, that Thomas Braid can get up the inside of Jack Morris, and we can have a 3-kart fight for the lead here. Yeah. And is that spots of rain on the window again? Or am I imagining things?
And I think that's just your hopes and dreams, isn't it, Tom? Just to mix things up even
Looks
further,
a bit
is
spotty
to
on our window.
change the weather conditions, but it's still Morris, Braid and Shields. As Shields goes to the inside of Thomas Braid, they're going to go side by side on the way out of hairpin 4. Braid's probably going to defend and keep the line through the right-hander before they get to the D chicane. He does.
And crucially, that's given half a second to Jack Morris. Just that one move has given half a second to our race leader.
So yeah, lap and a half remaining now for Jack Morris. He'll be welcomed by the last lap board. And Max Shields, not content with third, goes for second place here in Heat 3. And in any case, it looks like Thomas Braid might just snatch a front row start for the final. At worst case scenario, it's going to be row 2 if he starts where he is, and
which means he'll lead into the Northern Loop.
Which means he's going to be there or thereabouts, isn't he, when it gets to the start?
And a good showing from Braid at this round. He had the speed towards the end of the last round, and yeah, he's carried that momentum through, which is great to see. Both Morris and Braid putting in their personal best laps of the race on that lap, but the gap is out to 0.8 of a second now. I think that slipstream that was being provided by Morris has just been broken ever so slightly, and it's meaning that Braid is dropping back now into the clutches of Max Shield, who has already had one attempt at an overtake. Is he going to have another one here into hairpin 3?
Let's have a quick look. It's more likely, I think, to come into hairpin 4, and I think we'll see Braid defend very heavily to the inside. He's parked the kart in the middle rather than going all the way out onto the outside. The checkered flag, though, is in the air, and it's 3 from 3 in the heats for Jack Morris, Thomas Braid and Max Shields. A fantastic top 3 with Gracie Mitchell in 4th. Bella Franklin on the last lap got past Owen Spears down the back straight and into the South Bank loop for 5th. So Spears ends up in 6th. Joe Burrell, Lennon French, Sebastian Pereira and Kieran Savage, the top 10. Ben Hogarth, Caitlin Frame and Matthew Allen, the 13 junior Pro Kart runners. Thank you very much, as always, for joining us, either here with your significant others at the circuit, but more likely at home on watching us on the YouTube channel, Alpha Life Productions. Thank you very much, as always, for joining us. Please do get in touch via the live chat. Whilst you're getting in touch via the live chat as well, give the stream a like, because so far the racing today certainly, I think, deserves one. And if motorsport is your thing, not just karting but circuit racing as well, do feel free to subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel. There are plenty of karting and circuit racing action coming up before the end of the year with the condensed motorsport calendar here in the United Kingdom, and you will also be able to catch up there with also the British Championships as well as circuit racing from the likes of Silverstone and Donington Park before the end of the season. So please do give the page a subscribe.
And here we are with cadets for Heat 3. So they will head out on their rolling up lap. We will try to bring you a grid momentarily. And here we are. So pole position for Lizzie Mentier. 2nd, Jared Fox-Whiteley. 3rd, Tom Holden. 4th, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. 5th is Catherine Potter. And 6th is Thomas Potter. Barlow in 7th, Cook in 8th, David Mack in 9th, Porsey in 10th, Ethan Charles in 11th, and Lynn in 12th. They're followed by Gerling, Robson, Watson, Treziak, Ali and Brown. 19th will be Sam Hayes, followed by Addison Smith, Summerwood, Josh Sullivan, William Howard and Holly Allen. And then rounding out the grid will be Turner, Lamb, Webster, and we have a do not start for James Tate, or is that from the previous heat?
Previous heat, yeah, I believe. So we'll keep an eye out. I believe the 201 of James Tate is there. Just having a quick look at the comments on the live stream. Support coming in for a number of our cadet drivers before this race. Caleb Lawson Donachie's been on. Wishing good luck to Sophie Pawsey. She starts in P10, having finished there in heat number 2. Lee Manfredi's also been on Say Come On Harry Brown. Love from Mum and Lee. And, Harry, one of the drivers, joining us from the Hooton Park circuit alongside Sam Hayes, making their debuts here at Teesside on this bumper grid of 28 cadet karts. We are around about half of them lined up, and there's the front sitters impatiently wait, looking over their shoulder.
I've just been looking at Thomas Potter having a sign language conversation with the three of Josh Cook behind him, trying to work out some kind of semaphore of team tactics, I think, or something going on there. But
is it go forward and at the end of the track turn right?
I think it was more I'm going to go and you're going to push me. That was the gist of it anyway.
Teamwork.
They're going to have to contend with a few others around them, though, I think. Nothing ever goes to plan, and certainly not in cadet racing either.
No, it's a long run as well now down into the right-hander at the end of the National, with the cadets not taking the chicane, which also has become a fixture for junior pro kart and senior pro kart at this round. And I think it's certainly made for a cleaner opening lap in a lot of the classes, and the cadets have run that format for the whole of this season. It's been certainly been a lot cleaner. Rather than the whole field concertinaing through the chicane section just off the start line as all the karts come together. Final few on the grid, though, are rolling into position. Looks like number 1 of Sam Hayes has had some problems, because he's going to roll in right at the back of the 28 kart grid. Start line marshal has the green in hand. It's up, it's down, and we are away and racing in heat number 3. Tom Holden's made a good start from the second row, and he's going to get to the inside of Jared Fox-Whiteley, but it's your pole sitter Lizzie Mentier who leads round the national loop and through the chicanes as all the karts sort themselves out into single file through the chicane section. Let's see whether it's just as successful at hairpin number 1 as 28 karts stand on the brakes for the left-hander before hooking back into the right. Looks like everybody's got through cleanly, with the exception of the 71 of Tresiak. Helped round by another kart and spins back down towards the bottom end of the field, and is now down in 27th as Josh Cook and David Mack go side by side round South Bank.
I was watching the Potters during the coming out of hairpin 2 and down the back straight. They were side by side and going at it hammer and tongs.
So no quarter given by either of the Potters. Catherine Potter, though, makes a fantastic start up from P6 off the grid and up into 4th place. And is right on the back of Jared Fox-Whiteley. Then there's a gap back to the 88 of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, who picks up an opening lap contact warning. And then it's Thomas Potter and a charging Leon Barlow aboard that number 42, doing his new sticker kit justice. He's been fantastic so far today, including holding a sideways moment for around about 30 metres down the back straight in Heat 2 as he came in contact with David Mack. And those two karts are now 7th and 8th on circuit, although there's around about half a second between the two of them. The front 4 at the moment, though, have broken away, and as they come up and over the start line, we're 2 laps in, 1/4 race distance, and it's Mentier from Holden, Fox-Whiteley and Potter the top 4. Then there's a gap back to Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Thomas Potter and Leon Barlow have all got a fairly even gap between them. But the battle at the front now sees Tom Holden go to the inside of Lizzie Mentier. And for the first time today, Holden's going to lead here in the cadet class. They're going to go 3 wide, though, down the back straight. Fox-Whiteley's gone to the inside, and Lizzie Mentier's lost 2 places in 2 corners, having been hung out to dry down the inside, with Tom Holden taking advantage and moving up into the lead. Fox-Whiteley goes to the inside, though, of Holden. They're going to double back. Fox-Whiteley's going to go wide, and him and Holden are going to go side by side, as are Mentier and Potter in behind. It all sorts itself out, though, into the chicane. And this now has played right into the hands of the 88 of Stansmore-Wilson. She is up, and she's in 5th place and right on the back of the pack.
I'd just like to give a shout out to Ethan Gerling. While all this has been going on, he's made his way up to 9th place on the road as well. So great recovery drive from Gerling so far. Starting at the back of the previous heat, and is well inside the top 10 and showing good pace as well.
Yeah, good for him. And it's like Fox Whiteley there with the customary helmet tap of, I think we should all stay in a nice, gentle line and not try and overtake each other.
While I'm leading.
While he's leading. Ruined straight away by Lizzie Mentia, diving to the inside of Tom Holden. And so Lizzie Mentia back up into second place, but Fox Whiteley sets the fastest lap of the race. Mentia and Potter both set personal bests. It's now a 5-kart battle as Isabella Stansmore-Wilson moves right onto the back of the pack aboard the number 88, and it won't be too long if they keep battling it out before Thomas Potter and Leon Barlow are in there, and it's going to be a 7-kart battle for the lead, 3.5 remaining.
Yeah, fantastic cadet action as usual from this grid. So close, we've seen it throughout the year that they just, you can't pick a winner. It's just whoever is the best on that particular heat.
Yeah, just throw a number board up in the air, and whatever comes down on top's going to win. It can be one of any 3, 4, 5, 6 drivers at times here in the cadet class at Teesside, running at the head of the field. Big mix as well, Tom, in age. You've got Catherine Potter there in the 20, the oldest driver on the cadet grid in her final season in cadets at 13. Behind her, the number 88 of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, the second youngest driver on the grid at only 8 years old, battling it out here for cadet glory as the number 13 of Joshua Sullivan picks up a contact warning with 2.5 laps remaining.
I was going to say, you can see the height difference between the two drivers as Potter is in front of Stansmore-Wilson. I know there's a big gap in age, but you can see the size difference just of the two drivers.
Last couple of rounds as well, Stansmore-Wilson's come on leaps and bounds. She's always been there or thereabouts in the top 10, but is now running right on the back of the lead pack, battling it out with 4 drivers in front of her that have all had multiple race victories in this cadet class, and she's putting herself right in the mix, not only for this race, but also going forward into subsequent seasons here at Teesside. Plenty of time for her to continue the cadet racing. Drivers between the ages of 8 and 13 years old, and at the younger end of the spectrum, will certainly have confidence going into subsequent seasons, and there's certainly, Tom, the potential for a championship in that number 88.
Yes, 100% with you, 100% there. And so we have Fox Whiteley leading as we come to the last lap board by a mere, well, I don't know, because Lizzie Mentia has just set her fastest lap of the race and it's blocked it on the graphic, but not much. 0.2 of a second, followed by Tom Holden, Catherine Potter, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Thomas Potter, and even Leon Barlow is in the mix. We've got Oliver Watson dropping down the order.
I think Josh Cook as well has had a bit of an off. He came over the start line incredibly slowly, and didn't look overly happy. Was banging the steering wheel, but he's back up to pace though. Round hairpin 3, the leaders go. It's Jared Fox Whiteley in the 22. Behind him, Lizzie Mentia out of the final corner. Heat 3 is going to go the way of the 22. It's Jared Fox Whiteley from Lizzie Mentia, Tom Holden, Catherine Potter and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Just over a second between the top 5. Leon Barlow snatching 6th place from Thomas Potter on the final lap. Ethan Girling a fantastic 8th, coming back through the field after his first heat retirement. David Mack and Sophie Pawsey, the top 10, with Josh Cook, Ethan Charles, Alex Lynn, Addison Smith, Sam Robson in 15th. Then we're going to have Summerwood, Harris Alley, Oliver Watson, Jakub Trzeziak and Harry Brown, the top 20.
And just coming down the back straight, the plaudits were out from his peers as Jared Fox Whiteley received congratulations from all of the people who finished around him on the final lap. So I think all of the top 6 pulled alongside and congratulated him, which is great to see. There is a really good atmosphere in this cadet grid as well. A lot of support for all of the drivers from each other, which is great to see.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, Fox Whiteley was thrilled with 2nd place, wasn't he? Snatching it on the final corner of heat number 2. Goes one better in heat number 3. And the number 22 driver incredibly happy with that over the line.
So with Cadet Heat 3 now complete, we just wait for them to file back into the pit lane before the release of the Junior and Minimax grid. And our Heat 3 of Junior Rotax will be headed by Jude Cole, followed by Oliver Buckton, Ben Ficini, Alessandro Ballesteros, Alfie Warbank and Kai Bicini round out the top 6. William Young will be 7th and Bailey Thompson in 8th. And I can just see them and hear them, and in a moment I will be able to smell that glorious two-stroke smell as they head out onto their rolling up lap. But it will be straight into the rolling start as well. We don't have a full-on warm-up lap or anything like that. It's straight onto the grid and straight out onto the race start.
The two-stroke smell of oil mixed in with the petrol placed into the fuel tank, and the mix just gives this unique smell of racetrack as they line themselves up. The juniors, Bailey Thompson locks up the rears, warms up the rear tyres of the 44. It looks like they come through in fantastic line astern, although Thompson looks to be going very slowly at the back. Is up and running and gets the run. Looks like Thompson's just held back as that run down into the first corner. Just doesn't want to get involved in anything there as the lead 7 make their way through. It's Cole, Ficini and Buckton. Ficini coming through from the second row to take Buckton and up into second place. Jude Cole, though, once again out at the head of the field, does the hand signal for straight on, but Ficini really needs to get past Cole if he's got any hopes of keeping the championship alive. Cole, though, firmly in the driving seat on that one. Already has 100 points in the bag, only needs 184 to secure the title. And with Ficini actually finishing the opening heats outside of the top 2, probably needs slightly less, but still needs to finish the races, does Jude Cole. 50 points for a heat win, 65 for the final. So it won't be over until right at the end with the checkered flag in the final, but Jude Cole will know after the end of heat number 3 what he needs to do. There's look like the 65 there of Kai Bicini. Used all of the track and a little bit of the grass as well to propel that number 65 in the direction. William Young on the outside, and looks like we're going to have Alfie Warbank as well. They're going to go 3 wide, and William Young wins the battle of going right round the outside of Ficini.
Yeah, it looked like Ficini got quite a bit of dirt on the tyres. Just carried almost straight on it. Oh, and he's out again, I think. Is this going to be a second retirement for Ficini?
No, he's still going, but he's well off the pace. Goes very wide round hairpin number 1. Bailey Thompson goes to the inside, and the number 65 of Kai Bicini looks like it could be heading into a second retirement of the day. He's now down into 8th place. Out at the front, though, 4-kart battle for the lead, headed by Jude Cole, Ben Ficini, Oliver Buckton and Sandro Ballesteros. Less than a second between them as they go over the line, but out at the front, most importantly, it is Jude Cole in the 77, champion-elect here in the junior Rotax class, aboard the Madcroft chassis. Number 77, that frame taking cousin Chaos Cole to the All-Ireland Championships last year as well. Now makes its move over to Teesside and looks like it's going to add itself another championship. The hands of Jude Cole this time, out of hairpin number 4.
That'll be one for mounting on the wall then, won't it? If it's a double championship winner with 2 different drivers.
Get rid of the TV, take all the parts off it, mount it on the wall, and just look at it for as long as you can.
That's exactly what I would do.
I'll let you break that to your missus. TV's out.
Yeah. Yeah. That'll go down well. Back to our regular schedule. We have Jude Cole out front. But Ficini looks to be closing in. It's only 0.3 of a second now, followed by Oliver Buckton, Sandro Ballesteros, William Young, Alfie Warbank, Bailey Thompson, and Kai Bacchini is still out there and still running, but he's 12 seconds behind the leader now.
Yeah, if he gets to half race distance, though, he still picks up his points. So important, if Bacchini can, just keep that 65 kart circulating at least until half race distance.
Oh,
and now he does indeed pull into the pit. So Kai Bacchini will have completed half race distance, picks up the points for the for 8th place at the very least, and that will go all towards his position in the final. Jude Cole's moved out the front, which gives me a little bit of respite to go towards the comments on the YouTube. And Sarah Girling has been echoing the sentiments that we mentioned earlier about how Ethan Girling's come back through the pack and had a great day since that race 1 retirement, and encouraging him to keep pushing. He will start the final, of course, a little bit further down than the top 8 that he's finished because of that first race retirement. Will have probably picked the points up for finishing half race, but you only pick up less than 20 points for down in 28th place, right at the back of the grid, with such a bumper field that we have here in our cadet class. But he will be starting the final from right in the middle of the pack, and will have some work to do. Certainly has the overall pace, Tom, for a podium, but I'm not sure that he can get it if he's starting in 14th or 15th in that final.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky, isn't it? But he certainly had some good pace in the last one. Oliver Buckton just pumps in the fastest lap of the race in 3rd place at the moment. But they are now, although Ben Ficini has dropped back another couple of tenths off the back of Jude Cole, Oliver Buckton is now right there with him.
Strong showing as well from the lemon muffin in front of him, very tasty. On the standard Sullivan Butterworth Alpha Live cake watch.
That's it. I was speaking to Kat during the lunch break as well, and she said unfortunately that all she can do at the moment is cake watch because she's on no carbs. So it is just watching cake.
Well, that's a grim existence.
That's pretty much what I said. I couldn't do that.
2 laps remaining of
no carbs.
Junior
like
Rotax action.
Yeah.
Cole out remains out front, 0.6 of a second from Ficini and Buckton as Tom fails to compose himself in the commentary box for the final few laps of Junior Rotax Heat 3.
In my opinion, if it's not bread or pasta, it's not worth eating.
He's still distracted by carbs, and not even the motorsport kind of carbs.
I was just going to say, we could have segued it nicely into a Rotax carb here, couldn't we?
Last lap board is out for our leaders. Jude Cole looks like he's on his way to add another 50 points to his tally, and then we'll be able to kindly let him know what he needs to do in the final, although I'm fairly sure he's going to go all out for the win. Ben Ficini in second behind him with Oliver Buckton, the top 3. They've broken away now from Sandro Ballesteros, who was there or thereabouts for the opening couple of laps, but now is a second and a half back in 4th place. Buckton decides not to make a move on Ficini, so the top 3 is going to be Cole, Ficini and Buckton. There's the checkered flag. It's 3 from 3 for Jude Cole in the junior Rotax class. Ben Ficini and Oliver Buckton, the top 3. Ballesteros, Young, Wallbank and Thompson's going to come through for 7th. Ficini not able to take the checkered flag, pitting at half race distance with 5 to go. But Jude Cole makes another stride towards the Junior Rotax Championship. I'm going to just tend to the laptop, Tom, and figure out where he needs to go.
Well, I shall then brief you on something that I was talking to Matty Street about earlier on yesterday. In fact, just after we'd done the interview, I was asking him, a little bit more about this the X-Kart chassis and how it's all put together and that kind of thing. And we were discussing the bespoke brake that they have on the X kart. So most of the Rotax karts that we will see throughout the junior and seniors run apparently a 13 mil disc. And the X karts are running a 15. It's a floating disc setup as well. So interesting, and apparently allows them a little bit extra power into the corners. They can break a meter or so deeper. So it was just something that I noticed, and I thought it was worth mentioning after I asked Matty and he explained it.
Yeah, it looks a very interesting concept, the X-Kart, and you caught up with him yesterday, and we ran through the interview earlier on, so if you missed that, do go back and check that out, but not until the racing has concluded here at Teesside. It's the heat number 3 for senior Rotax. Andrew Collinson, Daniel Kell share the front row, Max Prentice, Martin Fisher on row 2, Max Martin and Sam Elliott on row 3. Tom Reeve and Paul Swan on row 4, Lee Bell, Tony Citro, Josh Redhead and Stephen Kell on row 6, Rob Stathan, Josh Hodgson, Wayne Citro, Ashley Savage and Paul Watson. 17 drivers. Looks like we are going to have another attempt at this one. Tom, are we going round for a second time for the second time?
Yeah, I think the 77 of Rob Statham spun it on the outlap at hairpin 1 and then was in the process of dropping to the back of the grid, but at the same time catching up as well. So it all just got a little bit muddled up, but hopefully we can get going again this time.
Looks like we could be missing Paul Watson from the grid. Let's just have a look, see if we can catch the, see if the number 34 is out there. I don't think he is. He should have been off the back of the grid, having retired from the last heat. We do only have 16 of our 17 runners, so the number 34 of Paul Watson not managing to get out for heat number 3. Drivers making their way up to the green flag. The green flag flies. We are away and racing at the second time of asking, and this time it's Andrew Collinson who does hold the pole position from Daniel Kell. Max Prentice into 3rd place, having had to work his way through from a fairly poor qualifying. Now finds his way into the top 3 as Sam Elliott dives to the inside in the red suit, moving up into 5th place. Another driver who had a very difficult start to the day, having not made the flag for the opening heat, all the way up now into 5th place as they go round South Bank. Tom Reeves in the mix there as well. Paul Swan in the background, and the number 95, one of 3 number 95 karts, one in Bambino with the same livery, also one in Cadets as well with the same livery as well. So 3 karts, 3 classes, all with the same livery. Andrew Collinson sets the fastest lap of the race, but he's not managed to break away from Daniel Kell. Kell all over the back of Collinson. And Collinson last time, who had to play the long game until 2 or 3 laps from the end when he managed to make the move past Kell. He's out in front, and now it's Kell who is in a position to attack.
Yeah, we've said this before about the radiators. We've said it at previous rounds. Well, Collinson just coming down the back straight there lifted the cover up on the radiator, so he's got a readout on his lap timer on the steering wheel that will give him the water temperature in the radiator. And once that reaches a certain temperature, he will need to manage that by opening and closing the little flap that's just below his right elbow, and that increases or decreases the water temperature based on the air going through the radiator, and that's exactly what it is. And you can see it on Daniel Kell's kart, he's still got his down. So that's just a little bit of an explainer about what he was doing there with his right hand as he came down the back straight on the previous lap. So it's Andrew Collinson leading from Daniel Kell by, well, it will be about 0.2 of a second, in fact, as they cross the line. Max Prentice is in 3rd, but he's a 1.5 seconds back. Martin Fisher is in 4th on the X30 at just under 2 seconds behind. Sam Elliott is in 5th and Max Martin in 6th. Tom Reeve, Paul Swan, Lee Bell and Ashley Savage round out the top 10.
Yeah, Max Prentice there coming under pressure down the back straight, and in the background Max Martin and Tom Reeve having an argument over 6th place. Reeve's going to try and cut to the inside. Martin's going to have to run all the way around the outside. Very little between those two. Reeve's going to come back to the inside. There's a little bit of contact on the way out of hairpin 4, but nothing too serious that causes a problem. Those two end up facing both in the right direction and live to fight another corner, but Reeve all over the back of Martin for 6th place. And Tom there, insightful in the Rotax knowledge, far in excess of what I could give you in 2-stroke racing, having only ever partaken in the 4-stroke action.
Oh, I've never raced a 2-stroke. I just had one for
just
a little while.
A very knowledgeable man.
I was really good at taking it apart and putting it back together again, but that was about as far as it went. And I mean that in every sense of the word. We barely did any laps in it.
Do you mean taking it apart in the paddock or taking it apart by putting it in the tyres?
Oh, no, I just took it apart in the garage. Took everything off it. We stripped it apart, put it all back together again, put it back on. It was brilliant. It was so cathartic. It was just relaxing.
Well, we do, as always, endeavour to bring you some knowledge in between the comedy that Tom and I provide. And with the occasional bit of commentary thrown in.
Sometimes we talk about what's actually happening on the screen in front of us. But yeah, it is. Speaking of which, it is looking like Kel is closing back up again on Collinson. It seems to sort of concertina this gap between the two of them. So it's close over the line, and then Collinson seems to have the measure in the first half of the lap. Kel seems to have the measure in the second half of the lap, and so it ebbs and flows, this gap, and unfortunately it means that Kel isn't close enough. So
they are going to catch up in a few moments, Tom, with some traffic, I think, before the end of this race. Down the back straight, there's a back marker going round South Bank, so our two leaders are going to have to negotiate the back marker. It's the 28 of Citro. Citro opens the door and allows them both to come through cleanly. Good driving awareness there by the 28 of Wayne Citro. 3 laps remaining, and if there are any questions out there for people watching, anything to do with karting, please do put them in the live chat comments. Tom and I will try our hardest to answer it with our knowledge, and if we don't know, we'll just make the answer up.
Do you know why I didn't recognise it was Wayne Citro? I think he's got a new race suit. I think he's got a new race suit for this weekend.
It does look unused, doesn't it?
It's very shiny.
Yes, it looks new.
It's got white bits on it.
Yeah, I've always tended to steer away from white. I mean,
yeah,
well, I say that my race suit has white bits on, but it's like 95% red.
Well,
the white bits are on the shoulders,
well,
out the way.
My race suit's got white bits on it as well, but after they've been in the wash a couple of times, they go sort of like a grey-blue colour.
They were white.
Yeah, they were white. Yeah,
they
exactly.
look very grey at the 24.
Exactly. This is what I mean. So that's why it's always dangerous having white bits on your race suit, because they don't stay white for very long.
So lap and a half remaining down the back straight. Collinson remains out in front from Kel. There looks like there could be a couple more back markers for them to negotiate before the end. Hodgson and Statham. As Statham comes over the line in front of Hodgson this time in their battle for 14th. So Statham up to 14th, Hodgson down to 15th. And Max Martin and Tom Reeve have reeled in Sam Elliott for 5th place. So they're over the line with 1 remaining. The 2 leaders are out in front. They're going to catch up in a few moments with the 1 of Josh Hodgson. And hopefully they'll be able to get past without any problems. Certainly going to catch round South Bank, and Kel must think that this is an opportunity to get past Collinson. Collinson hasn't put a foot wrong so far. Goes to the inside of the back marker, gets through without too much of a problem. Kel's going to see if he can get a run out of hairpin 4. No can do though, and Andrew Collinson for the 3rd time today will come over the line to take the checkered flag from Daniel Kel. Max Prentice comes over in a distant 3rd place with Fisher, Martin and Elliott. The top 6. Martin getting past Elliott on the final lap over the line. Hardly anything between them. 3/1000th of a second over the line there. between the two drivers. Tom Reeve in 7th, Ashley Savage, Paul Swan and Lee Bell, the top 10. Bell, our leading 177 driver. Stephen Kell in 13th, looks to have sewn up the 177 championship here this weekend in the number 90. Lee Bell well on his way to taking the race honours in that class. One more heat, Tom, and it's a senior pro kart, and it's once again it's been Connor Lucas and Josh Folkus at the head of that one. Lucas taking 2 wins so far, Folkus in 2 second places. We know this championship can't be wrapped up today. It will go down to a final round decider in October. But between them at the moment, the point difference is, with the drop score provision, is only 11 points, which we know is next to nothing. It's a couple of places in the heats and a win in a final, really. Nothing between the two of them. And I'm sure Josh Folkus would like to add a 3rd championship to the 2 that he won in 2016 and 17. But having said that, I'm sure Connor Lucas would like to make it back-to-back championships, having won here in 2019.
So your grid for the Senior Pro Kart Heat 3. Connor Lucas in pole position, followed by Josh Folkus, who will be hoping for a better start this time. Connor White is in 3rd, followed by Brandon Truman Reddish in 4th, Scott Tate in 5th, and Stephen Thompson in 6th. Rob Lowe and Dan Tate on the 4th row. David Brown and Simon Doughty, Mark Tate and Joe Grinsell in 12th. Brandon Jennings in 13th, David Brewis 14th, 15th Harry Burrell, 16th Nigel Richardson, 17th Emma Brown, 18th David Morton. 19th James Dennis, 20th Ross Jackman, 21st Andrew Worley, 22nd the recovering Alban Dowell from previous retirement, and Thomas Lowther in 23rd.
So as the grid forms up, Tom was just having a quick look at the notes that we've got here in the commentary box for our drivers, and you were amazed when we had a look at Josh Folkus and his results, not only his 2 wins in 2016 and 17, 2 second places in 2015 and 2019, a disappointing season in 2018, only managed 3rd that season. But the best part is when you look that back, he's only 19 years old, which would have meant that his
second place in 2015. He was 14 years old.
That was back in the days predating the junior pro kart class, where drivers often just came out of cadets at 13 years old and went straight into senior pro kart. Josh Folkus obviously taking to it rather well, and hasn't finished outside the top 3 in the championship since. Won't finish outside the top 3 this season either. His points already sufficient.
And we're away, and Folkus does get a better start this time, and in fact might even lead, and does lead going into the Northern Loop. Gives Connor Lucas a massive squeeze.
Yeah, Connor Lucas, the back end went out there as there was contact from Josh Folkus. He's going to try and dive down the inside of hairpin number 1. He has got to the inside, but it's put him right on the outside for hairpin number 2. Josh Folkus has gone round there on the outside. Connor Lucas tries to duck to the inside on the back straight. Can't get it done as the 2 drivers weave across the track trying to keep each other at bay. And Josh Folkus leads Heat 3 from Connor Lucas. Great start from the outside of the front row for the O-plate, but Connor Lucas dives to the inside almost immediately, slams the anchors on. That looked like Tom almost stopped on the apex of the corner.
Block pass from Lucas. Nice and clean though.
Got the job done. A great manoeuvre by Connor Lucas.
Yeah, just stuck it up the inside, and as you say, slammed the anchors on and fully block pass. But that's brought Connor White back into play now for 3rd place. Steve Thompson in 4th. Brandon Truman Reddish in 5th with Scott Tate, Rob Lowe, Daniel Tate, David Brown and Simon Doughty rounding out your top 10.
Good start from Thompson from 5th place, got the measure of Truman Reddish on the opening lap. However, the top 3 have broken away. Looks like White's managing to stay with the leading duo as Brandon Truman Reddish comes under pressure from the 31 of Scott Tate.
Yeah.
And they go side by side, exchanging not only position but also livery as well, and that's opened the door. Dan Tate comes through as well, follows brother Scott through into position 6. Brandon Truman Reddish now drops down to 7th.
Well, we've seen that time and time again from Dan Tate, isn't it? Opportunistic as ever. Gets a sniff of an overtake and he's straight in there.
The yellows are out. Connor White has spun out of 3rd position. There's a big gap now between the leading 2 and Steve Thompson in 3rd place. And Connor White now well down the field outside of the top 10, having run up in 3rd place, and he was half a second or more in front of Steve Thompson, so it looks like that one could have been self-inflicted. We missed it on the camera, but the yellow flags were out, and it was the 52 of Connor White facing in the wrong direction as they came through the first of the 4 tight hairpins here at Teesside.
So your pole position qualifier has now made his way finally back through the field up into 5th place. It's taken him 2.5 heats to get back up into the top 5, but there he is, and he's putting brother Scott under a lot of pressure. Matching liveries. Fortunately, they've got different helmets, which helps us keep them apart, and different suits as well. But yeah, it's Dan Tate who looks like he's going to be coming through very quickly.
There's Connor White recovering. He's got in front of Mark Tate for 11th. Goes to the inside of Joe Grinsell for 10th place, so back up into the top 10. Joe Grinsell, not an easy driver to overtake either, making that number 99 as wide as possible. Connor White, though, slides the 52 down the inside, returns to the top 10, having been up in 3rd place. Dan Tate has made his way past Scott Tate, and arguably Scott normally has a 10th or 2 over Daniel, but Daniel is well away now, and he's got the pace on his brother.
And Falkus has got through. Falkus has overtaken Connor Lucas. It looked like it was out of hairpin 2, or coming through hairpin 2.
Got a good run,
and he's got through. We didn't catch it on camera, but he is now through and is defending hard from Connor Lucas, holding the tight line, and Lucas gets a good run on the undercut. Falkus has got the inside line coming up into the D chicane, and Lucas has to cut back in, and Ross Jackman has picked up a black flag. Again, not sure what that's for. I'm sure we will get to the bottom of it, but black flag for Ross Jackman.
His left rear, his left side pod is pointing up in the air, so he's certainly come into contact with somebody. Harry Burrell's already retired from the race. The 62 moves over as Josh Falkus defends to the inside. White lines it all the way down, and at half race distance, we've already got incredibly defensive here in Senior Pro Kart Heat 3. There's not even a trophy on offer here, it's just a Heat 3. There's only 1 point between these two if they finish 1st and 2nd, but they don't care about that. They're just going to battle this one out as they come over the line. 4 remaining. Connor Lucas tries to go all the way round the outside, backs out of the corner, allows Josh Falkus to take it, and Josh Falkus continues to lead. It's currently 2 wins to Connor Lucas. Josh Falkus would like to put one on the board before the final in around about an hour's time here in our Senior Pro Kart class. At the end of this one, we've got 6 more races for you today, starting in around about 10 minutes with our Bambino final. 2 leaders, despite the fact that they are battling with each other, are maintaining a 2-second gap from Steve Thompson and Daniel Tate in 3rd and 4th. Falkus defends to the inside. That's possibly going to compromise his exit out of 4. Lucas can't get round the outside, tries to get to the inside. That door gets slammed shut by Josh Falkus.
Dan Tate has just put in the fastest lap of the race, so he's in 4th place now, and with a 46.4, only 2.5 seconds off these guys at the front of the pack. And if they do start battling, and Dan Tate can get through Steve Thompson, he could very well be up on the back of these two before the end of the race. Depends how defensive these guys are going to be. And I can see out of the commentary box window that Lucas had a good look at Josh Falkus coming into hairpin 3 as we look at the battle for 3rd. That's Steve Thompson, Dan Tate, Brandon Truman Reddish and David Brown, as fast as I can say it.
Thompson holding firm in third place. Always there or thereabouts come the end of the day. Looks like Folkus and Lucas are coming up on Ross Jackman, and Jackman going a lot slower, Tom, than what he normally does. He's always normally there or thereabouts at the in and around the top 10, isn't he?
Yeah, he's had a good look behind him there, so he knows that they're both there.
Still on the inside of South Bank as they go round the corner. I think he's going to have to move out of the way in a few moments. Will Connor Lucas manage to take full advantage? Josh Folkus goes to the inside. Ross Jackman has bulked the two of them, points to the right-hand side to allow the two leaders to go through. Jackman pulls over, still circulating. However, we got a notification on the timing screen earlier that he got a black flag. So maybe he missed that one from the start line, Marshall, but he's still circulating out there. Did get out of the way of our leaders, though, but the last lap board is out as they go round hairpin 1, hairpin 2, and onto the back straight.
Steve Thompson's lost 3 places on that lap. He's been passed by both Dan Tate, Scott Tate, and Brandon Truman Reddish, and is now down in 6th place.
So Folkus goes to the inside again. Connor Lucas is going to try to go to the
a little
inside.
tap.
Sends it straight up the inside. Josh Folkus is going to keep that one round the outside. Connor Lucas, though, has managed to get the job done, has he? Josh Folkus comes out of the final corner. Lucas waited till the end. Lucas crosses the line. They're side by side. The checker's out. Connor Lucas takes it by 0.7 of a second.
Yeah, it was the old NASCAR bump and run through South Bank, wasn't it? It was just got up underneath Folkus just enough to loosen the rear end, and that was it,
Yeah,
straight through.
Folkus just couldn't keep the line tight enough, could he, on the inside to stave off the challenge of Connor Lucas. It's 3 from 3 from Connor Lucas. And that one's going to close the gap in the points once again. 8 points now between the two drivers in the championship standings. Absolutely nothing between those two at the head of the field. And it's pretty much been like that since around about round 6 of last season. A long way back from that in terms of on-track action. Dan Tate, Scott Tate, Brandon Truman Reddish, David Brown and Steve Thompson battling it out over 3rd place. That saw Thompson drop from 3rd down to at least 6th, Tom, at the end. Difficult final lap for him, but once again, that's a case of being maybe hung out to dry. Somebody gets down the inside into a corner, everybody else gets down the inside as well. All of a sudden, what looked like a 3rd place becomes a 6th, and on paper, it doesn't look quite as good as it might have done.
No, I think he did well to be running up in 3rd place for most of that. But like you say, it was probably somebody came up the inside into South Bank, and that was it. Once you're on the outside, the freight train comes through. And straight into our Bambino final. So our first final of the day, and very much looking forward to this one, David.
Yeah, this could go either way, couldn't it? Off the front row, Ollie Carter and Riley Buckton-Young could go for any one of those two. Buckton-Young, Tom's made fantastic starts in all of the races so far, and this time he gets to do it from the front row.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see whether he can try and make a bit of a gap at the start of the race. We saw him do that in the previous heat, but then he dropped right back into the clutches. So it's Ollie Carter from Riley Buckton-Young, Austin Oman, Ellis Child, Edward Rye and Cole Teal, Beau Mulvaney, Joey Allen, Archie Brown, Maximus Lewis and Colby Patterson round out your grid for round 6 Bambino final.
So the front row make their way forward, and it's Ollie Carter with 2 wins and a 2nd place. Lines up on pole position for the final. Alongside him, the 9 of Riley Buckton-Young, who made fantastic starts for all of the day so far. And last time he went from 2nd place, managed to cut in behind Ollie Carter by the time they got to the chicane. Had enough speed to run right round the outside during the chicane section and then get the inside for the national loop. And for 90% of the race just drove off into the distance, and for the final 2 laps just got reeled in, which made for an enthralling final lap, taking the victory in Heat 3 by under 1/10 of a second. And be interesting to see. Now, for me, the one to watch in this is Ellis Child from 4th place. He's had the pace for most of this race meeting, but hasn't at times quite had the look to go with it. And if he can, if that can even itself out in the final, that kart might be certainly heading towards a podium. And if the look goes with it as well, it might be one of the higher steps.
And we're away.
So good clean start, and on this occasion Ollie Carter manages to hold on to the lead from Riley Buckton-Young into the first complex of corners. All of our drivers make their way through safely. Ollie Carter leads them from Riley Buckton-Young. Austin Oman in the 18 from Ellis Child. Edward Rye in the 66 is going to try and go right the way round the outside of the opening hairpin. Can't get that done as Riley Buckton-Young has to defend from the 18 of Austin Oman. There's at least 2 of them going side by side down the back straight. There's a multitude of lines as they go down there, and Oman's got such a run out of that corner that he's gone round the outside of Riley Buckton-Young up into 2nd place, and will now challenge Ollie Carter for the lead. Max Lewis with a great run there right round the outside. Does have to stand on the brakes though to save running into the back of Cole Teal, and all of our leaders will come through and over the line. Very little to choose between the top 9. Bo Mulvaney and Colby Patterson go side by side through the chicane section, and confirmation of a good first lap from Max Lewis, who's had a couple of retirements so far in the Bambinos, running now up in 6th place. So good start for him. And he's on the back of the lead pack, which is broken away, leaving behind Cole Teal, Bo Mulvaney and Colby Patterson.
Austin Oman looking very racy early on in this one, having a good look at Ollie Carter coming out of hairpin 1.
Yeah, and Carter's had to go to the inside again, but Oman last time went right the way round the outside of Buckton-Young. Willie tried to do the same to Carter, got half the way round, but then has to back out. Doesn't want to dive to the inside. Carries enough speed in, though, to try and get the cut back. We'll go to the inside this time. Riley Buckton-Young is going to come under pressure from Ellis Child. Chops the nose off the number 80. And they'll run now single file up through to the D-shaped chicane at the start of the lap. But Austin Oman all over the back of Ollie Carter, less than 1/10 of a second between the 2 leaders. Riley Buckton-Young right there as well on the tail. The top 3 with Child, Wright and Lewis. The top 6, and Bo Mulvaney in the number 13 has broken away from the pack behind and is closing in.
Whoa,
on the back.
That's Oman. Climbed all over the back of Ollie Carter. Turned him around. That's a shame for Austin Oman, because he was looking very good as well then in 2nd place.
Yeah, look to have the pace as well to challenge Carter for the victory here in round number 6. But now it's still a 6-kart battle, because that has now brought Bo Mulvaney, the pole sitter at the start of the day, but couldn't take up his place, having spun on the out lap, and has had to battle through the rest of the day. Is up into 6th place, is right on the back, but it's on the back of the lead pack as the top 6 split by 1.3 seconds. It's Carter, Young, Child, Rye, Lewis and Mulvaney. There's Mulvaney. You can see him in the background coming into shot. In the freshly liveried up kart. Normally that kart has some right kart stickers on. Looks to have some new livery, and he's going well in at 6th place now, up onto the back of Maximus Lewis.
Yeah, Maximus Lewis having a very good heat as well. As you said, there's a couple of retirements already today, but it just goes to show that it's not over till it's over, and is right there in 5th place. And essentially in the fight for the lead. the fight for the win.
So the leading duo of Carter and Buckton Young seem to pull away out of hairpin 4, but by the time they get round to this national loop at the top of the circuit, the rest of the pack seems to really close up on them, pushing each other single file through the chicane section at the head of the circuit. And now it's a 6-kart battle for the lead. Still more than 5 minutes remaining, so we're going to get at the very least 5, potentially 6 laps more in this Bambino final. It could go one of 6 ways. I wouldn't like to pick it just yet. Out at the front, though, it's Ollie Carter holding firm.
Come up to the halfway point of this race, and yeah, Ollie Carter in prime position. Riley Buckton-Young has not gone anywhere, and look at that. Is that Ellis Child? That is Ellis Child going for 3rd.
Good move down the inside of Edward Rye,
who'd taken it initially off him and then got it straight back.
Child goes slightly wide, not enough to allow Rye to come back through. Maximus Lewis gets a great run through there. It's just a shame that it's pretty much single file until hairpin 1. And, see if he can make any sort of move down there. Although with Bambinos, you don't really see much on the brakes here at Teesside, with it being quite a flowing circuit for Bambino. It's all about keeping the revs up, maximising the corner exit, and then seeing what we can do down the back straight as Ollie Carter comes to the inside to try and stop anybody getting alongside. Ellis Child going left and right to try and take second off Riley Buckton-Young. We know he's got the pace, Tom, to be running right at the front, but he's got to get past Buckton-Young first before he can attack Carter.
Yeah, I mean, we said about it in Heat 1 here, you look like the quickest driver out there.
Max Lewis got a good run there out of hairpin 4. Will go side by side with Edward Wright through the chicane section. They'll be back into single file, though, by the time they get to the D as the carts rise up through the left-hander. Bit of contact as they go up and over the crest. Max Lewis getting into the back of Edward Rye. Lewis then tries to go to the inside as well of hairpin 1. The door is closed by Rye. It's still nose to tail for the leading 6. Carter, Buckton-Young and Child, the top 3. Rye, Lewis and Mulvaney all trying to get onto the podium. Child's going to try and go right round the outside as well of Buckton-Young, but in doing so he's left the door open for Edward Rye. Edward Rye up into 3rd place. Bo Mulvaney does the same down the inside of Max Lewis. So all change in the middle of the pack. Child's come from a fair distance back to try and get back down the inside of Edward Rye. He's going to try and go right round the outside. Will Mulvaney try to cut to the inside to take advantage? He can't do it, and Ellis Child's going to go right round the outside of Edward Rye. Fantastic move.
Glorious. And Colby Patterson has just put in the fastest lap of the race in 7th place. So he's come up onto the back of this pack as well.
Right there, isn't he, Tom? Great lap from Patterson, and out of nowhere, the number 24 of Colby Patterson is turning it into a 7-kart battle for the lead. So 60% of our grid split by 1.5 seconds at the front. There they are, all in one camera shot as they go left and right, weaving down the back straight to try and find a way through the traffic. 2 minutes and 18 seconds of the final remaining, so it's going to be at least another 2 laps as they come through. Ellis Child goes to the outside. Buckton-Young's going to have to try and now run all the way around the outside. Holds on to 2nd place.
That's put Edward Rye down behind Max Lewis now. So it looked like Rye had to get out of the throttle ever so slightly, and that's cost him 2 positions.
So Carter, Buckton-Young and Child, the top 3 so far, as it has been for the last couple of laps since Child got past Rye. Rye has since dropped down into 5th place at the expense of Max Lewis in the 46.
That's Colby Patterson up the inside of hairpin 1 on Bo Mulvaney as well. So Colby managing to carry the speed that has brought him up to the front 6.
Child thought he got alongside Riley Buckton-Young there, but then in the end ended up backing out. couldn't get the move done down the inside, and now he's going to come under pressure from Max Lewis, who in turn has Edward Wright all over the back. Child has got the job done though. He's run all the way round the outside of Riley Buckton-Young, and Buckton-Young's going to drop down into 4th place, I think, here at the expense of Maximus Lewis. And Ellis Child's got such a run, he's now going to try and go round the outside of Ollie Carter as well. Last lap board is out, and Ellis Child has just come through, side through the pack, and is in 2nd place when it matters. Behind him, Max Lewis, Riley Buckton-Young in 4th, Colby Patterson up into 5th place, out of nowhere really, coming from miles back in 7th place, now up into 5th, and he's battling Buckton-Young for 4th.
It looks like he's got the cutback as well, and in fact he is up to 4th, so great drive in this final from Patterson.
Superb for him. The leading duo, though, of Carter and Child. Maximus Lewis is still there as well. He's left the door open for Colby Patterson.
Yeah.
He's going to try and stick it out around the outside. Patterson through into 3rd place, and Ellis Child's got the move done on Ollie Carter into hairpin number 4. Out of the, it's going to be a straight run now between Child, Carter, Lewis is in there, Patterson as well. Where's this one going to go?
Patterson's going to get 2nd.
What a finish to Bambino final here at Teesside. Ellis Child comes from 3rd place with 2 laps to go to take the checkered flag and win with the number 80. Colby Patterson gets 2nd, having been 7th at half race distance. Ollie Carter 3rd, Maximus Lewis in 4th, Edward Rye in 5th. Riley Buckton-Young gets 6th, Beau Mulvaney 7th. Less than 2 seconds between the top 7, with Austin O'Man having spun early on down in 8th place. You will not get a closer finish pretty much in any category, let alone Bambino, anywhere this weekend, possibly this season. What a finish, and it goes the way of Ellis Child in the number 80. Fantastic race.
Yes, indeed, fantastic race from Ellis Child. Did exactly what he needed to do when he needed to do it, and again, congratulations as well to Colby Patterson as well, because that was a fantastic drive in the final to come from around 2 to 3 seconds off the back of that pack and take 2nd place overall. That's a great drive.
Yeah, superb from all of our Bambino drivers there. Ellis Child was always there or thereabouts, wasn't he, Tom? All day we've noticed that he's had the pace, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
Drive of the day, though, for me, goes to Colby Patterson so far. What a race for him. Pretty much picked off a Carter corner for the last couple of laps, coming through into 2nd place for him. And having been a couple of seconds down from the pack in 7th place, I don't think either of us saw that coming.
No, certainly not. We saw that he'd got pace, and we were hoping that that he was going to carry that through. But yeah, certainly did. Worked his way through the pack well. And immediately we are straight into our final for Junior Pro Kart, so barely time to catch breath because we're already lining up for the final of Junior Pro Kart, round 6 at Teesside Autodrome. So in pole position will be Jack Morris. 2nd will be the incredibly fast starting Thomas Braid. 3rd will be Gracie Mitchell. 4th, Maximus Shields. 5th, Bella Franklin. 6th, Owen Spears. 7th will be Lennon French. 8th, Kieran Savage. 9th, Sebastian Pereira. 10th, Ben Hogarth. 11th, Caitlin Frame. 12th, Matthew Allen. And 13th will be Joe Burrell. Already taking their position on the grid, the front 2. So Morris from Braid. And it's going to be really interesting to see what Thomas Braid can do again here. And Max Shields looking pensive and hoping and praying that he can get a good start as well. I'm looking forward to this one, David.
Yeah, it's going to be good, isn't it? If Thomas Braid can get anything like the starts that he has done in the past. What I'm thinking, Joe Burrell is down in 13th place, and I've not seen him retire from a race, but he's certainly down at the back, and he's there on the timing screen. I think he might have had a technical infringement, potentially with the weighbridge maybe, here at Teesside, and that's because he's not picked up points for one of the heats. So
Well, any of this front 5, 6 drivers could win this race, so I'm really, really looking forward to this one. And we're away, and Braid again, rocket ship off the start, and he is straight into the lead, and by about half a second in front of Jack Morris. Might as well be half a mile, he's that much quicker off the start.
What a start for Thomas Braid. Once again, leads in Junior Pro Kart, fantastic for him. It's almost like he's got launch control on that kart, Schumacher 94-esque.
Yeah, so fast. So fast off the start. I don't know whether it's just reaction time or there's something special about the clutches or whatever they're doing with it, but it works a treat, and he is lightning off the starts and has been for the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, he gets that kart engaged, doesn't he? As soon as he plants the throttle, it is away. So Thomas Braid will lead over the line from Jack Morris. Max Shields in 3rd place from Gracie Mitchell, Owen Spears and Bella Franklin. So it looks like the outside row of Shields and Spears have certainly managed to get the jump on the inside, which was had track position in Mitchell and Franklin. So the run down the outside, and we've seen the outside, Tom, can be quite favourable. Now they've removed the first chicane and allowed the karts to run straight down into the national loop. The outside is obviously going to be a more natural racing line and not as tight a corner. Maybe drivers can go right round the outside without scrubbing off quite so much speed.
It seems to work for the first half of the corner, and then for the second half of the corner they seems to balance out, and they end up back where they started.
You don't want to be on the outside for the chicane sections, do you?
No, definitely not. And I've learned from experience that
them
you
curbs,
definitely don't want to be on the outside.
They don't scream comfort, them curbs.
No, they certainly don't. But Thomas Braid doing a brilliant job holding up Jack Morris here. I say holding up, holding him at bay more
in
than
the
anything.
background, there's a move for 3rd. Gracie Mitchell comes from 2 or 3 kart lengths back to dive down the inside of Maximus Shields. And that is now, looks like, going to be 5 kart battle all the way back to Lennon French in 7th over 3rd place. Max Shields doesn't want to stick around in 4th for too long, but looks like now he's going to be a sitting duck for Owen Spears and Bella Franklin behind as well. Looks like Max Shields has been shuffled back from 3rd down into 5th place.
Yeah, Spears, opportunistic move up the inside of hairpin 4, and it looks, speaking of opportunistic moves, that's Bella Franklin going past Max Shields now as well. So she saw a gap and took the opening and invitation to go through with gusto, and off she goes.
Big couple of laps now for Max Shields. Got to compose himself. Still got 9 laps of this Junior Pro Kart final, and he's down into 6th place, having been up into 3rd. So now he's got some work to do. He needs a lap or 2 to compose himself before starting to pick off those in front of him. For the youngest of our Junior Pro Kart drivers, started the season in Cadets, moved into Junior Pro Kart when racing resumed post-lockdown, and is right there in the mix. Still out at the front though, Jack Morris cannot find a way past Thomas Braid. We are only a 1/3 of the way in, but the longer it goes on, the less time Morris has got to get the job done.
Yeah, Braid doing a fantastic job so far of holding at bay Jack Morris, as we said earlier. And we're looking at Max Shields and Bella Franklin, who the gap is getting slightly bigger there. It looks like Max Shields, from a fantastic qualifying, is actually now dropping back through the order slightly, down to 6th, and is not able to make much of an impact at this time. But as we've said throughout the day, tyre pressures can make all the difference. You might be slower at the start of the race, as Bella Franklin pumps in the fastest lap of the race, so you might be slower at the start of the race and faster at the end, or you could be fast at the start and slow at the end.
Yeah, a driver that's coming in with some speed, Owen Spears in 4th place, though Bella Franklin did set the fastest lap of the race to get onto the back of Owen Spears, but he's been closing in down the back straight though. Jack Morris, like he did in heat number 3, dives to the inside of Thomas Braid as they go into the South Bank corner. Braid left the door open, Morris goes to the inside, and Jack Morris back at the head of the field. Thomas Braid didn't defend too much there going into South Bank. Morris had the job done early, but as he did in heat 3, got the run out of hairpin 2 and down the back straight. Now let's see if Thomas Braid can return the favour. We are half race distance, an additional 2 laps here. In the Junior Pro Kart final, we race for 12 rather than 10 laps in the final. And at half race distance, Jack Morris has returned with the O-plate to the head of the field. Thomas Braid closing in though.
Morris feeling the need to do some shrimping down the straight and duck in behind that Nassau panel and the steering wheel to try and get a bit of extra speed. I think that's the first time I've ever seen him do that. He's feeling the pressure, I think, today.
Yeah, getting the head down behind the nose panel to decrease the drag, increase aerodynamic efficiency. Getting the helmet down as close as he can behind the Nauseo panel to let the air go up and over the top. Thomas Braid, though, still less than a quarter of a second behind Jack Morris. And if he can get a good run out of hairpin 2, I know Morris is quick out of there and down the back straight. And, at some point in the remaining 5 laps, Thomas
Spears and Franklin coming together.
Spears closed that door, didn't he?
Yeah, and 2 or 3 times had to close the door to stop Franklin from coming through. I'm not sure whether that would be deemed as a contact warning or not.
It was robust at best by Owen Spears. Closed the door down the back straight, and
that's brought Shields back into play as well.
Yeah. Ran Franklin very close, didn't he, to the grass on the inside, but that has now allowed Gracie Mitchell to move into a fairly uncontested 3rd place as it stands. Spears continues to defend. Number 17, another driver aboard a 7 kart. Down the back straight. This time will defend without any contact to the inside, with Bella Franklin now having to try and go right the way around the outside. 3 laps remaining when they go over the line this time. Jack Morris is going to come over in a few moments, still followed closely by Thomas Braid, although a 46.563 is the fastest lap of the race so far.
Gracie Mitchell having a pretty lonely race in 3rd place. She's 2.5 seconds behind Thomas Braid and over 2 seconds in front of now Bella Franklin, who has got past Owen Spears. I missed Webb.
Welcome back to Teesside Karting. Apologies for the interruption in the stream. We've had a bit of a power surge and we lost absolutely everything here in the commentary box, but we are back and racing. Jack Morris did take the win in Junior Pro Kart. We are halfway through the Cadet final. Out at the front, Lizzie Mentier, Tom Holden and Catherine Potter, the top 3. The big news so far, though, on the opening lap, Jared Fox-Whiteley retired on the outside of hairpin 1. Problems with the number 22, and disappointment for him. So out at the front, though, it's Lizzie Mentier, Tom Holden and Catherine Potter. If it finishes like this, we will go to a final round decider. But there is still sufficient time. Couple of spinners in the pack. Looks like Oliver Watson and Summer Wood are got themselves caught up in the mix there. So the top 3 have broken away. Thomas Potter remains in 4th place, but is far enough back not to bother the leading trio. It's Mentier, Holden and Catherine Potter, with Thomas Potter, Stansmore Wilson and Leon Barlow, the top 6. Great drive so far for Barlow, up in 6th place. Ethan Girling, a fantastic result for him so far in 7th. We've got 4 laps remaining of this 10-lap final here at round 6 of the NRG Cycles Owners Sprint Series. Lizzie Mentier is out at the front with Tom Holden in 2nd place, as it was at the last round. It eventually in that one went the way of Holden. Mentier now is there as Catherine Potter goes to the inside of Tom Holden in the battle for 2nd place. She's going to have track position for the right-hander into hairpin 3. She's got the job done. Up into 2nd place, tries to dive to the inside of Mentier. can't get down the inside, and now the top two in the championship are the top two on track here at Teesside.
Yeah, fantastic action from Catherine Potter. She really did go for it to try and take two in two corners there, go from third to first. So she's now hounding Mentia, and had a good look up the inside into hairpin one. Decided discretion was the better part of valor there, and held position in second place. Still 3 laps to go.
So if Mentia finishes in front of Potter, it goes to a final round decider. If Potter finishes in front of Mentia, Potter will take the championship with a round to spare. Everything to play for. 2 laps remaining. Even if Potter comes through and does finish the day in second place, she'll still be in prime position as she sets the fastest lap of the race. Almost goes sub 48 seconds. Nothing between the two leaders. 0.15 of a second. They come up to the back marker of Mason Webster, who keeps himself out of the way. Good driving from aboard the number 2. A lap and a half though remaining. Mentia out in front. And as we mentioned last time, Tom, still looking for that maiden final victory here at Teesside, and is under pressure from the championship leader, Catherine Potter, in the 20. They'll come through in a few moments. They'll see the last lap board. They'll know there's 48, 49 seconds of the round 6 final to go.
And Holden there, if these two tangle together, he's going to come through and take the win again.
Nothing between them, Tom. 0.126 of a second.
Potter's going to have her ear. She's going to have a look at the inside of Lizzie. I'm sure of it.
Into hairpin 1. Doesn't want to show the hand too early. Doesn't do it either. Into hairpin number 2. Down the back straight. Holden is there or thereabouts. Mentia will defend to the inside. Closes the door so Potter can't make a late move. I think she's going to keep it incredibly tight to the white line. Down the inside into hairpin number 3. There's hairpin number 4. She does exactly the same. Can Potter get the run out of the final corner? She can't. It's a straight run to the line. And for the first time, Lizzie Mentia takes final victory here at Teesside. And the championship will go down to a final round decider in October. Lizzie Mentia, having got so close on a number of occasions, finally takes the top step of the podium here at Teesside. A fantastic race once again from our cadet drivers.
I can see Lizzie's dad on the banking looking extremely proud, jumping up and down, the whole family going for it. So well done to them as well.
Just to give that some measure, if you watch the final back from round number 6, watch them come over the line, look in the bottom right-hand corner of the picture, forget the drivers. There's a woman with blonde hair, and you literally see her heart fall to her feet in the final few seconds. It's all been redressed this time round at round number 6. Lizzie Mentia takes the final victory from championship protagonist Catherine Potter. Tom Holden gets 3rd place this time round. A fantastic and worthy top 3 here at Teesside. And, I'm quite thankful the recovery quads required just to bring us all back down to earth before the junior Rotaxers go out. We've got a couple of carts to be retrieved, but that went to the wire once again. Action-packed for our cadets and a fantastic final.
So apologies once again for the slight delay and the break in the stream. As we said when we came back live, that we did have a power issue here in the booth, and we've had to restart absolutely everything. So unfortunately, we missed the end of the Junior Pro Kart final, and we missed the start of the Cadet final. But we are back up and running now. Everything should be as it normally is, as we await the recovery of Jared Fox-Whiteley on the back of the recovery quad, which you can just see in the back of the picture. And we will head out very shortly for the Junior and Minimax final.
And Jude Cole, having picked up 150 points, only needs to finish this race, Tom, in the finish it completely, take the checkered flag in any position inside, because there's 11 runners inside the, sorry, 8 runners. He's just got to finish the race in order to secure the championship here at Teesside. There will be another championship decider shortly after that, and that's that of our senior Rotax, and we'll see Andrew Collinson rolling off pole position, needing only to finish inside the top 6 to secure the championship in that. What we do know, though, on the championship front is the final round is going to see the Cadet Championship and the Senior Pro Kart Championship go to a final round decider.
So your grid for the Junior Rotax final will be Jude Cole, followed side by side with Oliver Buckton. Alessandro Ballesteros will go off of 3rd place and Ben Faccini in 4th. 5th will be William Young, 6th Alfie Wallbank, 7th will be Bailey Thompson, and 8th will be the double retirement, unfortunately, of Kai Baccini. But we will see what he can do. Although he's had the double retirement, you've got to think he's still only starting in 8th. So could very well still come through and take the win. It's all to play for.
Yeah, could get himself right in there, couldn't he, towards the end of this one.
It's never over till it's over. And as we see them head out for their rolling up lap, there's Jude Cole at the front.
So just having a quick look at the comments, just as the just after the stream went down, Maisie Mentia put missing cadets and lots of crying emojis, and luckily enough we got back just in time to capture the moment at the end of that race. Luckily we are all back now, up and running. 3 more races to go. Juniors have aligned themselves nicely. Hopefully the seniors are watching. They'll be out in around 10 minutes' time. This is how you do a rolling start. The green flies, the juniors are away. And from the outside of the front row, Oliver Buckton goes right the way round the outside, but runs wide on exit, and Jude Cole snatches back to the inside and goes back through into the lead, only needing to finish this race to take the championship. I'm sure he wants to do it in style, but in order to win, first of all, you have to finish. And I'm sure that you want to take that on the track rather than in the paddock.
Indeed, and I'm very sure he'd rather, he'd very much like to do it in style as well by taking the final win.
So 12 laps for our junior Rotax final. The top 3 will come over the line with Cole, Buckton and Ballesteros, the top 3. Ben Faccini in 4th. William Young, Alfie Wallbank and Bailey Thompson, and I'm 7 runners.
Showing Kai Baccini in the pits already. So a triple retirement.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Baccini's
He's
taken the start there, has he? So down to 7 runners already in the junior final. Oh, there's a move down the inside of South Bank, and that's Sandro Ballesteros looking incredibly racy aboard that number 19. That steering wheel is every which way but straight as he wrestles that kart through and up into 2nd place. So it's Cole, Ballesteros, Buckton, the top 3. Faccini's coming as well. Right on the back of Buckton for 3rd. And behind them, William Young, not too far back either.
Yeah, I was just going to say that Ballesteros is looking very good and pulling away already from Oliver Buckton, who was our early race leader. But I was going to say that Kai Baccini could well be the recipient of your special trophy.
The modelled by my good self.
Yes.
For anybody looking out of the window of the commentary box. The Murkoff helmet, visor and goggle cleaner awarded to a driver that we think might have had a bit of an unlucky day and would like to wash away the problems, come back sparkling clean next time round.
Wipe away your worries.
Oh, very much so. Kindly provided to us by our series sponsor, NRG Cycles. And we give one of those out at every round here at Teesside. And unless something miraculous happens, although I can't see it, I'm going to hand that one to the 65 of Kai Bacchini, who's had a very difficult day here at Teesside. I'm sure somebody will come and pick that up for him before the end of the day.
So Jude Cole leading as we head into 8 laps to go, followed by Ballesteros, who is closing in on Jude Cole. Oliver Buckton in 3rd, Ben Ficini 4th, William Young 5th, Alfie Warbank in 6th, and Bailey Thompson only 5 seconds off the lead in 7th. So holding well is Bailey Thompson. That's Ben Ficini all over the back of Oliver Buckton now, who, as we said, was our early race leader, but now about to drop off the podium possibly. Ficini, we've seen in previous rounds, extremely difficult to pass once he does get through. So it's going to be difficult for Buckton to fight back.
I know it's a new kart, that one that Ficini's, but the old one was the widest kart in Middlesbrough, wasn't it?
It
for
was,
one round.
certainly was.
Almost double width.
Mansell on Senna at Monaco, it was that kind of defence, wasn't it? He just put the kart exactly where he needed to, and it was a Gandalf-style none shall pass.
Yeah, it was a great display of defensive driving from Ben Ficini at round 4. Here we are though at round 6. He's going to try and get to the inside of Oliver Buckton. Buckton slides right, wide round South Bank. Slams the door shut on Ficini though. Buckton showing Ficini the same level of defensive driving that Ficini showed the rest of the pack earlier on in the season. Oliver Buckton at the moment holding on for 3rd place. This now is playing in the hands of Sandro Ballesteros, and Ballesteros is closing in on Jude Cole. It's
Contact between William Young and Oliver Buckton, and that's also brought in Oliver Buckton and Ben Ficini, and that's brought William Young with them. That's what I meant to say. But yes, the 3 of them are battling away now, and as we say, William Young is right in the mix for the 3rd place and final step on the podium.
Yeah, out at the front though, Sandro Ballesteros is getting ever closer to the back of Jude Cole as they come up and over the line. It was 0.327, but Ballesteros sets a personal best in the fastest lap of the race. Over the line, 42.6 for him. It's down to under a quarter of a second. He's closing in on the back. 4.5 laps remaining for Sandro Ballesteros aboard the X-Kart, making its race debut here at Teesside this weekend, trying to close up on the back of Jude Cole and take a maiden victory for that machine. The battle though for 3rd continues with Oliver Buckton still holding firm from Ben Ficini. And William Young there as well in the background. It's right on the back in 5th place.
Ballesteros dropped back ever so slightly from Jude Cole on that last lap, but we've seen this before where he gets close to the back of Jude Cole and then kind of overdrives it a bit, drops back a tenth or two, and then suddenly finds his rhythm again, and he's away and was...
Oh, William Young down the inside of Ben Ficini. Door gets closed. Ficini had tried to get past Buckton on the corner before, couldn't get it done and opened up the opportunity, and then he slides gracefully round South Bank with the outside, with the tail flicked sideways.
Yeah, it was well held that actually, and I've just noticed he doesn't run a lap timer on his steering wheel as well, Ficini.
I imagine if you're closing in on the kart in front, it's all you need, really.
Yeah, yes, there is that, I suppose.
When you're running nose to tail, the lap timer doesn't really do anything, does it? But yeah,
No.
a lot of the time with these Rotax karts, the lap timer does more than just tell you how quick you're going. It tells you temperatures for the engine, the water, and that sort of thing.
And the revs and, yeah, various other things. The new ones will even tell you how fast you're going.
So, Ficini's going to make a late move down the inside of Buckton. Buckton gives him sufficient space, leaves the door open, and then comes back down the inside.
Oh,
With 2.5 laps remaining, these two are going to battle it out. William Young's there as well, isn't he? He's going to pick up the pieces. Ficini's round. Ficini's round. He's taken William Young with him. They've both got hooked up. And Ben Ficini spun himself round there, really trying too hard. Those two karts are coupled together. Neither of them can move. Ficini's out. He's going to try and lift that kart off himself. And that one has handed now a very comfortable third place to Oliver Buckton, who's probably going to look over his shoulder down the back straight and wonder where the other two have gone to.
yeah, unfortunate for Ficini there. He was, he was looking pretty good. But
Tough.
yeah, like you said, just tried a little bit too hard, and that was it. In the meantime, Ballesteros has now dropped back from Jude Cole by well over a second and a half, in fact. Yeah. Oliver Buckton 4.4 seconds back, and Alfie Wallbank 7.1.
Tough break there in that incident for William Young as Ben Ficini went round. Young just got caught up in the mix of the incident, so tough break for him. Does only drop one place though, down into 6th. Ficini's behind him on track. Bailey Thompson moves up into 5th place behind Alfie Wallbank. Last lap boards out though, the checkered flag awaits, and it awaits the 77 of Jude Cole, the 2020 Junior Rotax champion, takes the checkered flag. The perfect weekend for Cole, 3 heat wins, a final and a championship as well. Fantastic for Jude. Superb there as well for Sandro Ballesteros, bringing the number 19 over in 2nd place. 3rd place goes the way of the O-Plate winner, running number 66, Oliver Buckton. But I think it's only right that we dedicate the final few moments of this Junior Rotax race as we follow the number 77, the 2020 Junior Rotax champion from Scorton in North Yorkshire, Jude Cole.
So just coming into the pits now is our incumbent 2020 champion. Congratulations once again to Jude Cole. As we see that brand new X-Kart just come across the weighbridge. And immediately we will be into our Senior Rotax final. Just awaiting the rolling up lap of the Senior Rotax. So we will bring you a grid. Pole position for the final will be Andrew Collinson, followed by Daniel Kell, Max Prentice, Martin Fisher, Max Martin and Tom Reeve in 6th place. 7th place is Lee Bell, 8th Paul Swan, Josh Redhead, Tony Citro, Stephen Kell, and in 12th place will be Rob Statham. 13th is Josh Hodson. 14th Sam Elliott, 15th Ashley Savage, 16th is Wayne Citro, 17th is Paul Watson, and I'm hoping David Sullivan makes the final because it sounds like he's about to croak on me.
It's just a tickly cough.
A tickly cough?
Tickly cough.
Is it recent? Do I need to temperature check?
No, I've had this for about 2 weeks now, mate. I'm fine. Wish I didn't have it, but we're looks like we are formed up a bit better than we have been for the last 2 heats for our Senior Rotax drivers. The green flag drops. We're away in racing. Champion-elect Collinson goes to the inside. Leads, and it looks like Max Prentice has come through from the inside of the 2nd row to move up into 2nd at the expense of Daniel Kell. So the top 3 are the usual protagonists of Collinson, Kell and Prentice. Prentice up to 2nd, Kell down to 3rd, although Kell gets a good run out of hairpin 2, goes down the inside into the South Bank corner. The job's not done until it's 3/4 of the way round though, and Prentice is going to dive back to the inside. This is all playing into the hands of Collinson now, out at the front. Only needs to finish inside the top 6 to wrap the championship up with a round to spare, and is well on his way. And, with the exception of the last round that we had here, where he didn't win any of the heats before managing to do it when it mattered and won the final, prior to that he's had 3 maximum scores. It looks like he could be adding a further one to that mix as well, meaning that he could effectively miss round number 7 and still have sufficient points for the championship here, using the drop score provision. The best 5 from 7 rounds counted here in the Teesside Championship.
And Sam Elliott has had a good start, up to 9th from 13th on the grid. So after his unfortunate mishap in Heat 1, where he didn't even really start the race, he's started in 13th, and this one is up to 9th.
Yeah, coming over the line in 16th place, Stephen Kell. He's had an excursion onto the grass on the way outside of hairpin number 3. And it looks like Josh Redhead's going very slowly as well in the number 9. Was it just a problem of coming out of a corner, or is it a long-term issue? We'll see whether he elects to peel off into the pit lane.
Dan Kell is now right on the back of Collinson, so although there was the initial issue of Max Prentice being in the way, he has now made it through and is right on the back of Collinson. Prentice now a 2.5 seconds behind Martin Fisher. Max Martin, Tom Reeve, Paul Swan, Lee Bell, Sam Elliott and Ashley Savage are your top 10.
Redhead continues to circulate, doesn't elect to peel off into the pit lane. He's down in 12th place, but he's still out there on the circuit and going round. 9 laps remaining, so we're at 1/4 race distance. And Daniel Kell, at some point, is going to have to make this move on Collinson. Collinson knows he doesn't have to defend too much, just has to finish inside the top 6 to wrap the championship up. And Dan Kell, I'm sure, would like to take the winner's trophy home with him. Whether the trophy goes home or whether it goes back to Bolton University to sit in his room next to his sim rig, I'm not quite so sure, but a very accomplished sim racer, Daniel Kell.
Not doing too badly in Rotax either.
No, he does know his way around the steering wheel. But yeah, during the off-season, as we see Tom Reeve trying to get through past Max Martin, yeah, during the off-season when we couldn't race, a lot of sim racing for Dan Kell, raced against the likes of Colin Turkington, raced with Tony Kanaan and Fernando Alonso in the Le Mans iRacing 24-hour. So now returns to some proper on-track action and is within 1/10 of a second of our race leader. Although being there is one thing, getting past Andrew Collinson is another. He always seems to get a good run out of that final, out of the 2 sets of hairpins as Collinson. As Kell closes up in the mid-section. Tom Reeve comes to the inside, dives to the inside of Max Martin. Tom Reeve's been a revelation today, Tom. Really, he's never really challenged towards the head of the field, and I'm sure he won't mind me saying that. But now, with the new kart, new race suit, new engine, new everything, he is right there and in the mix, up in 6th place, trying to get past Max Martin for 5th.
Yeah, must have had his Weetabix this morning, because he's been flying most of the day, doing very well.
Yeah, great performance by Tom Reeve.
So we pick up with our leaders again. So Collinson still leading from Kell. Kell putting Collinson under increasing pressure for this final win. The thing is, I don't think Dan Kell is able to just quite get close enough to just put a nose inside Collinson and just unsettle him enough.
He does close up, doesn't he, through the twisty sections.
Yeah.
But in the 2 main places that you want to get drive, out of hairpin 2, out of hairpin 4, Collinson seems to have that little bit more power to get the pull away, opens up 2 or 3 kart lengths down the back straight, and Kell just can't get the move done. And it might mean that Kell's going to have to just throw one down the inside of one of the hairpins in the slower sections, knowing full well that Collinson doesn't need to win this race in order to wrap a championship up.
And that is Tom Reeve through and up to 5th now.
Yeah, Tom Reeve,
One looks
fantastic
like
for him.
he's gapping Max Martin a little bit as well at this current time. But yes, Collinson and Kell nose to tail still as we come through the Esters into hairpin 1. How's to think about it, Dan Kell? Knows he's got a big gap behind, just had a good little look over behind him through the hairpin. So knows there's no other challenges, it's just Kell and Collinson for the win.
It's a clear break now, isn't it? 2.3 seconds back to Prentice, who's not had the best of days. Difficult qualifying session for him. I saw them during the lunch interval taking the front end of that number 33 kart apart in order to try and rectify some handling issues. Thinks it might be slightly bent, but he's still, as it stands, going to end up on the podium as our leaders are going to come up to some back markers. It's the number 1 of Josh Hodgson. He moves out of the way as Collinson and Kell come through. I think with 3 laps remaining, there might be a couple more that they might catch up to. I think they might catch Statham and Redhead as well. Kell, I think Redhead might just be far enough down the road. I'm not sure about Statham and Kell with the speed of these 2 front runners. I think they're lapping in around 42 seconds. They might just catch up onto the back of them, Tom, on the last couple of laps. We've only got 2 remaining, so it might be the last few corners. And Collinson does look comfortable so far, though, even though Kell's been all over the back of him. Kell hasn't really been close enough to make a move.
Yeah, this is what I mean. I think Collinson just gets into a nice rhythm, and I think if Kell could just get close enough just to unsettle him, it would be interesting to see what Collinson's still got in the bag in terms of pace.
Yeah, and they're coming now up onto the back of Statham in the 77. Statham had only just been overtaken by the 90 of Stephen Kell. Stephen Kell's going to move out of the way as well, let Collinson and his son Daniel through. And the battle for the lead goes through the last lap board. Doesn't look like there's any more back markers, so we're going to have a 40-second sprint to the checkered flag. It looks like it could be another perfect weekend for Andrew Collinson.
He went a little bit defensive there, did Collinson, coming into hairpin 1. Took a tighter line. It doesn't seem to have held him back anything. Kell getting an okay run out of hairpin 2, but I don't think it's going to be anything like close enough. Coming into hairpin 3, no, it's not. He's gone wide to take a faster line through hairpin 3, but not enough, and it's going to be Andrew Collinson taking the final win in Senior Rotax. Perfect weekend.
Perfect weekend for Andrew Collinson, and with the win and the checkered flag, the 2020 Senior Rotax Championship here at Teesside Karting wraps it up with a round to spare here at round number 6 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. And, Andrew Collinson didn't want to leave that one in doubt. Only needed to finish inside the top 6, took the victory and a perfect score of 215 points. And that makes him the 2020 champion in our Senior Rotax class here at Teesside. One more race for you. It's Senior Pro Kart in a few moments' time. That championship can't be wrapped up. That's going to go down to a final round decider.
So congratulations once again from us to Andrew Collinson on his championship for 2020. Decided before the final round as well. So we are just waiting on the last couple of karts to enter the pits, and we will go straight into our Senior Pro Kart final.
Yes, Tom, so 6 major championships on offer here at Teesside, 1 in each class, and 3 of them already wrapped up, 3 going to a final round decider with Bambinos, Cadets and Senior Pro Kart. Senior Pro Kart due out of the dummy grid in a few moments. We're just waiting for the final few of our Rotax karts to go over the weighbridge. When they do come round now, it will be Connor Lucas alongside Josh Falkus, the top 2 in the championship. arguably the top 2 sprint drivers in senior pro kart in the country, and it will be Connor Lucas after 3 heat victories on pole position, with Josh Volkus with 3 heat second places alongside. Brandon Truman Reddish, a fantastic result for him, sees him starting in 3rd place alongside Connor White. Scott Tate and Stephen Thompson will share row 3. Rob Lowe and Daniel Tate will share row 4. Simon Doughty and David Brown round out the top 10, with Joe Grinsell alongside Mark Tate on row 6. Row 7 is shared between James Dennis and Brandon Jennings, with David Brewis and Nigel Richardson behind them. Ross Jackman and Harry Burrell on the same number of points. They start together on row 9. Emma Brown and Thomas Lowther on row 10. David Morton and Alban Dowell, row 11. Andrew Worley in the number 79 in 23rd. The front runners are rolling into position. As you see on screen, the bright yellow and red kart of Connor Lucas on the inside, the all-black kart of Josh Volkus on the outside. Row number 2, you can see Brandon Truman Reddish on the nose of Connor White, who had a difficult heat number 3, but starts in a very encouraging P4 for the final. And the one to watch really, number 29, pole sitter for around about 20 seconds, Daniel Tate, before he had that spin out of the dummy grid, has fought his way back up and starts the final in 8th place. A podium certainly not out of the question from an 8th place start, just needs to get round that first corner and then start picking off the karts in front of him. Final 5 or 6 karts making their way through and onto the grid.
Prediction, David, for the final? You're going to call it?
No, not one bit. I will not allow you to put me on the spot there.
Look at Josh Volkus. He's so ready, isn't he? Look, he's so ready to go for this.
Yeah, I bet he's not blinked since he's left the dummy grid, as he's staring at the start line marshal with that green flag in hand. The helmet is at 3/4 crack. He can see through it. The green is down. It's a good start from Volkus, but he's going to cut straight in. Chops across Brandon Truman Reddish. I think he knew what he wanted to do there, and that was just get round the first corner in 2nd place. Not allow Connor Lucas too much of a gap, and the front 2 already have moved away. Brandon Truman Reddish from 3rd place down in 6th place. Problems for him off the start. He did tuck in behind Josh Volkus, but just couldn't get the drive. Round the national loop, Connor White up into 3rd, Steve Thompson 4th, Rob Lowe up into 5th. Looks like we've had the yellow flags out. Tom Lowther's going very slowly around the back of the pack. He did start off there having retired from the previous race. Down at the bottom of the circuit though, Josh Volkus goes to the inside, uses the same block move that Connor Luke used on him in heat number 3, and will cross the line after the first lap. In the lead here in the Senior Pro Kart Final, the championship leader leads with 11 of 12 laps to go.
Yeah, we had the 80 of David Brewis was round at hairpin 2, I think, on lap 1 as well, so he's dropped down the order. But yes, it's currently Volkus from Lucas, from White, Thompson, Lowe, Truman Reddish, Tate, Brown, Doughty, and Lucas is up the inside of South Bank and takes the lead again from Volkus. So, and then parks it on the apex, almost brake test Volkus. I think he caught Volkus out a little bit because he wasn't expecting Lucas to be quite that slow, and that's allowed Lucas to get away a little bit. It also brought Connor White right in on Volkus as well, and I think he had a little think about making a move for 2nd place.
Yeah, Connor Lucas getting himself back to the head of the field. Good move for him. And that one will really put him in the box seat for the championship decider here on the 27th of October for round number 7. If he can maintain the lead, he will take an effective 8-point lead into the final round with the drop score provision. If it finishes the other way round, though, that will be down to around 1 point. It will be almost level if it goes the way of Josh Volkus in this final.
Just looking on screen at Dan Tate, who moved past brother Mark in, brother Scott in hairpin 2 there, and he was our fastest qualifier as well. So got moved to the back of the grid for spinning on the outlap of heat 1, and has spent the rest of the day grappling his way back up the grid. So,
and he's gone through down the inside of Brandon Truman Reddish there into the hairpin.
So that's 6th place now for Tate.
We did mention that the prospect of a podium isn't beyond Daniel Tate here in this final. He's got 9 laps remaining in order to make up 3 more places. The problem is those drivers in front of him, Connor White, Steve Thompson, Rob Lowe, they all know what they're doing. Rob Lowe coming under increasing pressure though from Tate. He can't get the run out of the corner, and there is a gap. And the front 2, Tom, backing themselves into Connor White in 3rd place.
Yeah,
Steve Thompson as well.
Absolutely, and as we said, if Tate can get there, we know how opportunistic he will be if he gets a sniff of an opportunity of an overtake. And in fact, just moving through now into 5th place is Dan Tate. He's just got Rob Lowe into hairpin 1, and yeah, it's Lucas up the inside again. Oh, Falkus through South Bank. That's a standard Lucas move. He likes that. He's done that once already this race, and Falkus immediately back up the inside at hairpin 3, and Connor White, as we said, is right there now, so he's going to be mixing it up with these 2 if they keep overtaking each other.
Yeah, absolutely no quarter given, and these 2 currently lapping around about half a second off what we'd normally see them lapping if they were running in clean air and not battling it out with each other. And looking slightly further back out the commentary box window, Daniel Tate's got past Rob Lowe, and Daniel Tate, along with Lowe, Scott Tate and Brandon Truman Reddish, they're all coming, Tom. We could be seeing 8 karts battling this out for the lead if Falkus and Lucas continue to back themselves into the pack.
Dan Tate is only a 1.5 seconds off the lead now, and yeah, if they keep overtaking each other like this and slowing each other up, he's going to be in there, and he's going, like we said, he's going to have that whiff of a podium.
Yeah, it's very defensive lines, primarily round hairpin 4. 3 seems to carry enough speed, doesn't it?
Here comes Dan Tate. He's going to be homing in on the back of Steve Thompson now. The gap closes up by 0.3 of a second between Dan Tate and Josh Falkus, not just Steve Thompson. So Tomo is right there in 4th place. Connor White in 3rd as well. Is he going to have a look at Lucas here? He thought about it.
He's going to have to, isn't he, at some point, because if he hangs around too much, Steve Thompson's going to try and slide one down the inside of the 52. Josh Falkus defends already. We're not even at half race distance, and he's white lining it down the inside of the back straight and round South Bank. Connor Lucas has got the hand off the wheel.
Yeah, there was contact between Falkus and Lucas.
Falkus is being a little bit too defensive.
Well, he moved across. Falkus moved across and clipped the front of...
and there's Thompson.
Thompson trying to move on the inside of White for 3rd, and Dan Tate is there. He's in 5th place at the minute. He's 0.9 of a second, so another 0.3 that Tate took out of Falkus on that last lap. He is going to be there, and he's going to be fighting for a podium, if not a win here. As we said, fastest qualifier, and he's right there. This is now a 5-kart train.
Can you imagine the story of qualifying on pole position, spinning on the way out of the dummy grid, falling all the way down to the back of the pack, battling it through, and then taking the victory right at the end? He can certainly smell victory. So can Connor Lucas, though. Down the inside of Josh Falkus with a block pass. Connor White's taken full advantage as well. And from 3rd place, Connor White in the 52 leads Senior Pro Kart final with 4 remaining. And there's a gap as well back. Josh Falkus's arm is in the air this time.
Not happy with the move that Lucas put on him, and that allowed Connor White to go through and take the lead. And Connor White's actually got a little gap now back to Lucas. I'm sure that they can both close that back up again.
Certainly no love lost between Falkus and Lucas. We spoke about it earlier. It is very much a Prost and Senna story of just wanting to win and not wanting the other driver to win. But out at the front, Connor White looks over his shoulder in unfamiliar territory, really, leading the Senior Pro Kart final here. In the past, it really has just been a Lucas and Falkus story. And now Connor White will look to defend. Doesn't defend quite as much as I thought he would round there. Tom obviously confident that Connor Lucas needs the championship points, isn't going to throw a stupid move down the inside. They're going to come over the line, nose to tail, the top 3. There's a slight gap back then to Thompson as Falkus sets the fastest lap of the race.
He did half of that with an arm in the air as well, so that's certainly going to hurt the aerodynamic situation.
It disgusts me that a driver can drive faster with one arm in the air than I can drive with 2 on the steering wheel.
Absolutely, and there goes Falkus through for the... Sorry, Lucas for the lead, and that's going to allow Falkus into 2nd place as well, or is it?
Connor White got great drive, didn't he, out of the corner, and now there's a kart between the two championship protagonists. Connor Lucas leads Connor White in second place. White's not wanting to give this one up though, is he? He's there. There's an opportunity for a win, and I think he wants to take it.
There's the top 8 now. It's a train of 8 all the way down to Brandon Truman-Reddish. Rob Lowe and Truman-Reddish just pump in their best laps of the race, and there's only 2 seconds between first and 8th. But it's Lucas from White, from Folkus, from Thompson, or is it Folkus up the inside? Every time I try and give a rundown of the order, it changes before I finished it.
Folkus needs second place in this, Tom. If he doesn't, he's only going to pick up 200 points for the day if he finishes in 3rd place, and then that's going to give a 13-point difference between the two championship leaders, which will effectively mean that at round 7, Connor Lucas can finish second behind Josh Folkus in every race and just about scrape the championship. Whereas if Josh Folkus manages to throw it into second place, picks up an additional 5, there's only an 8-point swing, and that's not enough for a clean sweep weekend.
So we are on to the last lap now, and Dan Tate is hounding Connor White for the podium, as we said we thought he would. And Tomo up the inside now, so he's taken 4th place from Dan Tate. That's going to allow Mark Tate past them both down the back straight.
Scott Tate comes to the inside, could move up from 6th into 4th place, gets Thompson at least. Dan Tate's still there in 4th. The 2 leaders though are out in front, round hairpin 3. They're going to get to 4. Will Folkus throw a move down the inside? He's too far back. Rob Lowe's going to throw a move down the inside of Truman-Reddish though. Over the line, it's going to be a clean sweep weekend for Connor Lucas in 1st place, Josh Folkus in 2nd. That's made it a really, really tight one for the championship battle. There's 8 points between them with drop scores, and that is absolutely nothing. That's basically the difference of a final win to a final 2nd place. An intriguing battle going into the final round here on October 27th. The day, though, does belong to Connor Lucas. It's been a hard-fought one, but he's taken 3 heat victories and a final. Maximum points at 215 to Josh Folkus's 205.
Yeah, fantastic final again, and a lot better than it was in the last month as well in terms of cleanliness of moves and things, and we've had some arms and things like that, but yeah, it seemed fairly amicable, and congratulations as well to Daniel Tate, who finished 4th in the end, but clawing his way all the way back through in that final. So well done to him, and of course for Connor White as well for finishing 3rd.
Yeah, fantastic from Connor White. Not wanting to do him out of a podium, but it would have been lovely to see Dan Tate get on that final step after the day that he's had. But congratulations to Connor White on 3rd place. As our senior Pro Kart drivers go over the way. We've not had too much Weybridge action today, have we, Tom?
Not really, no. But nice to round the day off with a bit of Weybridge action, yeah, and a fist pump from Connor White as he came over as well.
The colourful action of all our senior Pro Kart drivers making their way over the grid. Tom, great days racing here at Teesside from the Bambinos all the way up.
Yes. It's why we love coming here, isn't it, David? It's always fantastic action. And as you say, from the Bambinos to Junior Pro Kart to Cadet, Junior Max, Senior Max and Senior Pro Kart, we have had incredible action.
Yeah, we don't get a boring race here really at Teesside. That does, however, unfortunately bring a close to round number 6 and the action here on Alpha Live's YouTube channel. Thank you very much, as always, for joining us. Thank you very much to the marshals and the medical team here at Teesside, along with everybody else here that puts on a fantastic race meeting, allowing our drivers and yourselves at home to watch as well. Thank you very much to everybody at Alpha Live as well, Darren on production, Robert, James and Adam out on the cameras. Thank you very much also for just joining us all day. It's been a wonderful day. From Tom Butterworth and myself, David Sullivan, we'll see you soon.